Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Everybody ready? Welcome everybody to B-Sides 2023. Please welcome your host, Keren Elazari.
Howdy. Howdy. Good morning, y'all. Welcome to this here town we call BSidesTLV. I'm your sheriff for today. My name's Karen. You can call me Karen. It's the same. I'm here to host you throughout the day, and we are so excited and honored to welcome all of you back to the BSidesTLV stage, y'all. Yeah. Now, this here is our number eight time we're doing this event. But I want to see some hands up in the air. Who's here at BSidesTLV for the first time ever in their lives? Oh, wow, lots of newbies. Okay, we got lots of newbies. So let me walk you through what we have going on today. This here up on this screen are our sponsors. They're the people that made this event possible. They all want to hire all of y'all. So if you're looking for a new path, if you're a white hat, a red hat, a black hat, I don't care what color hat you are, these people want to hire you, all right? And we got technology companies, we got gaming companies, we even got the Israeli Security Agency, y'all. Even they want to hire you, okay? So it's wild times in the wild, wild west. I'm going to be the conferencier, as they say in the continent of Europe today. So I'm going to be your shepherd, your sheriff, your Sherpa, your host, walking you through. Yeah, thank you so much. I got an amazing crew. I got an amazing team. We got an amazing team making BSidesTLV happen. Now, since many of you are new to our event, let me give you some of the numbers. Let me give you some of the stats right there, okay? So BSidesTLV 2023, by the numbers. We have more than 1,200 participants registered. Our event is sold out. And we expect this room to be full throughout the day. So if you got friends who are out there still milling about, checking out the scene, you tell them to come down right here to this smallish auditorium. We have 40 awesome speakers, 20 of them right here on this main stage, and 20 of them out there in our different villages in the wild, wild web. I'll tell you more about these villages in a minute. We had more than 100 talk submissions. That's more than 100 people who wanted to be here on this very stage. And let me tell you, my friends, it is a privilege. It is a privilege to serve this community, to provide a stage and opportunity for people to speak and present their ideas. Now, we had 1,337 users on our Capture the Flag system. Now, if I'm being honest, we had a bit more than that. But I really wanted to capture that number for you all. So anybody here who doesn't recognize the number, 1,337, that's elite. That's hacker talk for elite. So we had a couple of elite hackers on our Capture the Flag competition. And by the time this here day is finished, by the time the sun goes down, we're going to tell you who won our CTF, who lost, and we're going to give out a big old prize. So you want to stay tuned until the very end of the day. Now, we got these sponsors and partners. I told you all about them. Amazing companies, and of course, Cyber Week and Tel Aviv University hosting us for 8 years in a row. So let's give it up for Tel Aviv University, y'all. Yeah. Tel Aviv University has been hosting us graciously, and we are ever so grateful. Now, this year event wouldn't be possible without the sponsors, the partners, the speakers, but more than that, without our amazing community. And we got 50 volunteers running around. Instead of sitting here in these pleasant chairs, they're running around, they're making things happen, they're taking photos, they're registering, they're making BSidesTLV a reality. If you want to be a part of our event next year, you better sign up because we are even sold out of volunteer tickets. That's how badly people want to volunteer for this event. And let me tell you, for my very first hacker convention, back in the old days, 19 Oat Cake, I think it was, I joined that hacker event as a volunteer. So that's a great way to explore the community. Now, we have something new this year. We've got our villages, 4 villages. What are the BSidesTLV villages, and why do we have them? Well, first of all, here's a little treasure map for you all, just to get you oriented on where you have to go and what you have to do to find our villages. This year, we decided we've got so many awesome content ideas, we've got so many awesome speakers lined up, we want to share everything we can with everybody. So we joined forces with the community organizers and leaders, and we set up the 4 BSidesTLV villages. So what kind of villages we got? We got villages presenting different aspects of the cybersecurity world and security research communities. We've got different types of places for different types of people. And all of these villages wouldn't be made possible without a few key individuals. So I want to introduce you to these chiefs. First and foremost, our village chief, Guy Khalfon. This is Guy's first year at BSidesTLV. Let's give him a hand, everybody, because he really stepped up to the challenge. Guy, are you here in the room? He's probably running around connecting cables and whatnot. So Guy is the one who really helped us bring the village idea and make it a reality. We've got the Hello Cyber World Village, which is for newcomers, and it's in collaboration with the stunning Hackeriot organization. Gadi Evron and Daphne Yanin are the leaders of that village. Yeah, give them a round of applause, y'all. Yeah. We got the Hardware Hacking Village, which is organized by our very good friends, Benny Meisels and Ants Antrix. You guys are here right there, right? Yeah, give them a hand. And traveled all the way, Ants and Manu traveled all the way from Netherlands and from India, all the way here to this year, the wild, wild Middle East, to join forces with Benny and run a hardware hacking village. You've got car hacking simulators, you got a wild ride going on there, so you better find that village. We got the Bug Bounty Village, hiding in the underground, -2 level, with Rotem Bar and the AppSec hackers. Rotem, are you here? Are you hacking some website right now? I think he's hacking right there, so you're going to have to find him too. The Adversarial Mindset Village is all about how to think like a bad guy. So this is a white hat, you want to put your black hat, you want to join Ohad Zeidenberg and the Adversarial Mindset Village. That's right. We are so proud of these incredible villages. Now, this is our main stage schedule. As you can see, it's a slight delay, but this is the wild, wild web after all. What's a schedule for cowboys and cowgirls and console pioneers like us? But this is what you can expect throughout the day. We're going to have breaks. We're going to have lunch. We're going to have raffles. All of our sponsors have swag and bounty that they want to give out to you. There's PlayStations, there's Japanese drinks, there's stickers, there's T-shirts, there's jobs. Now, very importantly, like I said, we're going to close out today with a very important announcement. We have our CTF, our Capture the Flag competition winners, announced at 6 p.m. Now, I noticed some of y'all are new to this here place we call B-Sides, so let me give you a little bit of background. What is security B-Sides anyway? Because not everybody knows everything there is to know about B-Sides. B-Sides started in the wild, wild west of Las Vegas, Nevada. The first B-Sides ever took place in 2009 in Las Vegas, and it was an alternative community, an alternative to Black Hat and even to DEF CON. Hackers set it up with the idea to give a community a stage. Today, there are hundreds of B-Sides events all around the world, and we are proud to host BSidesTLV as one of the biggest B-Sides in the world, one of the longest running B-Sides in the world. So give it up for ourselves, yeah! Yeehaw! Come on down, people. Don't be standing in the shadows. We got plenty of room down here, so come on down and join us. Now, anybody here was in the room for the very first BSidesTLV ever? Yeah, some hands up in the air. Thank you, Ants, I remember. And I'll tell you a little secret. Our opening keynote speaker today, Wendy, she's going to be on stage real soon. She was a volunteer helping us run the very first BSidesTLV back in the day. Now's a moment of seriosity, if that's a word. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a code of conduct. You make sure you read all of that. You know why? Because y'all signed that. When you got a ticket, you signed and agreed to our terms. So you better read all of that. That's a code of conduct. And in this here wild, wild web, we are the sheriffs. So if anybody misbehaves or has any ideas that are contrary to our code of conduct, we will take care of you. We will expel you. We will sanction you. But if anybody has harmed anyone here, you can always contact us. And you've got that nifty little email there, report@bsidestlv.com. So you can reach out to us. Hopefully you won't have to, but we're there for you if you do. All right. Now, one more thing I wanted to add. This year, like last year, we are collaborating with the amazing community called Hackeriot. Hackeriot is an on-ramp. It's an access community for women to get into cybersecurity. And I, for one, am very proud of the work Hackeriot has done last year and this year. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is because our main stage speaker lineup is not as diverse as we would like it to be. But I do recommend that you check out our different villages, our different activities, and you'll see a variety of different speakers. And who knows, ladies, maybe next year you'll be on this stage right here. I hope to see you. So please stay tuned and look out for ways to collaborate with our community so that we can increase representation and diversity. Speaking of representation, this here is where you can find us on the wild, wild social networks. We are on Facebook, we are on LinkedIn, we are on Instagram, and we are on every other platform you can think of, or that's it, basically. Now, anybody here on Mastodon? Okay, a couple of people are. Well, that's good, because the next speaker is going to explain all about why Mastodon is actually important in the wild, wild web. This year is our sponsors. We mentioned them already, but let's give another round of applause, because without them, we wouldn't be able to host you in this big, air-conditioned, comfortable room. So we're very lucky to have these amazing sponsors, and we'll hear announcements from them throughout the day. Our fearless producers, thank you very much. 361 degrees, our amazing producers, and the people who make it all happen. This, my friends, this is the team. Yeah, give it up to them. And I truly hope by the end of the day, you'll get to see all of them right here on this stage. Right, Omer? Will you be joining? Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so this is the amazing core team, and all of these people work hard year-round. We spend time, we spend money, we blood, sweat, and tears getting this conference set up for you all. And we really, really want you to have the best experience. This here is our call for papers review board. So these are the people you want to be nice to, because these are the people that can either get you on stage or get you off stage. Now, it's a good idea to be nice to everybody, because kindness goes a long way. But this year, we actually had a double-blind review. So if you were super nice to any of these people and you still didn't get on stage, it's because we had a double-blind review. We didn't know the names of the people submitting talks. Next year, we might have a different system, but that's what we did this year. Now, I mentioned 50 volunteers. Here are their names. Let's give them a big round of applause, just to get us warmed up. All of these amazing people taking time out of their day. Instead of sitting back and relaxing, they're running around doing things. And without further ado, I want to get us all hyped up and prepared for a phenomenal, a fantastic guest speaker, straight from the wild west of the United States, with roots in California, Texas, and Colorado. We're going to welcome on this stage the amazing, the incredible Wendy Nather, everybody. Yeah. Wendy, I really, really can't thank you enough for being here on this stage with me. Let's take a nice photo right there. Yeah, that's the camera.
Look at her. Look at her.
Look at you, Wendy. How about that hat, y'all, huh?
Yeah.
And that's 1% genuine, authentic Texas white hat and a pink hat. How about that, y'all? All right. Are you ready for Wendy to take us into the wild web to look at fighting stupidity and malice in the wild, wild web? Are you ready? Yeah, you are ready. All right, Wendy, are you ready?
I think I'm ready.
Okay, let's have the slides up. Here's your clicker.
Right.
Here's your monitor. The stage is yours. I'll be right over there in case anybody needs some wrangling, so you all stay nice, okay? Wendy, it's you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, everybody, and I want to thank Karen Ahoti, my sister from Fort Kick-Ass. Thank you very much for having me. I want to thank the B-Sides team, all 50 volunteers. I'll thank you individually when I get out of here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And also I want to thank Sunil Yu and Mike Kaiser for letting me have the insides of their very smart brains. Now, I'm going to tell you that I'm kind of nervous This is kind of intimidating because here I am in the cyber capital of the world at the B-Sides where all the smart people come together. It's kind of scary. So I had to come up with something. So what I figured out was I was just going to make shit up. So that's what I'm going to do. Make shit up here live, because that's what we do every day, right? In cybersecurity. We look at something and go, wow, that just happened. Okay, now what do we do? So we are making shit up as fast as we can, and that's what this talk is going to be about. So when they asked me to come and speak, they said the theme was the Wild, Wild Web. And my first thought was, okay, wow, should we tame the Wild, Wild Web, or should we try to leave it wild? And I was kind of in a COVID fugue. I got COVID for the first time last month, so I was just lying there going, okay, tame it, leave it wild. And then these thoughts started coming. So that's what I'm going to share with you today. I will tell you right now that I do not have the answers. I have only questions, and sometimes they're pretty good questions, sometimes they're not, but I'm going to depend on you to help me figure this out. Now, why am I giving this talk? Well, first of all, I grew up in Texas. I live in Colorado now. So that kind of helps me be the right person to be on the stage. But even more importantly, I learned to program. I got into tech right here in Tel Aviv, at Tel Aviv University, in 1975. Yeah, so I was here we were Olim Chadashim, and my father was at the astronomy department here at Tel Aviv University. And I told him one day, I said, Dad, I'm bored. Don't ever do that. Don't tell your parents you're bored. So he threw a basic manual at me and said, here, I want you to write a program to make the bell on the teletype ring. Does anybody even know what a teletype is? You probably, yes, you do. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it looked kind of like this, not exactly. This is not me. But this is where I learned to program, and it set the course for my entire life. So I feel like I'm coming back home, full circle. This is what the ARPANET looked like at the time in 1975. Very small network. And at that time, there were a lot of assumptions that were made about the design of the ARPANET and how it should be operated. And one of the things that they decided on was, in order to make it as available as possible to withstand a nuclear explosion or anything like that, that kind of disruption, all of the emphasis was on availability. And so in order to get it up and running, they did what they had to do. So some of the ideas, the assumptions that they made were like this quote from my friend Michael Bryan, who used to write blogs as Mr. Protocol back in the day. He was running some of the early BBN networking. What they all said was, be strict in what you send, but generous in what you accept. So in other words, accept anything in terms of network traffic, but be correct in what you send. Now, accept anything from anybody? Would anybody say this today? No, absolutely not. But this was the open version of what we thought went back when it was a really, really small network. So times have changed. Back then, it was a very small network. Everybody who ran the networking stuff knew what they were doing. It was a very small community. You could trust everyone. You could call somebody up at another site and say, hey, we got to troubleshoot this, and it was fine. There was really only one kind of political agenda, and I'm sorry about that, but the US kind of set it. There wasn't any spam. That didn't come around until the mid-'80s. I remember the very first spam. It was US green card spam. We were already really ticked off about it. This was on Usenet. And there was no cybercrime. So it was a much, much simpler time, and today we know that's not going to work anymore, because we have to deal with stupidity and malice. Malice meaning people doing bad things on purpose. And a lot of people, since tech has become democratized, anybody can stand up a server anywhere and do anything, and it can easily break a bunch of other things. I remember when I actually broke about 18 servers on the ARPANET that were using SendMail because I put unbalanced parentheses in my name variable on my email, and it just went and broke a whole bunch of stuff. That is still happening now. Not from me, but I'm trying to behave now. But anybody can do this now. And there are all sorts of geopolitical agendas managing and setting policy for different parts of the internet. Let's think of what happened this last weekend with Russia, with the coup that could have been an email. It was that short. And of course, everybody's abusing common functionality for different things, for conflict, bullying, piling on, for getting attention, making money, stealing money, and just basically fucking around and finding out. Sorry about my Texan accent here, saying these bad words. But remember the Morris worm? We called him RTFM, Robert Tappan Fucking Morris, when that worm got out. So we have to deal with a whole bunch of other things now. Now, the interesting thing that I've noticed over the decades is that from an operational point of view, we have been starting with centralized infrastructure and then sweeping to distributed. Remember when everything was a mainframe, everything was centralized, and then we brought things into a distributed era with distributed computing, client server, networked disks, things like that. Then we would start centralizing things again, and we would find that the problem, there's an upside and a downside to each of these swings. When it's centralized, it's more manageable, but at the same time, it's less available because it's a single point of failure. You can take something out. Why do you want to see my face? Why? Oh, my pretty eyes, ma'am. That was great. Did you hear that? Go say that to somebody else that you like. Pretty eyes, ma'am. I appreciate that. But if it's decentralized, it's less manageable. But on the upside, you're going for availability. So we've been swinging up and down all of these years. And there are effects on the governance, too. So how you manage these things, if you are centralized, your risk as a user of the centralized service goes up because a centralized entity is thinking about their risk. They're not thinking about your risk. On the other hand, if it's decentralized, you can manage your own risk because you have your own instance, your own server, whatever. On the downside, or on the upside rather, with centralized, you only have one place to go if you want to complain about something, if you need something, if you're having a conflict and you need somebody to resolve it for you. If it's centralized, that's easier. If it's decentralized, you have to negotiate with a lot of other people. You have to either try to get consensus, which, by the way, is what's wrong with blockchain, but we won't even go there. Blockchain is fine until you need to resolve a disagreement, and then, consensus is really hard. If you believe consensus is easy, get 5 of your friends and try to decide where to go eat tonight. You're never going to figure that out. So negotiations go up when it's decentralized. And so I'm thinking about all these swings. As I'm thinking about, do we tame the wild, wild web? Do we try to keep it wild? How do we govern it? And you may be thinking right now, why am I hearing about this? Why, I'm just a hacker. I don't care about this policy stuff. But the thing is, whatever we make up together, whatever we decide, whatever you go out and advocate for is what we're going to have to live with. So that's why I'm talking with you about it. So I ended up thinking, is there a middle ground? And, of course, to quote, here's your first meme. Here we go. Why not both? Can we find something in the middle between centralized and decentralized that would be a good working model for governance for the internet we have today? Not what we want it to be. Oh, there are 2 more shots. Can I have these? No, I'm kidding. I already had my shot backstage. But why not both? Because anytime we get a binary situation, especially in tech. I always want to bust it. I want to smash the binary. I want to think about there's got to be a third way. So, who knows what F word I'm going to say next? Anybody guess? Somebody's playing with my screen. Here we go. Federation. Can we federate? Can we find a way to do this? Now, the definition of federated, I had to go pull something from a dictionary because that's what you do when you give a keynote. You got to give definitions. A federated body formed by a number of nations, states, societies, unions, each retaining control of its own internal affairs. And if you think about how we're operating the internet today and where the tension points are, where different countries want to do different things with their part of the internet, this is where we are today. Something like the Confederation in Switzerland, Confederatio Helvetica. Did you know that that's what CH stands for Switzerland? It's a confederation. So that's government. How do we do this in tech? In tech, we kind of treat it as, okay, you're going to set up something for me and you're going to hand it to me and I'm just going to accept it. Like when you log into another site with your Facebook login, they're basically saying to Facebook, okay, send me your user, we're just going to accept them. If you say they're okay, that's fine with us. Does that ever really work? Does that kind of work? It kind of works and it kind of doesn't work. Federation is usually talked about in the context of identity. So let me give you an example of why federation is not binary. You can't just say, yeah, I'll take whatever you give me. Again, because stupidity and malice, but also other reasons. So when I was CISO of the Texas Education Agency in Texas state government, we had about 1,300 school districts. I don't know how many school districts you have here in Israel, but it's probably fewer than that. We had 1,300, and we had to allow people from each district to log into our applications and access student data that we were responsible for. So we said, okay, for every superintendent, every head of every district, if you say this person works for you, you can set up an account and we'll say, okay. But we're not just going to let them start having access to anything. We still have to check for different reasons. So if District B wants to get access to an application in a particular role that has access to particular data, we would still have to approve it because legally we were required to vet any access to that data because we were responsible for protecting student data of something like 9 million Texas students. And they might also do it on behalf of a different organization, maybe on behalf of their own district where the superintendent said, yes, they work for me, or on behalf of another district where they had a legal agreement that said that people in this district could do things on behalf of the original district. And we'd have to check that too. Do you have an MOU that says that this person can do this on behalf of a different district? So we had to check all of those things. So this explains why federation is almost never completely binary. It's never completely on where you will just take anything. There are parts that you're going to reserve for yourself. And that's where this comes in. Now, does this sound familiar to you? To anybody? I bet you don't know what I'm going to say next. This is the exciting part because I don't know what I'm going to say next either. No, here we go. Zero trust. Does this surprise you at all that this is like zero trust? Most people think of, oh, I don't trust you at all. You know, you can't get access until you jump through all these hoops and everything. That's one way of thinking about it. But the other way of thinking about it is do whatever you want with your own endpoint, with your own phone. But if you want to access our resources, you have to meet our security requirements. And we're going to check. Upon login, we're going to check with every session to make sure you're still meeting our requirements. But the rest of the time, we don't care. That's a little bit more like federation. Like we're going to check the things that we care about as stewards of these particular resources, and the rest of the time, you bring what you want. So it's kind of like being at the airport, which is where I'm going tonight. If you want to get on the plane, you have to meet their requirements. They don't know what they probably do know what I've done. This is kind of public, isn't it? But, they don't know what I've done here in Israel, but what matters is whether I meet the requirements that they have at the point of entry onto the plane. And they have the right at any time to say, nope, you're not doing this. So there are two aspects of this that I want you to think about. There's the issue of risk. What do you have at stake if something goes wrong in anything that has to do with security? And then recourse. Who do you have recourse to? Where do you go to complain or to get a conflict resolved? And those are the two issues that we're going to think about. Here's another example. Besides identity, here's the Fediverse. I know Karen just mentioned Mastodon and things like that. I don't know if people here are using it. I'm on Mastodon. Here's my username. My username is Wendy Nather, and infosec.exchange is the server that I'm registered with. But all of these different servers share content. And the important thing is that it doesn't really matter which instance I'm on. If you're on a different instance and you want to follow me, you can. So you will see all of the things that I post in my feed. It's like if you took Twitter and just kind of blew it up, into little fiefdoms and everything, and everybody agreed for the most part that they were going to share content and spread it around. So there are some servers that serve up imagery, that serve up video, that serve up all sorts of things. So here's the deal. When you have that kind of decentralization, when you have that kind of federation, you can have interactions that can affect everybody else. Here's a post from somebody who described how two admins of two servers had a disagreement. They defederated, which means they broke all of their connections. And then they made up and they refederated, but in the meantime, they broke all their follows for all of the users of those two servers, since they were disconnected. And they may not even have known, because this was kind of fast, they may not even have known why their followers and their follows disappeared. So this sort of thing can happen, and it's an example of shared risk in that everybody can be affected by this, but very complex recourse. You'd have to know exactly who defederated from whom, where it broke. You'd have to go to them and say, come on guys, can you make up now? You just broke everything. So this is kind of a tricky part in federation that we have to think about. Another one, a big conflict right now, is whether to allow Facebook to federate with the Fediverse. There are a lot of people who say, no, we don't want those janky algorithms. We don't trust Facebook. We think they're going to try to take over. And there are others who say, no, we can always block them later. So here's the discussion about whether the Fediverse should let Facebook federate with them, and how they can protect the users of the Fediverse from the things that they don't want to get from Facebook. And so this gentleman here, Eric, came out with a really long thread. I can't post it here, but if you want to read about it, you can. Some really good examples of how you could come up with a governing model that would protect you and your shared risk against something that you may want to allow for certain reasons, but you want to restrict other things. So here are the things that we do security to. It's not just identity, it's not just content, it's not just social media. All of these different things potentially are areas that you can make federated decisions or federated policies about. Like, I'm going to take care of this part, you're responsible for this part, I get to make these rules. If I don't like this, I get to disconnect from you. If we don't like this, we get to throw you out. Any of these could potentially be governed by a type of federation. So this is what I'm thinking about now, and I'd like you to help think with me. Which of these things in security could be common or centralized, or should be, and what should be retained by the members, by the federated ones who are responsible for their own parts of the internet? Which parts should we centralize, and what should we not? So here are a few ideas, and I'm just kind of doing these as categories, not being very specific, but areas of asymmetric risk where I stand more to lose than you do. I think I should keep the control that helps me mitigate that risk, because I have more risk than you do. When I talk to bankers, one of the things that they're concerned about with third parties is that, yes, you can offer us service credits if we do something wrong, but the bankers say they don't have as much skin in the game as we do. So therefore, we don't care if they give us service credits, that doesn't help us. So that area should probably be retained. Any area of legal responsibility, like I talked about in state government, where we're required by law to protect something, we cannot give that responsibility away. We can't give it to a third party, so we have to retain it. Exception management. If I don't like something that you're doing and I want an exception to how you're doing it, then I'm going to have to manage that exception myself. And areas of asymmetric cost where I put a lot more money into some part of the infrastructure than you do, I think I should have more control over it. Now, I can see problems with these things already. You probably can too, but this is where it gets fun. What should be centralized, on the other hand? Areas of shared risk. So where it's going to mess things up for all of us, if somebody breaks something, or areas where we need reliable recourse. If we're going to have conflicts and we need someone to adjudicate, someone to figure this out, we should probably centralize those things so you only have to go to one place to solve the problem. It can't be consensus anymore. So, do we have any lawyers in the audience? Anybody who's really into public policy? This is your slide. These are going deeper, just thinking about what we might need on the internet. We might need more standards. And I'm sorry, because that probably makes people hurt and say, but I want to do whatever I want to do. This is the wild, wild web. Well, building to code, you don't want buildings collapsing on top of people. I have a friend who was a U.S. Marine, a Marine sniper, and he fell through a staircase. It just split because it was not built to code. This was in another country. But, if it affects people like that, I'm sorry, you can't just build any kind of vehicle that you want, any kind of car. It's got to be roadworthy, because otherwise it kills people. And other management of shared cyber risk. So people are already talking about these sorts of areas. What kind of other standards do we need in order to manage the shared risk better? We should have shared responsibility for security. There are already shared responsibility models between a provider, let's say a SaaS provider, and a customer that says, we take care of this part, you take care of this part. But it's different from provider to provider. It's not exactly the same with AWS and Azure. It's not the same with Facebook. It's not the same with Gmail. All of these things are all slightly different. If we could get them all the same so that if you're a customer, you know what your shared responsibility is across all of these different things, that would help a lot. And especially for security, because that's where things break down, especially in the middle of an incident response where you're trying to go, were you responsible for those logs or were we responsible? Can we see them? No, you can't. That sort of thing. We're struggling with that today. So this is going to end up probably with more trade negotiation, except in the area of cybersecurity, saying, can we rely on the same type of security from each provider, regardless of what country you hold allegiance to, regardless of which country you're coming from, regardless of the particular regulations in that area. So bringing this all back to how is this going to deal with stupidity and malice? I think that there are just some things that we shouldn't let just anyone be in charge of. I'm sorry. Right now we don't have a manufacturing model of software development where everything gets turned out the same. We have a literary model where everyone can write their own beautiful magnum opus the way they want to do it, with all the flaws that entails. Maybe we need to restrict that a little bit and say, sorry, you can't set up this kind of server because it's too critical, it's too dangerous. It could easily affect too many other people. We should be more restrictive but in what we accept by default. And that sounds kind of like everybody's got a patch and everybody's got to be better at security, but I think it goes beyond that. We may be approaching the point where we go to people on the internet and saying, you know, you were too accepting of what you received from somebody and look what happened, especially if it affects a population, if it affects other people. We're at the point now where you can be affected by a security breach even if you don't use technology. When water utilities break down, when a hospital closes because of ransomware, that affects people even if they are not technology users. And that is a huge change from when I started here. So we're all an ecosystem, and we have to operate that way. So kind of I'm not sure what to call this because it's not completely binary global federation. This is a sign that I have on my desk to remind myself that there's a lot I still don't know. I don't know, if you have I need a catchy buzzword for this, and I haven't been able to come up with one. Maybe I need another shot, I don't know. So I can tell you one thing for sure, there will be no utopian full global federation where we just accept things from everybody. You know, there will always be a case in which we don't trust a large corporation that is running some essential service. There will always be a case where we have geopolitical differences. We have to take those into account. We have to negotiate. But we still have to work together, and we still have to protect one another. So my summary is, and this is what I ended up with last night, frantically trying to finish this talk. I need a summary statement. I believe that we have to tame parts of the wild, wild web in order to let the rest be free. And if you want to talk with me about this, I will be really, really happy to talk about it with you. I love a good knockdown, drag-out fight in the parking lot. So let's go for that. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
All right. Wendy, thank you so much. Yeah, you can leave that there. And we got a little gift for you. So I don't know if you all know this, but here on B-Sides, we have a tradition. We are a traditional hacker community conference. And what we do is that for each of our guests, we have a little gift, and we also have a little shot glass. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And this gentleman has actually explored the wild, wild web. Our next speaker is the one who took down the Genesis market. And y'all are not going to want to miss this, because John Fokker, he is previously from the Dutch National High-Tech Crime Unit, or as they say it in Dutch, Team High-Tech Crime. Team High-Tech Crime. That sounds like an amazing television show I'd like to watch. And in fact, the Dutch police produce documentaries all about how they take down criminals. So John is a principal engineer at Trellix. He leads the threat intelligence group, and he's the one who worked with the Dutch National High-Tech Crime Unit, and he's the one who helped take down the criminals and the Genesis market. So John is going to take us through how to take cookies from the Cookie Monster. Take it away, John. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much and welcome. I guess everybody leaving the room were actually customers of Genesis Market, and they already know the story, so they can leave. I'm fortunate enough that... Oh, I heard it. Oh, that's the timer, sorry. I'm fortunate enough that I work with Trellix, and I work within Trellix Advanced Research Center, and I run a threat intelligence team, or the threat intelligence group. And that team covers cybercrime and nation-state actors across the globe, 24/7. And that research helps us improve our products, but also our own products, and do research and publish about it. And once in a while, it allows us to do some really, really cool things. And that is, for instance, for the greater good, helping law enforcement. So, hands up. Who knows who the Cookie Monster is? I'll be disappointed if somebody has not raised their hands. So who knows who the Cookie Monster is? Okay, everybody knows it. Who knows what Genesis Market is? Good. Well, I'll promise you after this talk, you will know what Genesis Market is and why it's important. How we got approached in this whole story is a bit different. This is literally me on the day that the police called. It was a couple of months ago. I was skiing. I had a well-deserved holiday, and I was on top of the slope. I was like, click, click, ready to go, and then my phone rang. And I was like, shall I take it or not? And it was unknown number. Normally, I never pick up an unknown number. For this reason, I picked up. And it was, hey, John, this is whatchamacallit from the police. we have something interesting. I was like, oh, do tell. We need your help. It's almost like they call the A-team. But anyways, they said, we need your help with something. We cannot tell you what it is. It is secret. And we're like, okay, is it that secret? But anyways, let's call and meet up physically when you're back from your holiday, and let's have a talk. So funny enough, a week later, I went to the police station. We had to sign an NDA, and then they told us, we are going to take down Genesis Market, but we need your help. And we weren't the only private sector entity. There was another company as well, and they asked us for some specific things. And I was like, great, this is awesome, because Genesis Market has been around for quite a while, and it's finally time that somebody's taking it down. So this is how we got involved, and this was the outcome. So if you are familiar with Genesis Market or you read the news, this is what it looked like when they took it down. The familiar splash screen and everything else, all those banners. What is interesting is that they did more than 200 arrests during that day. So it was a multi-operation. It was not only about taking down the site, finding out who the victims are, remediation, all these things. No, it was about attribution and apprehending their customers. So think of it, a global operation that started in Australia all the way to the US of more than 200 arrests. But when did it start? Just like a fairy tale or Once Upon a Time in the West, it started in 2018 already. This is the original advertisement that Genesis Market made on Exploit, a cybercriminal forum, where they introduced themselves. Up till that time, you had other markets, BlackPass and other things, that were selling credentials that were stolen. But this was a little different. And at the time, I was like, oh, is this really relevant or whatever? But what they were offering was browser fingerprints or browser cookies. So basically, anything that identifies you as you on your browser, they were stealing, and they were selling complete profiles. Up until that time, there were mostly shops selling credentials, username, passwords, and that was enough. But with the rise of multi-factor authentication, they actually provided something to circumvent this. And they were around. Our team has been around this forum quite a bit. We stayed there. We didn't really interact. We didn't buy anything. We acted like a fly on the wall. That's obviously very often a really good tactic, to be the fly on the wall, not to look, just to look and see what happens. And when we zoom in, if you're not familiar, what are the dangers of Genesis? So like I said, it has everything you need to take over an account. Who in this room goes online shopping? Hands, everyone. That's easy. I always ask easy questions that everybody can raise their hand. So I can imagine that if you go online shopping, you might have seen either from your browser that says, do you trust this site? Who clicks yes? And now nobody raises their hands. I knew it. We're all security professionals, maybe one or two. So when that happens, or when you have to do an authentication to their website, and you log in, and then you do something else, you grab a coffee, you open up a different screen, you come back, and then you come back to the website and you don't have to authenticate. It already knows, like, hey, John, you're back. I think we all have experienced that. The mechanism that makes sure that you don't have to log in, so that convenience, the usability, that's the Achilles heel that Genesis Market is targeting. Because the online services do this by planting cookies, taking elements from your browser, taking elements of your computer, your language settings, and all these things, and storing them, and then storing them locally and comparing it to what they have, and they say, yes, this is still John, he authenticated prior, we still trust him because all these parameters are in place. These parameters are stored locally. So what Genesis Market does, the malware that they have, they steal these parameters, they bundle it up in a package, and they sell it. So if you have all those parameters, and there's even a proxy, you can successfully take over this account. They have malware. We're going to look at that a little bit. Funny enough, I was sending in my slides, and Microsoft Defender went haywire because of the malware detection names. Yeah, it's funny. Talk about being sensitive. But anyways, the malware that they use is very interesting because it's not even that obfuscated. It's not even super sophisticated. It is literally just right there. But nobody sees it because there's no mechanisms that really checks it. And removing the malware doesn't alleviate the problem because your credentials and everything is already gone. So if you just remove the malware, the criminals can still have your credentials. And by using this website, it is an effective way to bypass multi-factor authentication. So if a service uses a pre-authentication, or they have elements that they use to check if you're pre-authenticated, if you can log in so that they already know you, that's the Achilles heel that this website is targeting. And we're talking not only about your Amazon or your Facebook or whatever. No, this is banks, corporate logins, and all these things. We were able to trace users of Genesis Market to ransomware attacks. So this is something that a lot of initial access brokers are using to gain that initial foothold, to build up their reputation on the network, get more credentials and all these things, and sell it off. So the corporate credentials, that's the worrying thing. Trellix is a company that targets this. Our appliances are mostly, again, for enterprises. So we look at the major threats. And this is also, a lot of consumers are being targeted through this. But during COVID, and mind you, this website was up in 2018, and during the COVID pandemic, everybody had to work from home. Not all companies had adequate security measures on people's own laptops. So if that laptop was actually infected with the malware here, those corporate credentials from your Office 365 or whatever it is that you log into your corporate environment got stolen as well. So you can see that it could have a really big impact. So all good, John, but what are we talking about? What's the size? What's the scale? So on the screen, on the side, you see a screenshot of the Genesis Market. It looks very plain, very simple, but this, we call it almost the Amazon of stolen credentials and online profiles. In their showroom, they have more than 450,000 very neatly organized online profiles. You can click on them, get everything, and everything was structured perfectly. Working with the police, we actually learned that was only the showroom. In the back, they had even more, about 1.5 million credentials. So if there's one takeaway here from the story here and you go home and you haven't done it already, check either Have I Been Pwned or check through the Dutch police website if you are in this dump, because it could save you a lot of headaches. There were more than 225 countries listed. So it's not only on the US, it's almost every country in the world they had credentials. And it's interesting, because the price ranged for the amount of logins or the amount of online services that you had in your profile. So if you had, for instance, a US profile, you had several banks, you had several online shops, maybe social media profiles and all that stuff, that would raise the price. Whereas, yeah, if you're in, let's say, Timbuktu and you have only one login for one thing when you got infected, very unlucky, you'll probably be on the cheaper end. And what was interesting, they did real-time updates. So the victims weren't aware. Every time they updated their password or changed anything and the malware was still there, got siphoned off, instantly updated. And this website made it very clear. It's like, hey, there's new fresh logins, all these things. So you can see in the bottom, Google, Amazon, PayPal, Netflix, you name it. So if somebody's using your Spotify or your Netflix, it might be this. When we zoom in on one of those accounts, if we want to purchase them, and this is the website, you can see that there's, for instance, this is a Dutch account, what you see here. And if you have really good eyes and you can zoom in, there's a couple of things. If you're Dutch, might get triggered. Let's see if the laser works. This one here, obviously it's very highly secured, but that's our government login for your Social Security. So any governmental service, if you have to do your taxes or anything else, is linked through that website. Very lucky for that website that it has a different authentication method, so it's not susceptible to this attack. But you can imagine if you just had a government website with basic MFA, it's in this data set. And as a user of Genesis Market, let's say we're buyers, you can just log in, click on this profile, you deposit some money, and you can grab these credentials, all these elements. So how do you commit the fraud, or how do you take over that account? Well, Genesis was like the Amazon and made it easy. They had the proprietary browser. So they had a browser based on Chrome that they've modified, and you could actually purchase or download that browser if you were a member and you've already downloaded credentials, and you can use this browser to load your stolen credentials in, even activate a proxy through the victim's machine, and then assume the identity of the victim. What is interesting is that you cannot download the browser, you needed to purchase credentials. That's a mechanism that this store does to raise the bar. Because by doing so, you actually commit a crime. You purchase stolen credentials from somebody else. You commit a crime in order to get the browser. Well, an older version of the browser was on VT, and we got a copy of the browser through the police, luckily, so we were able to do some research. So that leaves us with a question for myself, because when I looked at 2018 at the Genesis market, when we were on the forums, we saw that they were also advertising and asking for other commodity malware families to say, well, we'll buy your logs, we'll buy your access. We want to partner with you, contact us in a DM. So that means like Danabot, FIDAR Stealer, maybe Redline, all these info stealers were doing business with Genesis Market. But the site, as you just see or saw, is very neatly organized. Having that neatly organized store, I was like, are they doing this all by hand, organizing this? Because every piece of commodity malware has different functionalities, different ways of storing data, different data structures, different taxonomies. That must be a headache. Well, actually, they had their own malware. So when we look at the infection chain, how they did it, and this was the example, we were lucky enough that, in this case, the Dutch police has done several online purchases of the credentials. They were able to locate the victim. They were able to go to that specific victim and grab the information from the victim's machine. They were sharing this information with us, so only the malware, only the malicious code, and they asked us, Trellix, okay, but how does this work? How did the victim become infected? In this case, the victim actually was very interesting. They were security aware. They used torrent sites to download a competitor AV of us, which was obviously infected with malware. So that's like a catch-22, or how you would call it. It's a bit unlucky. You go and download something to get yourself protected and actually open up a backdoor. But anyways, the binary that they downloaded contained Danabot. And Danabot injected themselves. They created a foothold on the system. And in this case, we believe that the Danabot access was sold to Genesis Market. And what Genesis Market did was use that access to launch their own, we call it malware. It's a JavaScript-based, it's actually a browser extension. So what they did was the Chrome browser is really good at detecting attacks coming through the web. So they're really good at that, because you had the iframe attacks and all that stuff for credential theft and banking fraud. They made a really good, solid structure. However, the backdoor on the system itself, as the system itself is infiltrated, it was child's play to inject a malicious extension into the Chrome browser and have it just sit there in plain sight. These criminals didn't even take a lot of methods or measures to obfuscate their code. It was pure JavaScript. It was all there. So they used that browser extension, which hides amongst many other browser extensions, to grab data from the machine. What's interesting is that we can go into the whole code. A browser extension that has C2 communication. I can understand that some browser extensions want to have some statistics that they would send over, but examining the code, we can see something interesting, especially up there. Because if you know what it is, they're actually beacon out to a Bitcoin address. They request information through a Bitcoin address. Well, I have never seen a browser extension in my life do this. And what was interesting is that they just checked it on the blockchain and they got a response. And the response was in base 58. And the response code was actually, encoded base 58, and that translated to a C2 domain, uRabbit. This is very interesting. I think a month ago, Kaspersky published a piece of research on something similar. They named it differently. It had the exact same C2 server, so we kind of called them and said, like, hey guys, maybe you should read Genesis Market and our blog, because I'm pretty sure you're looking at Genesis Market. So It's interesting to see that even though our efforts are there to distribute the malware code and signatures and everything to our industry peers, there are still infected machines out there. So what did it steal? I named a couple of things, but if we look at all the features, it goes anywhere from your screen grab, your monitor, memory, CPU stage, all kinds of things. There's a whole list. You can read it all in our paper. And then right at the bottom, it also says the proxy. That is what makes it interesting. Because a lot of these safeguards in online services, they check your IP address. They check if you are you based on your IP. Well, this malware just uses your machine as a proxy, and you route the traffic through it, and you can take it over. When we look at the MITRE techniques, we just have it as a repository. For us, it's very helpful because we communicate to our customers and base our remediation on it. So you see all the familiar stuff: credential access, stealing web session cookies, all these things, proxies. So it's very familiar stuff if you're familiar with MITRE techniques. So we have over 600 million sensors in the world with our company. We have 41,000 customers globally, and what is interesting is that based on the malware that we got, we were building remediation. We were sharing this at the appropriate time, because obviously you can imagine this is an operation. When it started, it took several days, and there was a timeline, so we could not share the malware early because we might tip off the criminals. So we had to do some other work. But we also ran the telemetry on the malicious files across the globe. And what you see here in the screenshot of the world is what we saw in this region. So yes, Israel is also impacted, and other countries like Turkey as well. So this is from April 5th this year, the telemetry that we saw. And it's not millions, it's not thousands, we're talking about hundreds of machines. But still, these are Trellix customers impacted by Genesis Market. The contributions that we did for Genesis were, as you can see, the malware analysis. But we also wrote remediation advice, because the police is great at catching criminals, but they're not the best at writing remediation advice. So they need some help. So we helped out to write a remediation advice directed at consumers, but also at corporate entities. I can assume that most of the people here work for a company. So what do you do if your company is being targeted by a criminal that's using these type of credentials? How do you detect that stuff? How do you detect stolen credential usage in this way? Because they do a lot of efforts to fly under the radar. So internally, we have a nice portfolio that we use to align this. And lastly, sample sharing. Because these are one of these unique moments in time where you're allowed to help out. And it's not about keeping the cards close to your chest, but when the time comes to share, you need to share this with the community. You need to make people aware that this threat is out here. So we did that. As soon as the takedown notice was there, the big screen, we could share it on VT. We shared it through our internal channels with Symantec, Microsoft, and everybody else, so everybody is aware. And judging by the difficulties we had with my presentation, I think Microsoft went very thoroughly, so they blocked it quite well. And all this with the arrest led to, yeah, we can say we took the cookies from the cookie monster. Does this end the story? The people that were arrested were the buyers, were the users globally. The admins of the store were based in a different country. There's no extradition treaty with them. They're based in the Russian Federation. The clear websites of the store were taken down, but the Tor website was still live. So, yeah, John, all great. Hosanna, that's a great story. Oh, wow. But the website is still live. Yeah. Over 200 arrests, clear web infrastructure taken down, but it's still live. You can question if this was a success. And we got pushback, even from reporters from the BBC. They came and it's like, oh, but they're still there or whatever. And I said, like, wait. There's a couple of things you need to understand with these kinds of operations. Sometimes, and that's just coming from my background as law enforcement, sometimes you do not have the means or the legal framework in place that you can go out and arrest these people. They're in a country that they're in a safe haven. So what's the next best thing? That's disruption. That is breaking that criminal chain, breaking that trust that they can't operate anymore. And what was funny is that these operators, operating the Amazon of stolen credentials and all that stuff, stored all their user accounts, so all the criminals that were buying stuff in clear text. Well, that's great, isn't it? Talk about OPSEC. You want to be a criminal, you want to be a big shot, you buy your credentials to do ransomware, and everything's stored in clear text. Very quickly, the admin account got banned from exploit. They said, like, we can't trust you right now. We don't know what the deal is. Because he said very quickly, oh, we'll be up in 48 hours, and we'll back in business. Because he wants to be back in business. And as a criminal, if your store got burned once, why would you do business with somebody like that? Right? If he already has proven himself that the store is invalid, bad OPSEC, and all his customers, or a large portion of the customers, because they had thousands of customers, are arrested, why would you take that risk as a criminal? You would look elsewhere. And it is a nice mystery that the current level of access that law enforcement has is still a mystery. We don't know how far or how deep they are, and they try to keep that close to their chest, because that creates uncertainty. Criminals don't know who to trust, and that's a perfect thing. If we're trying to target cyber criminals, the best thing you can do is break that trust. If you don't trust anyone, it's bad for business. And cyber criminals need each other to commit business. It's similar to the real world. I don't do business with somebody I don't trust. I feel like they're making a scam out of me, or I can run the risk that something happens. And in the real world, you lose money. But in the criminal world, you can go behind bars, just like the Cookie Monster. So yeah, what's good is a shop without its customers. And actually, last night, I was having drinks with a good friend of mine, Kobe Schwartz. He lives here as well. He's a good researcher. And he showed me this screenshot. I didn't have my research laptop, so I couldn't jump on it at that time, but I checked it this morning. This is an advertisement of the same forum that banned the moniker, banned the individual. They unbanned him, and he posted this message. So yes, you can argue that the shop was still live. But what he's essentially doing here is selling his shop. He doesn't want to do anything anymore. He doesn't want to be involved with this thing. So that shows us that this methodology works. There is a way of disruption. So this is very, very interesting for me. So there's always two sides of the story. Everybody debates. But when I saw this last night, it put a big smile on my face. And I was like, see, I don't think the BBC was right. But yeah, the house is for sale. And I got 33 seconds left, and with this, I hope you were informed about everything about Genesis Market, and you know what it takes to take cookies from the Cookie Monster. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, John, for that wonderful ride into the Genesis Market and arresting the Cookie Monster. Much obliged, gentlemen. All right, now, my friends, we got a dynamic duo. We're going to have a ninja and a gentleman up on this stage right here. So our next speakers are Arik Nachmias, CEO and co-founder of CodeSeal, with 2 decades in the cybersecurity field, is an expert on incident response and forensics. And now Arik is joined by Shaked. Yes, hello, guys. Yeah, that's Arik. Yeah. And Arik is joined by Shaked. Now, Shaked Klein-Orbach, he is a co-founder of CodeSeal with more than a decade in experience in the software industry. Yeah, smile for your fans, Shaked. Smile for your fans, Alec. Now, here's something you didn't know about this guy right here. He is the first hacker ninja on the Israeli Ninja television show. Now, that's an honor. That's impressive. Arik, Shaked, take it away. Oh, come over here. Okay, no, bring it in. Don't take it away. Bring it in for a photo op. All right, let's smile for our adoring fans right there. Thank you, Shlomi. All right, Alec and Shaked, take it away.
Thanks.
Okay. And we're going to have weird things on stage.
This shouldn't be here.
Change the screens. Swap the screens. So, warning, this is going to be a highly dangerous and chaotic presentation. It's also going to be a quick one.
Yeah,
so hold on to your seats, all right? Okay, we good to go? It's up there.
Yeah, works.
And this, my friends, is why I don't use a MacBook. Let me tell you. Yeah, we can dance. We can dance if we want to. So, Alec, you're a veteran. You've been on this stage before, haven't you?
Not on this stage.
Not on this one,
on
but on
another one, yeah.
Very good, very good. But Shaked is here for the first time.
Yeah.
And we love our first-time speakers. So please, I want you to give all your love, all your attention, all your energy to our first-time speakers. And everybody standing up there in the back rows, we got plenty of seats, plenty of room down here with us. All right.
Timer is
And
ticking.
yeah, we'll reset the clock when the presentation starts. Thank you very much, Maestro. Okay, that looks
Can we
like...
start?
Oh, and who won?
Yeah, all right, it looks like we
great.
can
No
start.
speaker notes.
No speaker notes?
No speaker
Yay,
notes.
no speaker
Yeah, we
notes.
can start.
Great. Let's
Okay,
hope
guys.
we can do it. Okay, so viewer discretion is advised for this presentation. It's going to be very short but sweet, I hope. We're going to present ourselves and the session itself. We're going to talk about incident stories about breaches caused by leaked source code. We're actually going to talk about two different things. One, source code. Oh, you already?
Wait.
That was fast. Never mind. Never mind.
We're gonna
So
get there.
hi, I'm Eric. Nice to meet you. I'm CEO at CodeSeal. What I do on a day-to-day basis is fixing leaked code in the wild. Press. Hey, just like Mario and Luigi. We'll talk about it later. And I've been in more than 200 incidents to date, meaning that I've seen a lot of stuff going on when it comes to incident response. And later on, we're going to connect it and see how it actually is connected to leaked source code. Shaked.
Hi, I'm Shaked. I'm the chief architect at CodeSeal. I come from a development background, and later on I evolved to the DevSecOps world. I'm also a part-time bug bounty hunter and a white hat, so I reported a lot of issues to different Israeli companies and got nothing from it, basically. And yeah, that led me to be the co-founder of CodeSeal and mainly exposing secrets in the wild, like Luigi.
Hey, it's me.
So first thing, we want to make sure that it's clear. We believe in responsible disclosure. This means that we try to go through the bug bounty programs if they are available, but if not, we contact the companies that we find things about them and let them know that something happened.
So a little disclaimer, all of the stories in the flash session are real. We only censored, of course, the company names because we can't disclose them. Why are we here? Part one. As a part of outgrowing thing that we're seeing a lot of companies that actually get hacked by source code, meaning that there's some source code in the wild that contains secrets or contains credentials, and we're seeing it going into two parts. One part is companies that get hacked because of source code that's out there in the wild, and another one is, of course, companies that are already breached and have their source code leaked outside. So we're going to talk about two main different things, and you can see today everyone is a part of the statistics. GitHub, Microsoft, Toyota, Rockstar, the list goes on. And usually when we come to CISOs and we ask them whether they think the source code is important or not, we get the answer of no, and usually they don't really understand what underlies in the source code. There's secrets, there's credentials, and of course there's undiscovered 0 days vulnerabilities.
The second reason is because we want to make sure that it's clear that there is a difference between external attack surface and external code surface. That means that I don't know, like endpoints and different things like that are different than your source code, your packages, your Docker images, and so on. This is part of your blind spots. Like, you have a view of your internal, let's say, maybe you have a view of your internal code surface, but you don't, most likely you don't have the same for your external ones. And this is basically, as you can see in the graph, it's the unknown unknowns. Like, whatever you don't know, it's probably very bad. And even if you have a private network, or, I don't know, you require a VPN, that doesn't mean that public things don't exist, and your code or your secrets or whatever you can come up with can go public and someone will find it. One of the examples is why this happens is people make mistakes, and you probably know, and you probably do it yourself, most of you at least, used your personal account together with your work account on your organization machines and probably mixed it more than once.
So some numbers, this is taken directly from Verizon DBIR 2023, the whole report of incident response and breaches. And the statistics currently talks about that the three primary ways is, of course, the first one, which is stolen credentials, phishing, and exploitation of vulnerabilities. But this is on a year-to-year rise. We're seeing that from a year to year, more credentials are being stolen and more credentials are being used by external threat actors. And that means, again, that some of the numbers talk about how is the entry point created and who does it. And we usually talk about external hackers, 74% of the incidents checked, used stolen credentials or social engineering. And again, what we're seeing is this grows year by year consecutively. And so that means, to summarize, everything is fine.
So let's get into the fun part. Case studies. The first case study, the first topic we're going to talk about is source code management, as you know, probably as GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab, and any other that you can come up with. So we have the first one. It included multiple companies and the public research university that had leaked credentials. This is the simple use case you probably know and familiar with. And we went to GitHub, we searched for credentials, found them, and we were able to access their allegedly internal private cloud. We reported it, responsibly disclosed it, and everything was fine. The second case, leaked credentials and internal endpoints. You probably don't care much about your internal endpoints in the wild, but you'll see why it's important in a second. So this is very similar to this previous case, but in this case, we didn't have access to their internal private cloud. There are two, maybe more, ways to bypass that. One is an insecure endpoint. That basically means that maybe you have a cloud service or, I don't know, a developer or a DevOps that made a mistake or intentional and exposed an endpoint at some point in time that was not exposed before. In that point, someone can use it and bypass your restriction to access the network. The other thing is an SSRF, and that's actually a more interesting one. So one of our previous or latest bug bounty findings was an SSRF in a security company where we were able to hit different internal URLs, and we wanted to prove the criticality of this issue. What we did, we were only missing the sensitive endpoint that exposed the interesting stuff, and we went to GitHub and started to look for it. Once we found their Kubernetes services, they were like random names, we used it in the SSRF attack and proved the criticality. And we actually got a critical for that. The last one is when things don't really work and companies come to us with a post-case issue because they were pwned and they don't know why. So this includes different companies, but one of them had their AWS credentials available on GitHub. This is what we found when they contacted us. And they had their entire AWS used for mining Bitcoins. The second company, had more or less the same issue, but their source code was leaked. And then, of course, that got to reputational damage or
emotional damage. Okay, so the last thing we're going to talk about is image registries. Most of the people don't pay attention to image registries. That means Docker and all those other places that code might reside in. We managed to find for a big cybersecurity conglomerate, you can guess who it is, valid credentials on Docker Hub And with that Docker hub, with those credentials, we managed to go into their internal Jira, et cetera, et cetera. What we're trying to explain is image registries contains a whole lot of data. They contain just treasure trove that nobody is looking at. And we're talking about NPM, PyPI, even WordPress. So what we're trying to alleviate and what we're trying to say is secrets and credentials are not only on GitHub and on SCM, they're also available really widely on registries as well. So the I know better than you thing that we wanted to say is usually when we come to companies, the first thing that we disclose the data, the first time we disclose the data, we get the DDAA syndrome, which is the deny, digest, accept, admit, meaning that they usually deny, they take the repository or the registry down, then they digest the data, they accept that something wrong happened, and then they admit that something wrong happened. And again, we usually, when we say it to CISOs, since CISOs are not really dwelling in the code and in AppSec and all of that, they really don't know or understand the impact that loose code may create. So we are turning around to tell it to DevSecOps and the application security teams more and more.
So a few takeaways. What can you do today? You can clean secrets from your code assets, of course, from your SCM, Docker images, artifact, etc. But then you have to ask yourself if that's enough. What about pull requests? What about issues? And so on. The second thing you can do, you can harden your network access. But again, is it enough? As we saw before, an SSRF might be enough to bypass it. Third thing is enforcing a better RBAC over your entire SaaS solutions, Monday, Jira, GitHub, and this is only in the case that you are actually aware of which solutions you have. And even if you do, what happens when a token, an admin token, leaks to the wild? And last one is continuously search for your code assets in public SCMs, Docker registries, and artifacts. But as we saw in the example before, people make mistakes, and your developers or whoever uses different tokens might expose it in the wild.
That's it?
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you to Arik the gentleman and Shaked the ninja. Okay. And now we're going to go all the way from here, the Middle East, to Middle Earth. That's right, Tolkien's Middle Earth. So our next talk is about one device to rule them all. It is inspired by Tolkien. Our next speaker, please give it up to him. He's a first-time speaker on the BSidesTLV stage. This is Elad Ernst, everybody. Yeah. And Elad has just come back from New Zealand, aka Middle Earth, the land of Tolkien and hobbits, and he's going to talk to us about one device to rule them all. All right? You ready to go, Elad?
Yes.
The stage is yours. Let's give it up for him one more time. First-time speakers. That's what we love here. Yes, Elad. Thank you.
So, hi everyone, thank you for coming. I'm going to speak on a very cool vulnerability we found that affects thousands of IoT devices around the world. But before we begin, so shortly about me, I'm Elad Ernst, I'm a security researcher. Actually, I'm second generation of security researcher. My father, which also sits here, is also a security researcher. As he always say, the more devices you exploit, the less floor you have to wash. So this is me. And before we start, a short motivation. So if I'm an attacker and I want to penetrate into an organizational network, so in the classic work, there were some very common vectors. So if we will take a look on these vectors, so the most common was trying to exploit application in the DMZ, for example, and then get from there into the network. Another one was using client vulnerabilities, for example, Chrome vulnerabilities or Office vulnerabilities. Another one was using mail attachments, sending eggs in a mail or something like that. Another common one was using phishing and stealing credentials, and then use it for connecting to the VPN or the server of the company. So if you take a look on all these vectors in the current world, all these vectors became much less relevant. And each one for its reason, but for example, if we take the DMZ, so DMZ almost disappeared. Most of the application migrated to the cloud, and DMZ became very irrelevant in this world. Current vulnerabilities still existing, much harder to find, much harder to exploit, and very expensive. Mail attachment, so almost any organization today has a system for mail filtering to prevent this kind of attacks. And phishing, as we saw in the last presentation, it's much more less relevant today because of the common of MFA mechanism. So actually, this type of attacks still possible, but much more harder. If, from the other side, we'll take a look on what's happening in the IoT world, so the amount of the IoT devices increased drastically. Most of the IoT devices still very insecure. The amount also increased in the organization network, for example, IP phones, smart TVs, conference room systems. Most of the IoT devices still very insecure, and still almost no one cares about the security of IoT devices. And all these things make IoT devices very, very, very attractive attack vector for attacker. What's the problem? The challenge is for the attacker is that IoT devices most of the time not accessible directly from the internet, but they're behind firewall, behind NAT, and they're not accessible directly from the internet. So this is one of the things we try to exploit in our research. So let's talk about our research. So the goal of our research was basically to find a remote code execution vulnerability on IoT devices. But we want to find a vulnerability that is cloud-to-device vulnerability. What does it mean? It means that a vulnerability that we'll be able to exploit without being accessible to the device, but exploiting the issue that the devices communicate with cloud services. So we want to actually be able to exploit a device without having direct access to devices. So as a target, we chose a very big OEM. So it's very important to understand what is OEM, because it's a very common thing in the IoT world. So actually, if you take a look around you on IoT devices, most of them didn't manufactured by the vendor who branded. Sorry. Most of the IoT devices didn't manufactured by the brand that the name is on the IoT device. Most of them actually manufactured in China by a Chinese company and sold to other branded inventors around the world. Why it is interesting? Because if we will be able to find vulnerability in an IoT device, and the vulnerability is part of the software of the OEM, so it might be affect all the vendors that buy devices from this OEM. So this is a very nice thing. So this is our target. And from this point, we started our research. So we went into Amazon, and we ordered a very generic IoT device, very generic Android device of this vendor. And we started to explore the device to understand what's going on. This Android device is mainly used for smart TV, for streamer, and other stuff. And we started to explore the device, and we found out that there is outgoing communication from the device in TCP port 8883, which usually stands for MQTT over TLS. So what is MQTT? So MQTT is a very common protocol in IoT world. It should be very lightweight. And it basically contains three main entities. The first one is the broker, the second one is the client, and the last one is the application server. So the broker. The broker is just an applicative router. It's just taking the data, transferring the message between the clients and the application server. It's not doing anything by itself except transferring the data. Usually, the broker will be cloud in the server cloud. It can be also managed services. Google have their service, Amazon have their service. And usually, it will listen on TCP port 18883, or in our case, if it's MQTT over TLS, on 8883. And it's very important to remember that the broker is not the applicative server. There's another application server which also communicates with the broker. The broker just transmitting the data between the clients to the application server. Okay, the data in the broker organized in something that's called topics. What is topics? So basically, think on newsletter that has many sub-magazines. For example, he had food magazine, he had fashion magazine, and each magazine has sub-magazine. For example, Israeli food magazine, Asian food magazine. If I can do subscription to all of the newsletter magazines, I can ask to subscribe just for the food magazine, can ask to subscribe just to the Israeli food magazine. And so this is basically topics. Of course, the topics is just the name of the topics, not the content. Like in newsletter, it's not the articles. And we'll see example soon. So, as I said, topics hierarchical. I mean, I can have a further topic, another topic. For example, a classic MQT broker will have a app topic, and that will be able to have devices topic, and that will be able a topic for each device, and for each device we can have subtopics. This is the name of the topics. Under each topics we can have data. We'll see how it works in the next slide. So this is topics, and the other entity we have in MQT is the client, which usually it's the devices. It can be other things, but usually it's the devices. And they communicate with the broker on TCP. They initiating the connection to the TCP port. And they can basically do two main things. They can publish topics. They can publish data to topics. And they can subscribe to topics. They can ask the broker, if someone publish data to this topic, give it to me. It's very important to remember that the TCP connection between the clients and the broker is always open. That's why the client cannot speak with the broker for a lot of time, but if the client subscribes to some topic, and after 2 hours someone published data to this topic, the broker will be able to push this data to the client, even the client is behind NAT or behind firewall. So this is the client. And the last entity we said is the app server, which actually it's just another client. It's connected to a broker in the same port, communicate in the same, can publish, subscribe, etc. So this is the basic of MQT that you should know for this talk. Another important thing is the wildcard. So the wildcard, it basically lets the clients to subscribe not to specific topics, but to topic and all its subtopics. For example, if you have these topics, app/device/device1/logs and other topics, if someone will subscribe to app/devices, it will receive messages that publish to all its subtopics. So this is very useful and very common. Okay, great. So this is the basic of MQT. Let's talk a little bit about the security of MQT. So basically, MQT is not encrypted, but it can be encrypted, like we have in our case, MQT over TLS, if it's supported by the broker, of course. Authentication. So MQT basically supports two main authentication mechanisms. The first one is username and password. The second one is client certificate, which, of course, available just if we use MQT over TLS. Authorization. So the authorization of MQT based on ACL that should be defined on the broker by the manager of the broker. And the ACL is very simple. They can say which client can publish to which topics and which client can subscribe to which topics. This is the basic authorization mechanism. Of course, this good authorization can be achieved just if we have good authentication mechanism, because otherwise we can't differentiate between clients. So, okay, this is MQT. Let's go back to our research. So we have our device. We saw MQT communication. We want to start to understand for what is this communication. So we had a ADB connection to the device. We connected the device with ADB. And we found out the APK that actually creating the MQT connection. We extract the APK and trying to decompile it. And started to decompile it, and we actually found out hard-coded credentials in the APK, which is very nice. It's username and password. And the cool thing is that if you think about it, if they use hard-coded credentials in the APK, probably it's the same credentials for the devices, which means probably they don't have good ACLs on the broker. But let's check it. So we have hard-coded credentials. We want to try to connect the broker. So the next thing we'll do, we'll try to use our client to connect the broker. So for these things, we use a tool that's called MQT Explorer, which is a very useful tool. It's a GUI, just GUI client for MQT. We try the credentials to connect to the broker. Then we insert the credentials, and actually it's worked. So we are now connected to the broker, but we want to see something. So we ask from the broker to subscribe to wildcard. It means give me all the data that everyone sent to any topic. So we sent a subscribe message to the broker, and it's worked, and we started to receive data, which is very cool. So what can we see here? So actually, we can see a lot of topics that created by many devices, a lot of devices of many different vendors. I mean, this MQT broker is owned by the OEM, and there is data of many devices that sold to many different vendors. And for each device, we can see a lot of interesting things. For example, we can see the internal IP of the device, we can see the external IP of the device, the Wi-Fi name, the geolocation, and a lot of interesting things. This is metadata message that each device sends every few minutes, like a keep alive message. So we can see a lot of data of, let's do a short summary. We can write credentials for the MQT broker. We can connect to the broker. We can actually subscribe, we can actually subscribe to wildcard, and we can see data of thousands of devices around the world. The next thing we want to do, of course, is trying to not just passively watching data of other device, but also be able to, send and influence other devices. So we went back to the APK, and we tried to find where is the function that handles the messages that came from the broker to the client. So we found the function, and actually it's very funny, but we found a full CNC switch case, which is very cool. What's happening is that the device is supporting to get messages from, it's supposed to be from the application server, but actually, we will see if everyone do it. But there's a type of message that's called task. There are many nice tasks, for example, taking screenshot, taking deal list, and of course, the cherry of the top, there is shell task. So now we want to check if we can publish messages to other devices, because these handlers exist, but it does not mean that we have a permission to submit messages to other devices. So we created a very simple task message that's basically creating a screenshot and upload it to our server with CURL. So we created the message, we sent the message to other device, and we got a screenshot, which is very cool. It's very cool. We can run code on other devices. We can take screenshot. But the next question is, would we be able to do it not for just one device, but to many devices? Let's say to all the devices that we can see. So, of course, why not? We created a very simple Python script that will do it. And we ran the script, and it's worked. We started to get screenshots. And it's very cool, because we started to see the screenshot, and there are very, very many types of screenshots, some of them from private homes, some of them from hospitals, some of them from banks, some of them from private companies, conference room, other smart TVs, many, many, many different systems, which is very cool. And now we have a lot of screenshots, and we have something interesting to do with them. So what we did is created a collage of BSidesTLV. Which is very cool. But the question is, what's next? So we actually have screenshots from a lot of devices. We have metadata from a lot of devices. And we started to investigate from what is these devices, what they use for, where they are located. We have the external IP of devices. We have screenshot. We have the Wi-Fi name. So we started to work and found out that the device is located in very big hospitals, in very big companies, in stores, mainly used for digital signs. Also, of course, in a lot of private houses, but all around the world, it's very crazy. And we started to think, okay, we can run code on devices. We are not accessible to these devices directly, but we can run code on these devices. So maybe we can leverage these devices to get into the networks they are in. So, of course, we didn't did this step, but this is the idea that we had. So we are sitting on the device. We have a leg in the LAN. Of course, the first thing that we can do is do very basic LAN attacks, responder, etc., and other types of LAN attacks. We can also, if we have, for example, we can run code on Smart TV, we can ask from the user to download a driver if you want to cast something from our, to our TV, and then we can run code on this laptop. Or, for example, if a user wants to get into a Zoom meeting or Google Meet, we can ask credentials, they will give it to us. But the question is, okay, we can run code on these devices, but let's say that as an attacker, we don't want that our IoT devices will start to behave strange. What does it mean? It means most of the IoT devices usually communicate with the same servers. If I will ask from the other device to download my tool from another server, it will look strange in the external firewall of the organization. So what we actually did is we encode our tool with base 64 and just send a lot of shell tasks and writing the tool to the device using the base 64 built-in on the device. And then what we did is created a very simple tunneling tool that can let us do TCP over MQTT. Because this is very easy to do it on MQTT, because as I said, the broker is just a applicative router. It doesn't care about the data that's going through it. So I can actually just put a client that's sending message to, converting message from TCP to MQTT, and on the other side the same, and we have tunneling tool over the MQTT broker. That's why even if someone will look on the external firewall, the device will behave exactly the same. So this is mainly the research. Let's talk shortly about the disclosure process. So we found the vulnerability about a year ago. We tried to contact the OEM in any available media, mail, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Tinder. I'm kidding, of course. They didn't respond yet until this time. Possible reason. So the possible reason is it's funny. There is new law of the Chinese government that started on 2021 that basically say that if hacker want to talk with a Chinese company and tell them that he found a vulnerability, you need to speak first with the Chinese government, which basically says that the Chinese government collects 0 days for all of our devices, which is very scary. We do reach some of the clients directly and I help them to solve this issue. So this is the basic. Short summary, so very cool new attack vector. I think we'll see a lot from this attack vector in the coming few years. Actually, IT devices still very insecure. Almost all of them speak with the cloud. Very interesting thing to do. Actually, it might be Chinese vector, and it's very scary because most of the IT devices we have today made in China. For IT vendors, so check what do you have in your devices that you got from the OEM. And for CISOs, it doesn't make sense that you will think about IoT devices different from your PCs. They can be attacked, they can be entrance to your network. Start thinking about them like PCs, antivirus, manage them, other things. So any question? No, so I just want to thank you all. Thank my wife, amazing wife that helped me with that. And hope you enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Elad. Thank you, Elad. Thank you all the way from Middle Earth right here to the Middle East. Now, next talk we're going to have is from a car hacker who doesn't drive a car. So he rode a bicycle to get here, and he's going to talk to us all about car hacking. Now, the reason I'm really excited about our next speaker, his name is Tomer Fichman. Tomer started off as a BSidesTLV attendee. He was at BSidesTLV 2019. Give it up to him. Woo! Yeah, that's Tomer right here. And now he's a speaker, so you too can join us up on this stage next year if you want to. So Tomer started as a participant, now he's here on stage. And Tomer is, let's give a good smile for the camera. That's nice, thank you, Shlomi. So Tomer here is gonna take us through car hacking and insecure boots. Now, there's all kinds of boots. There's boots like this, there's the trunk of your car, and there's the boot that loads up your operating system. Which one are you going to talk about?
The insecure one.
The insecure one, that's perfect. Stage is yours, Tomer. Take it away. It's a deep dive into car hacking.
Woo! So, hello, BSides. I'm very excited to be here. As Karen said, I'm a long-time S&D, and it's very exciting to be here on the other side of the stage. Welcome to my talk, Insecure Boot, Finding and Exploiting Vulnerabilities in Renaissance Secure Boot Implementation. In this talk, I'm going to talk about vulnerabilities affecting millions of cars and other devices. These vulnerabilities will allow us to fully bypass secure boot and run malicious code on the target. So, next. Some technical issues. Okay, thanks. So, who am I? My name is Tomer Fitchman, and I'm a security researcher at Simotive Technologies, which is a company that does cybersecurity for smart mobility, which is a very fancy way of saying car hacking. I work in the embedded PT team, which basically means hacking away at car-related ECUs by way of code review or reverse engineering. And in my experience, I've done vulnerability research, reverse engineering, and malware analysis. Okay, my mistake, I was moving backwards. Anyway, the agenda for today. So today we're going to talk about the background and motivation for this research and of secure boot. We're going to talk about how Renaissance implemented their own secure boot mechanism. We're going to go over the vulnerabilities I found there and how to exploit them. And more specifically, we're going to go over 4 vulnerabilities and exploit one of them fully to bypass secure boot and execute malicious code. Then we'll go over the fixes issued by Renaissance themselves and next steps for research. So, it all started on a code review project abroad for a client. Our target was an infotainment unit, which is the little screen thingy over there where you play music on your car. And the topics for the project included redacted due to NDA, redacted due to NDA, and secure boot, which I got. Cool. Except that, what is secure boot? Because at the time of the research, I had near zero experience in that area. I never researched it before, which is a good time to mention that I'm by no means an expert on the subject. I just did one nice research project about it, and I will share it with you today. So with that, what is secure boot? Well, basically, it's a mechanism its goal is to make sure that the platform will only execute trusted code. It does this by establishing a chain of trust where each image will verify the next image in turn. For each image, a signed certificate will be manufactured containing the hash of the content of the image and the destination and length of the image to be loaded into memory. And each bootloader stage will load the one after it, verify everything, and will only pass execution if all the checks will pass. So let's go back to our target, the infotainment unit. It was running on an R-Car automotive system on chips made by Renaissance, which is a leading automotive SoC manufacturer based in Japan. Now, because the target was using that SoC, it was using also their secure boot implementation, which is open source and made by Renaissance. And that one in turn was based on the ARM TFA, ARM Trusted Firmware 1, which is a secure world software reference implementation made by ARM, which is a whole other thing by itself. But basically, its goal is to have a system running where we have our non-trusted world, which is running a rich OS like Linux, and a trusted world, which is where we keep our sensitive information that we don't want to get compromised even if the rich OS itself is compromised. Their equivalent of secure boot is called trusted board boot, and it is used by many reputable manufacturers such as NXP, Texas Instruments, ST, and more, and of course Renaissance, which we will talk about today. So, specifically the part we will talk about today is the BL2, the second stage bootloader, which will load 3 images, BL31, 32, which are the secure world images, and BL33, which is the Linux non-trusted one. We will be focusing at the Renaissance code, not the ARM trusted firmware one. And what BL2 basically does, as you can see here, is loop over a list of image IDs to load and verify them, load them to memory and verify them, and then pass control to the next image in the boot flow. We will also specifically look at the attack surface that happens before the verification itself, because that would require us either to attack the crypto mechanism itself or having a signed certificate for an image, which greatly reduces our ability to attack. Anyway, so before any loading will happen, we have some pre-image load checks. Here is a pseudocode of what will be done. First, we will read the image certificate into memory. Then we load the destination and length of that image from that memory. And eventually, we will check whether the memory area in which the image is to be loaded from the certificate is an allowed one. In this case, we can see the check for BL31, which will check it against the base and limit of it. So, yeah, continue. So, the first thing, as we said, was reading the destination and length from the image. We will get the certificate as a parameter, and we need to populate the length and destination. Now, we will take an offset into the certificate, read the size from it, multiply it by 4, and save it in len. I guess it's a conversion from number of D-words to number of bytes. Anyway, the problem here is that we take a 32-bit integer, multiplied by 4, and save it inside another 32-bit integer, which will, of course, will result in an integer overflow, which is our first vulnerability for today. Unfortunately, this issue is not very useful, as the overflow is consistent across users of that len variable, meaning we don't have any mismatch between the calculated length and the actual length, and any buffer overflow that could happen as a result of that. But it did motivate me to keep looking deeper inside the code base, and it could hint at other arithmetic issues hiding nearby. So after we had loaded the destination and length, now it's time to check it against the allowed one. This is important because if we will just allow any image to be loaded anywhere into memory before any verification on it is being done, we could just overwrite the stack, for example, and get code execution that way. So it's important to verify before we do any kind of loading. Now, this check load area function will be called for every bootloader images, except for BL33, the Linux one, which is very curious and was surprising to me because I said it's not very safe to just load anything anywhere. But when I dug deeper inside the code, loading the actual images, I found this curious check, where if our counter reaches BL33, then we have a special check being performed. So it's a very weird way to hide the check later on inside the boot flow, but there is a check being performed over there. Okay, let's have a closer look at it. So, as I said, this function will receive the dest and length variable. And it's important to note here that, once again, this dest and length variable were read from the certificate, which is attacker-controlled. It is not being verified anyway. It was read from the external memory. And assuming we have access to that memory, we can maliciously affect the content of the image and the destination and length at this point. So, the first check is whether the destination, which is the base of the image, is before DRAM start, before the start of the DRAM memory range. Second check is whether the dest is larger than DRAM minus length, which is mathematically equivalent to dest plus length over DRAM end, which basically means will the image end after the memory range. Okay. After that, we check against some protected memory range. We check whether we start after prot start or before prot end, meaning whether we start loading the image in the middle of the protected area. And after that, we check whether we start before the protected area and end inside it, overwrite into it. So basically, we can see that these checks, the goal of this check is to see that we will be loaded inside the DRAM memory area, but not inside the protected one. Okay, what's inside the protected one? We will get to that later, but interesting stuff to overwrite. But what if len was larger than prot start? Well, because it is being subtracted from it, it would actually cause an integer underflow, causing it to go to be a very large value, larger than dest, of course, which would cause the fail to check, and which would cause the if expression to be validated to false, and the entire path to check. Cool, so we have our second vulnerability, and it is an overflow, which will allow us to bypass this check. And bypassing the check will allow us to start before prod start and overwrite inside it and overwrite interesting stuff there. So let's better understand our primitive here. Okay? First of all, can len actually be larger than prod start? Can it actually underflow it? Well, of course it could, otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you about it. But let's see how. So len is a 32-bit integer, as we have seen previously in the first vulnerability. Now, what is prod start? Well, that depends on another variable called legacy, which is basically, does this image operate inside a 32-bit address range? Does dest plus length is smaller or equal to uint32 max? If it does operate in a 32-bit range, well, then prod start will also be a 32-bit value. If it's larger than that, it would be a value larger than uint32 max, meaning we won't be able to underflow it. So the first constraint on our primitive is that we need dest plus length to be smaller than 32-bit. Okay, next. If we are in legacy mode, these will be our values for prod start, DRAM base, and DRAM end. So now let's see which dest and len values we need in order to pass all these checks. So if we want to pass this check, we need dest to start before prod start and len to overflow prod start. So let's just take dest to be 4 less, len to be 4 more, and we should be able to pass that check. Cool. Next, we want to check this, pass this check. If dest is before prod start, we will pass this check. And lastly, we still need to be inside the DRAM memory area. Well, it is large enough to start before prod start and have a length larger than prod start, and we would, this would be valid to false, which is what we want to happen. Cool. So remember I talked earlier about overwriting the stack, which would of course be like the go-to thing to do if you just have an arbitrary write. So can we smash the stack? Well, if we look at the values, once again, for DRAM base and DRAM end, and compare it against stack base, the stack base is after DRAM end. Meaning that if we want to actually write to there, we would need to overflow DRAM end in order to pass the check. But in order to underflow DRAM end, we would need to have a value larger than it. And in order to still stay in legacy mode and have a value that is underflowable, dest would need to be this 3FFFE, which is smaller than DRAM base. So it would fail the other part of that expression, meaning we cannot override the stack. Another reason we can't do it is because DRAM area is from hex 4, a bunch of zeros, up to hex C, we said, and the system RAM area X63, where the stack is not mapped all the way between there to there, so we probably would have failed on trying to write to unmapped memory anyway. So the stack will remain unsmashed for today, and let's go back to overwriting the protected area. So I promised interesting stuff, and here they are. Inside the protected area, we have 3 interesting stuff. Here is a simplified memory map of that area. At the base, we have our certificates, the very one that will be used later on to verify the contents of our secure boot image. After them, we will have BL31 and BL32, which, as I said, are the 2 other images to be loaded, and they are the secure world part. So basically, we can overwrite the certificate, BL31, BL32, all of them together, and have a lot of fun. So if we override the certificate, will that actually help us to pass the checks later on being done in the secure boot? Well, let's look at how the image will be verified later on. Well, first we have our load image, which is what we looked at now, where the underflow happens and the image will be loaded and overwrite the protected memory area. And then we will call the function to verify the image. Now that function will receive the image ID, the destination, and the length of the image just now loaded. But it will actually ignore the depth and length parameters when verifying the image, and it will just read the certificate again from memory and call some secure boot API function to verify it. So that's interesting in a few ways. First of all, it doesn't matter where we just loaded the image into and what our certificate was. The secure boot API will load the certificate again for memory, and it will be the only thing that is passed for verification, meaning it will read the depth and length from there again and verify it against the certificate. Also interesting, the secure boot API is not part of the open source code, but a function in bootrom, a closed source one that Renaissance did not allow me to review or shared with me. So it's something interesting to look at more in the future. So let's recap a bit the attack here. We will load the image, which will use our malicious certificate and the destination and length inside it. We will override that certificate by exploiting the vulnerability. We will then call osmod verify image, which will load the new overwritten image, verify it, and pass the check. Another question here is, will the BL33 entry point be heard from this? I mean, eventually the bootloader needs to hand off execution to the Linux image, and if it tries to read the entry point by using the destination from the certificate, it will read the wrong one because we overwritten it, and it will fail. So fortunately, this value was read and saved at the start of the run and flushed as a parameter to the next stages, so we will be fine from that angle. Cool. So let's put it all together, the entire exploit for this issue. First, we will take the existing Linux image and modify it in our own malicious way. Then we will read the current certificate because we will later use them for overwriting our own. Then we will spoof, craft our own BL33 certificate with a len larger than port start and a destination of, let's say, port start minus the size of the Linux image, so that we will write the entire Linux image, and then right where it ends, we will overwrite the certificates. And after that, we will put inside the image data, I said, the Linux image and the certificates. And that's it, that's the entire chain to fully exploit it and get code execution on the devices running Renaissance Secure Boot. We will not be having a demo. And we will skip that part. Okay, so after we've gone over all of these issues were reported to Renaissance, of course, and they issued fixes for them. So let's take a look at one such interesting fix. Okay, remember at the start I told you we will be looking at 4 vulnerabilities and exploiting 1? Well, we looked at 2, exploited 1, and now we have the rest. Because in this one commit to fix the issues reported, Renaissance has managed to introduce 2 new vulnerabilities in their code base. So let's start with what this commit even does. So as highlighted over there, the goal of this commit is to check if the next image invades a previously loaded one. As we said, our attack, one attack path we had was overwriting BL32, for example. So this check aims to see that we will not be able to overwrite any already loaded and verified image in memory, which is like an logical thing to do. So the first issue was the way they implemented the checks. You can see they checked whether we start in the middle of an image, with more context, each destined length will be saved inside an address-loaded array, and then looped over that array, and we check our current destined length against all the previously loaded ones. So we will loop over all the images, and we'll check whether our current image base dest is inside that of another image, or whether we start before and overwrite inside another, just like the previous checks we have seen. But what if destination is equal to that of a previously loaded image? Well, in that case, all these checks will pass, and we would be able to overwrite the image. So that's the first issue they had here. And after I found it, I went to my colleague Eli, who is here in the room. Shout out, Eli. For some human rubber ducking, as I usually often do. And I told him, what do you think about this issue? Does it look vulnerable to you? And he said, yeah, that looks fine, you know, but there's another vulnerability here that you have missed. And he was right. There was actually another interesting thing here that I should have seen, because if we look more closely at these parts, we can see that address loaded is an array of size check image area count, which is defined as 5 here. And address loaded count is initialized to 1. And before we actually do all these checks, we check that our address loaded counter is not larger than 5, which is the size of the array. And if it is, we will have set the result as failure, which would eventually cause the entire boot flow to be aborted. But before the boot flow will be aborted, we will still use this out-of-bound index to write inside address loaded the destination and length, causing two out-of-bound writes. Now, even more interestingly is the fact that after address loaded is the address loaded counter, which makes it probable, but depends on the compiler, that they were compiled right one after another in memory, which means that the first overwrite of dest would overwrite the counter itself, causing the first overwrite of len to actually be of any relatively positive offset to address loaded, which is a very fun primitive to have. So we reported to Renaissance these vulnerabilities as well, and they fixed them. Cool. Impact. So, as I said, in order to exploit these issues, we would need to be able to actually change the images in memory, which means we either need to have a high privilege in the rich OS Linux, high enough to overwrite the images in Flash, or have a physical access to the memory where they are stored to change them there. And what can we get with these primitives and this vulnerability? Well, we could break separation between trusted world and non-trusted world, because, as I said, we could have overwritten BL31 and 32, which are the secure world images containing sensitive data. And we could also have just used this as an initial access vector into the device by exploiting it to write malicious Linux image, as we have demonstrated. Cool. Impact. Okay, so we've seen what we can do. Let's see what we can do it on. So as I said, the initial research was done on an infotainment unit inside the car, and the R-car SoC families, as seen here, is used for anything from cluster dashboards up to autonomous driving, but the code base is shared also for the RZG family of Renaissance, which is used for HMI and IoT applications, such as point-of-sale systems, electrical vehicle charging, industrial gateways, and many more stuff. Cool, so timeline for these issues. Well, the initial research was done in November 2022, where the certificate length overflow and checkload area underflow were found. In January 2023, the vols were reported to Renaissance, and in March, they issued the first round of fixes. Shortly after that, I found the address range calculation and Eli the address buffer overflow vulnerability, and we reported them to Renesas as well. And in April, they were also fixed and pushed to the public Git repo. And hopefully, somewhere around this year, a CVEs will be issued for this vulnerability. We are in the ongoing effort with ASRG, which is the CNA for automotive-related security vulnerabilities, which means that they are responsible for issuing CVEs for that area. And okay, what's next? Well, research-wise, looking for similar vulnerabilities in other secure boot implementations could be interesting. Also, researching other driver code could be more prone to issues, aside from the main ARM-trusted firmware code. And also researching the boot ROM code, which is where we saw the actual cryptographic verification of the certificate and the image being done. Cool. And personally, for me, what's next is I'll be traveling through Central and South America for 6 months, so don't expect any new research from me. And a blog post will go up in the SciMotive site. Thanks. Thanks to Eli for finding the false vulnerability and being my rubber ducky. Thanks to Matan, and also Tomer and Benny for feedback on the presentation. And, I went too far. And to the Renaissance PCIRT, which is the Product Security Incident Response Team, for issuing quick fixes and being very cooperative. And thank you for listening to me talk for 30 minutes about secure boot.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tomer. You did it. Amazing. Can we get a photo? Don't run away. Just stand right here. Everybody, a big round of applause for Tomer. Yeah. Woo. Car hacker who rides a bicycle. One more. Love it. All right. Thank you so much, Tomer. You got a gift? Leave us the clicker. The clicker is not a gift. Thank you. Yeah. So we have a lost and found notification. If your name is Elad and you lost your blue ID to that Zehut, we have it at the registration. If your name is not Elad, we will not give you the ID because we have your ID. We know it's not you. There's a photo in it. So hackers, don't try and get smart. Now, everybody, we got a break right now. We got a fun break. We got some snacks. Go talk to all of our sponsors. And you can check out all of our different villages. So we have villages in that side. We have villages on that side. We got hardware hacking up there. We got snacks. We are going to be back here at 12:20. See you back here at 12:20. Enjoy the break, everybody.
Eyes appeared there at my shoulder and said, wait. When he came in close beside me, said, don't worry, son, I'm here. If Charlie wants to tangle now, he'll have two to dodge. I said, well, thanks a lot. I told him my name and asked him his. And he said, the boys just call me Camouflage. Whoa, camouflage. Things are never quite the way they seem. Whoa, camouflage. I was awfully glad to see this big Marine. Well, we fought all night and side by side we took our battle stance. And I wondered how the bullets missed this man. Cause they seemed to go right through him, just as if he
Everybody,
wasn't there.
I also got a hot news alert. We have some tickets to sell. So if you have friends who didn't make it, send them to our website right now. We've released some tickets. You can go to BSidesTLV.com/register and get all your friends to come here and join us, get hot dogs, t-shirts, and whatnot. Thank you.
Just like it was a fly. Whoa, camouflage. Things are never quite the way they seem. Whoa, camouflage. This was an awfully strange Marine. And I knew there was something weird about him. to have it now. And we both said a prayer for a big Marine named Camouflage. Whoa, camouflage. Things are never quite the way they seem. Whoa, camouflage. This was an awfully big Marine. Camouflage, things are never quite the way they seem. Whoa, camouflage, this was an awfully big Marine.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
I got the horses in the back, horse stock is attached. Head is matted black, got the bushes black to match. Riding on a horse, ha, you can whip your Porsche. I've been in the valley, you ain't been up off that porch. Now, can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Riding on a tractor, lean all in my bladder. Cheated on my baby, you can go and ask her. My life is a movie, bull riding in boobies. Cowboy hat from Gucci, Wrangler on my booty. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I wanna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Hat down, cross town, living like a rock star. Spend a lot of money on my brand new guitar. Baby's got a habit, diamond rings and Fendi sports bras. Riding down Rodeo in my Maserati sports car. Got no stress, I've been through all that. I'm like a Marlboro man, so I keep going back. Wish I could roll on back to that old town road. I wanna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Cool.
We get fight. 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 We get fight.
sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no A's. Nah, I couldn't be there. Nah, you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs and I'm under each snare. Intangible. Bet you didn't think, so I command you to. Panoramic view. Look, I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose. All you different crews, chicks and dudes who you think is really kicking tunes. Picture you getting down in a picture tube, like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe spiritual hero who appears in you to clear your view when you you're too crazy. Lifeless to those, the definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put you on the hype shit. You like it? Gun smoke, you righteous with one toe. You're psychic among those, possess you with one go.
I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
The essence, the basics, without it you naked. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Rhythm, you have it or you don't, that's a fallacy, I'm in them. Every sprouting tree, every child of peace, every cloud and sea. You see with your eyes, I see destruction and demise. Corruption in the skies from this enterprise. Now I'm sucked into your lives through rust, so not his muscles, but percussion he provides for me as a guide. Y'all can see me now cause you don't see with your eye. You perceive with your mind, that's the end. So I'ma stick around with Russ and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so motherfuckers remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feeling sensations that you thought was dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head.
Ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future
How's it? So far, we've been having a blast. We're ready for a few announcements. Give it away to Karen.
Thank you. I got my mic.
All right.
I'm all set up. Thank you so much. Thanks for getting back here, everybody. We've got some important announcements that we want to make before we continue with our schedule. So we've got fantastic sponsors helping us this year. Legit Security are our platinum sponsor. Please give it up for them. Thank you to our sponsors. They are the people who make our event possible. Now, during the breaks, during our lunch breaks, I want you all to go out there, meet with our sponsors, go and check out what Legit has to offer. They have a lot of surprises for you. We also have a returning sponsor with us this year, Sompo. Arigato Sompo from Japan. Domo arigato. Sompo is a Japanese company active here in Israel, and if you go out and meet them, they have Japanese sake, that's a drink. They have cool Japanese robots. They've got all kinds of exciting things, even Japanese snacks. So domo arigato, Sompo. Thank you for returning to us to BSidesTLV. And of course, we've got a variety of sponsors at the silver level. Silver is an important metal here in the Wild Wild Web. So Riskana, Moon Active, the Israeli Security Agency, and Secreta, which is a cybersecurity agency, but it's a private company. Fun name, though. So all of our sponsors want to meet you. They're going to be out there during the breaks. They have raffles. I hear there is a PlayStation 5 that's going out next year. We might have a PlayStation 6. Who knows? They have all kinds of prizes, activities. We've got our villages there, and there. And we've got so many fun talks coming up right here on this stage. So we've got stickers. Is that stickers? Oh my goodness, what a surprise. So if you want to come down, guys, come down, come closer to us, because the stickers and the swag, Omer, stickers only in the first rows. So people come close. If you want stickers, come close to us, right here. Omer, you can leave some stickers on the chairs. I want people to come here to be friendly with us. We want to help our speakers feel welcome, so you can all join us right here. Yes, please. All right. So while we do that, I also want to give a good round of applause to our bronze sponsors, D-Scope and SANS, a returning sponsor, and of course to our long-term partners, Tel Aviv University and the ICRC Interdisciplinary Cyber Research Center. Now, today I'm also going to let you know what the dates are for next year, okay? So we're going to have at the very end an announcement, including the dates for 2024. All right, any more announcements we need to make? Any more IDs lost? Or anybody leave a horse? There's a horse outside. It's parked right near the gate. It weighs 5 tons. So anybody, you leave your horse out there, better give him some water. It's hot. All right, so now, going back to the Mediterranean, we have a fantastic guest here with us, and he is actually a returning visitor. So our next speaker was here in the room with us last year, actually in 2019, and he decided to come back to BSidesTLV. This time, he's a speaker, and he's coming to us all the way from Greece. So give a big welcome and a big Efcharisto to George. George. Thank you so much, George. The stage is yours. Here's your clicker, and here is your pointer, right there. Okay. You got it?
Great. All good.
Okay. George, one photo for the press.
Sure.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, so...
Give it up for George.
So let's get started. What we will discuss today is essentially how we can forensically detect bad USB attacks based on behavioral vectors, not some kind of hard-coded identifier. A couple of things about me. I'm a researcher at Bitdefender, and also I study at the University of Piraeus. So let's proceed. What is the bad USB threat model? How can someone be attacked by this vector? So every unattended computer is essentially vulnerable to an attempt. It's just plug in, plug out. That's it. Endpoint defenses may or may not interfere. Let's say that you have a rubber ducky or any other but USB, let's say, representative. We will discuss rubber duckies because it's the most well-known representative of the scene. And they will use a well-known malicious parcel payload. This will get detected, but they may do something that will not get detected, so we're not sure about this. In our scenario, we will study credential dumping and exfiltration. Mainly, you can think of it as daily situations that can get really weird. This is just the threat model. It's quite wide. Okay, so let's do an introduction and explain the goals of this research. So everything started at the DEF CON stores. Obviously, I had to spend money somewhere, so I decided to buy the several gadgets. One of them was rubber ducky, and essentially, I also bought the manual, because this is what hackers do. Oh, okay, cool. So it was a very interesting read, because they explain how the rubber ducky works, and they also explain the fact that it started as a way to automate boring sysadmin stuff. So what caught my interest was the speed. They were explaining that rubber ducky is designed to work at fast speeds. It's a fast typer. So I thought, oh, hey, isn't that kind of abnormal? Like, how fast would a human type? So, as I already said, what we will focus is behavioral detection. We will try to correlate certain information, including speed, to identify whether there is a malicious attempt. And how are we going to do this? We're going to collect information from the Windows operating system. So, I think I have already covered most of this. For the scope of this research, everything we do is post-mortem, so we can assume that something has happened and we have the logs from some kind of agent running. Essentially, we need some minimum cognitive ability. We will see that we have a graph at the end of the presentation, but either a computer or an analyst would need to have some basic cognitive capabilities to understand and correlate information. So we will get deep system events, and more specifically, we will leverage event tracing for Windows and upper filters. So a couple of things about the rubber ducky. The rubber ducky is, as we said, the most common representative of the bad USB scene. It's a fast typer. It has several cool features, and it has evolved as the time goes by. It's currently, it's under development. So it improves and improves, and it introduces several very interesting features like vendor ID spoofing. So as we said, we will focus on behavior. We will not focus on IDs of any kind. It has several interfaces. As you can see, we mentioned a couple of the features. It has some exfiltration. You can have some storage in it. We don't care that much. So what we care more is how we are gonna catch it. And we're gonna start with a journey into the operating system telemetry sources. So what is event tracing for Windows? I'm pretty sure that many of you have faced EDRs like ETW. It started as a non-security mechanism. It started mostly as a diagnostics mechanism, which evolved to be one of the greatest allies of fast defenders. So what you need to know is that it's asynchronous and it's buffer-based. And we'll see that event tracing for Windows, although it has like an extreme amount of telemetry you can ingest, there are several limitations to it. It can't be actually anywhere. Like you can get information from the network stack, from user mode apps, from drivers, from the kernel itself. And we have like the sessions, which is the glue between providers, which is those who create the events, and consumers, which is usually your agent. It's buffer-based, as we already discussed. Keep this in mind. We'll explain what it means in a few seconds. So these are the pros and cons. We got a vast amount of telemetry. We got API monitoring, which is something that was impossible due to PatchGuard. We got a pre-structured network monitoring without having to parse information from a network filtering driver. It's easy to deploy and consume. Sometimes we can also get the call stacks. Everyone who's in the NDR industry will understand that the call stacks are a gold mine for detection. So what are the cons? It's buffer-based. Buffers may flood and degrade the consumption. It's asynchronous, so we will see some examples of what this means later on, but this essentially means that events may come unordered, they may get flashed and come after a while. They won't be synchronous. They won't follow a certain order, which is actually pretty bad, and it limits what you can do with it, especially if you want to do some memory scanning or something. So there's a lot of performance overhead. It's prone to timing attacks. Due to asynchronicity mainly, you can exploit the fact that timing is inconsistent. We'll show examples right now. So what I will do now is explain to you a couple of things that happened to me. While I was experimenting, I wanted to detect via ATW memory patching and position-dependent code, or shellcode if you like. So essentially, we had logical issues. If we did something real fast, there was the possibility that the process would die. There would be another process created with the same PID reassigned, and we would end up with a memory scanning of a legitimate process. So we're entirely missing the detection. Memory processing issues. Maybe some module gets unloaded. Maybe something changes in memory. It's not guaranteed it will work. So there's a performance impact. ATW gives you a lot of telemetry, but also a lot of performance impact. And also, what I didn't mention earlier is that by design, events will be missed. What do I mean by that? In the previous slides, you saw a screenshot. That screenshot was from MSDN. It was essentially Microsoft admitting that events will be lost eventually. It's not designed to be foolproof. It's not designed to be 100% accurate. If you don't consume fast enough, for example, or if the event is too large, it may get dropped. It's the whole architecture. So also we can have like false positives. What do I mean by that? Event tracing for Windows will record everything that happens in the process. But imagine this. Imagine that you have an anti-exploit agent or an EDR agent. Isn't it going to do some hooking? Isn't it going to use sensitive APIs? Isn't the Windows loader going to use this kind of APIs? As much as the overhead is increased, the chances of a false positive increase as well. So let's move a little faster. So ATW is not for everything, but it actually is something that could be of use to us for this experiment. It has a lot of settings, has a lot of APIs that deal with it internally. It's quite complex. So Microsoft provided us with Krabs ATW, which is a great interface for it, and this is how essentially the ATW agent I created worked. We had some handlers, in a separate namespace. We set those handlers from the manager. The manager interacts with event tracing for Windows, and we have a file logger, and we log the files. So let's move forward. These are the providers we will use. We will get image load events, process creation events, and PNP devices that are being created. So let's move to something else. What happens when you press a key on your keyboard? So a user presses the key. There is an interrupt triggered. The keyboard controller essentially handles the data. We won't go into much detail with this because they're complex, and I want us to focus on, we don't have much time, so I want us to focus on these specific 2 steps. At some point, the keyboard class driver will create an IRP, the IRP will be processed. Between these 2, there is a routine that will be called, and this is what we will hook later on. Here, the IRP is being processed, travels the driver stack, but here is the casual completion routine replacement rootkit technique. It's the most common way that you would intercept this kind of keystrokes, but we faced problems with it. We wanted something friendlier and more universal. So let's see, here's the keyboard stack. We will ignore it for the moment and focus on the ups and downs. So it's synchronous, but it's not PNP aware. The casual, when we're talking about the casual completion routine hook. And here is a different approach. We will use connect data to hook a certain routine. We will see which one later, but it's more PNP aware. We're able to use KMDF to attach to devices, etc. There's a higher success rate across machines, and it's also synchronous. But what do I mean by higher success rate across machines? If you run this one, the casual one, on a VM, it would work. If you would run it on a random physical machine, who knows, maybe you will get a blue screen. This is what I got. So we ended up going with this approach. Here's what the KMDF driver will do. The KMDF driver will essentially be registered in the registry as an upper filter driver. We will receive PNP callbacks. We will create a device. We will add our device in the context of that driver as a filter. We will create and config an IOQ, which will give us essentially a foothold to this IOCTL. This IOCTL is our gold mine, which will have this struct, connect data, and the class service routine, which will be called. Actually, there will be the key press, there will be the ISR, and it will be queued. This routine will be queued as a DPC to work. It's to transfer data. So this is our hook. And to place our hook, we will essentially have the USB HID, which will create the ICTL, the IRP, and it will travel upwards towards our KBD class upper filter. And that's the point where we'll place the hook. Below is the point where the hook will be called. So a couple of notes. We want to avoid mistakes of the past. At some point, Microsoft had planted a keylogger for external USB devices. It was being used by Partial Empire at some point. I tried using it, didn't succeed. For some reason, maybe it was silent fixed, who knows. But it was being used as a keylogger. And also, there's another incident. HP was using a driver, which was actually a keylogger. HP planted a keylogger on your machine, and they routed the telemetry it cached through through ETW, so you could consume. Thank you, ZW Close 7, for this one. If you have been around Rohitab and other forums, you probably know him. Great guy. He has helped a lot, although he doesn't know it. So this is the data we will need to consider. The keystrokes and the speed of the keystrokes, the processes, the images loaded, and PNP devices. Let's see how these start working together. These are some sample logs. You will see that this name, it reads Atmel. And if you take a look at the rubber ducky, you will see that this chip has the word Atmel in it, so it starts getting fishy. You will see HID USB.sys getting loaded. What does this mean? That somebody plugged the USB device. You will see after that a partial. It's totally legit, I suppose. All these events, one after the other, it's a total coincidence. And here is what we would get in a graph, because, you know, an experienced forensic analyst would have no problem sorting out these logs, etc. But we're human. We like something more friendly towards our cognitive capabilities, and something that will help us have a clear view. So what you see here is human typing, normal human typing. What you see here, this peak means that the device was added. Here you will see suddenly a peak, some fast typing. Then you will see some partial activity. That partial was launched after the fast typing, and this is definitely a human typing in partial, right? So everyone can understand where this is going. So before you ask, can't I spread the keystrokes with slips? Couldn't I just evade with some proper timing? Yeah, the thing is that you would definitely expose yourself, because let's consider you're a marketing person or an HR person, and someone plugs the malicious USB, and you see partial starting typing on its own at a regular speed. Wouldn't this raise your suspicion? The least you could do is just close the window and break the attack. So this is a possible scenario I'm describing. So the gadget has to be fast, and it has to be plug in, plug out. So can the detection model be automated and made real time? Maybe have an agent that is an EDR for EDR EPP for this kind of attacks? Maybe, but you would have a lot of issues to deal with, mostly timing issues. And how would you process the models? How would you design the patterns, the malicious patterns? How would you detect certain different kinds of peaks? Like what if someone had one peak, 1 second sleep, another peak? Still malicious, still weird. You would need to somehow be able to identify that. So we finished a bit early. This is pretty much it. I will be happy to answer any of your questions, either here or in private after the talk. So thank you very much.
Thank you, George, or as we say in Greece, Evcharisto.
Something like that.
Something like that. Okay, toda. As we say in Israel, toda rabba. George, I will take the, Omer will take the clicker. Thank you, George. Evcharisto. Toda rabba. And now it's time for some double trouble. Double trouble, everyone. We've got a pair of speakers who share a first name and a passion for hacking databases. Now, this is going to be a fast talk by a dynamic duo, after which we'll enjoy another fantastic break. But I'd like to introduce you to our two fantastic speakers. I want you to give them a really nice welcome. This is Ophir and Ophir.
Hey, nice to meet you.
This is Ofir Balaciano, and this one is Ofir Shati.
Yep.
I almost got it confused myself. It ain't easy. So Ofir and Ofir are really passionate about understanding how things work. Ofir Balaciano plays around on CTFs, capture the flag competitions. Ofir Shati is a security researcher as well, and he has published groundbreaking research in the field of database attack techniques from both an offensive and a defensive perspective. And that's what we like to hear right here on this BSides Tel Aviv stage. So Ofir and Ofir, dynamic duo, they're going to take us into the dark side of cloud-based databases and database engines. Ready to go? All right, take it away. Let's give a warm welcome to Ofir and Ofir.
Perfect. Okay. So, hi everyone. Thank you for being here today. Actually, we're very excited to be here. And today we're going to talk about how the shift to the cloud has changed everything we knew about database attacks and exploitation. So, today, when almost every single usage in the cloud involves at least one data asset, and every data asset has its own capabilities like backup, replication, different authentication methods, and so on. And when all these features kept to evolve, so do the attack landscape around them. And today, attackers have more possibilities than ever in order to get access to your data in the cloud. Before we'll dive into the technical attack vectors that we found, let's take a quick overlook about ourselves. So my name is Ofir Balaciano. I'm the head of research at Dig Security. In my past, I mainly focused on low-level research, and I analyzed hundreds of malwares. Today, my main goal is to protect your data in the cloud. With me, Ofir.
Hi, I'm Ofir Shati, and I have experience with web application security and also with database security in the on-prem and also in the cloud.
Yep. By the way, we have so many Ofir in the company, so if there is any Ofir here, you can send me CV later. So what do we have for today? At the first part, we're going to talk about AWS Redshift attack surface and how Ofir and I were able to exfiltrate data and move laterally between different data services with almost single Redshift permission. In the next part, we're going to talk about our journey of discovering new vulnerability in GCP, Cloud SQL, and the way we broke the security layer on top GCP Cloud SQL and got access to the underlying host. So let's start. AWS Redshift, as we may know, is a database, cloud-based data warehouse, contains many features like backup, replication, IAM authentication, data share, and so on. And when Ofir and I wanted to understand the attack surface around it, we came across the following feature that we both thought it's a good example to understand how a misuse of a great feature can lead to a risky ways. So the default IAM role gives you basically the ability to attach default role to your Redshift cluster. And from now on, the Redshift cluster will be able to interact with many other different data services on behalf of this role permission. So the attack scenario goes like this. Imagine that an attacker got access to your AWS account. It could be by a successful phishing attempt or any public credentials that they found. Now, the attacker got low-privileged stolen identity with two permissions, Redshift create cluster and the IAM pass role. Now, the attacker can create Redshift cluster in your account. But basically, they got access to many more data assets in your environment, such as EC2, RDS, DynamoDB, S3, and so more. Now, Ofir will continue with the actual attack vectors inside this scenario.
Thanks, Ofir, and hi, everyone. So in the following slides, we are going to talk and see some of the permissions that we have in the default role, and we will see how we can use them to our advantage, or our attacker advantage. So below me, you can see the permissions for S3 bucket. And between the permissions, we can see get object, list bucket, and many other permissions. We can do it on every resource or S3 bucket that include Redshift in its name. But I want you to note that actually when we created the default role, we chose the option of with no additional S3 bucket. But still, our policy include those permissions. So let's see how we can use it. So we will start with the enumeration with the copy command. But first, let's try to do the same with our original AWS principle. So, trying to list the bucket, the object inside the bucket, we got permission denied. And now, we will use the copy command. If you don't know, so the copy command allows us to load data from external sources into Redshift cluster. And we can do it from S3 bucket, from DynamoDB, EMR, and EC2. And to do so, first we need to create a table. We chose to create a table with the name exfil for exfiltration, which suggests what we are going to do with it. So we will use the copy command slightly different. Instead of putting the full file name that we want to load from the bucket, for example, in this specific example, we will put only the bucket name. And it will cause the command to fail. But behind the scenes, if we will query the STL load commit table, we will see all the file names inside this bucket. And this is how we enumerate all the files in the bucket without any permission that we had before to do so. Now that as attacker we have all the file names, we can start and exfiltrate them one by one. And to do so, we will use the same copy command, but this time we will use the full file name. And as you can see in the table below, we loaded all the content of the employee CSV file into the table, and we can see it. Now, if we would do the same with our original low-privileged user, we will get some access denied. Now, let's continue and explore more of the default role. So, what we see here is the permission that our default role got for Glue. If you don't know, Glue is a service that allows us to easily integrate with other data services, for example, the S3, Kinesis, or Kafka. The permissions that we got here are create database, create table, and some other permissions. Again, for only catalogs or tables, Glue tables that include Redshift in their name. And yeah, another strong permission that our default role get is for the secret manager. And you probably ask yourself, why should we get, the Redshift should get permissions to the secret manager? So the answer is simple, to connect to remote sources. We can do it to connect to RDS databases, to Athena or Hive, and any other thing. So the permission that we get is get secret value for secrets that include Redshift. And also we get the permission of list secrets for all the secrets in our AWS account. Interesting, right? So now, if you remember, we had a restriction with the copy command that allows us only to load data from buckets that include Redshift in their name. So in this example, we are going to bypass this restriction. Here we will use the create external command, specifically with Glue. With this command, we can create external schema, as the name suggests, on top of different services. So we create external schema on the database called attack Redshift, and we will query the lake table. You can see below the Glue table. But behind the scenes, what happens is that the Glue table is referenced to S3 bucket, and the name of the bucket is Ophir Data Lake. And it doesn't include Redshift in the name. So this is how we can bypass some restrictions and get access to more data in our cloud. And here you can see some attack paths that we can do with our create external schema command. And if you want to see the full attack paths that we found for Redshift, you can go and visit our blog about Redshift attack vectors. Now, by this, we close our first chapter about Redshift attack vectors, and let's talk about some takeaways. So, as we saw in cloud environments, it is very hard to understand who has access to what. And we need something more sophisticated than iterating one AWS principal permissions. In our case, we were able to use a low-privileged user with almost single permission to single service, and we were able to access data in many other services. And this is not unusual in the cloud. Which brings me to our next takeaway, which is reduce your attack surface. Maybe it sounds obvious, but it works. And last but not least, monitor. We can monitor our environment in the cloud level, for example, with CloudTrail, and we also can monitor in the service level. In Redshift, we will use the audit log. And now I move you back to Ophir to talk about our next chapter.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So now, as promised, let's walk through our journey of discovering new vulnerability in GCP. First of all, let's ask ourselves, why Cloud SQL? Well, Ophir and I knew that the cloud provider, as any other platform, needs to do some modification and changes on top of the classic engines in order to integrate the classic DB engines into their platform. Moreover, SQL engine specifically is not an open source. So we knew that GCP couldn't just modify the source code itself. They had to build the security layer on top of the classic engine. And that leads us to our research question that was, if we can break the security layer that GCP built on top of the SQL Server engines. Well, to answer this question, we need to go back to some basics. So welcome to SQL Server 101. Every time that you will create SQL Server engine, 4 databases will be created by default. The first, the master database, contains mainly system objects. The second one is the MSDB database. We will talk about it later, but it contains mainly the SQL Server agent and scheduled jobs. The third one is the model database that is basically a template, and every change that you will perform in the model database will be affected in the databases that you will create from now on. And the last one, and it's our favorite, the TempDB, contains temporary objects for aggregation, SQL results, and so on. From permission perspective, we have the server permissions that gives you the ability to perform operations like create, alter, delete at the instance or the server level. For example, create new databases, alter logins, modify server triggers. On the other hand, we have database permissions that give us the ability to perform operations at a specific database scope. For example, create user inside the database, create new table. Keep in mind that the cloud provider would like to give us the minimum permissions that we need in order to operate in their managed databases. For example, only creating new databases and operating inside those databases. The minimum permission that we need in order to perform modifications on the default 4 databases. So, in this in mind, let's understand how GCP created its security boundaries on top of this architecture. To do so, we can ask ourselves some key questions. The first one is, who are we? And in SQL Server, we are operating as a SQL Server login. The next one is, what is our permission? And we're operating with the customer DB root role. The customer DB root role is a custom role that GCP created and does not exist in the classic engine. And the last one is, what does it mean from our perspective to operate with the customer DB root role? Well, it means that we are completely blocked. We have no permissions to sys objects, no permissions to the instance level. At this point, we knew that we are operating as the customer DB root role, and the first goal that we set ourselves is to escalate our privileges and to be able to run as the sysadmin. To do so, we can follow some best practices. For example, always know who we are, what is our permission boundaries, what we can and can't do. The second part is to enable audit. It was really helpful by understanding the indirect impact of our actions in the DB. The third one is to search for background processes that are running with elevated permissions that we can utilize. And the last one and the most interesting, is to trying to find some differences between the classic SQL Server engine and the modified one. Okay, so, well, it sounds easy. Well, we tried. Believe me, we tried a lot. And after some coffee shots, we came across the following screen in GCP. We saw that we can't see only our SQL Server login, we could saw internal logins too. And not only we could saw them, we could change their password. And moreover, we could enable them on the MSDB database. At this point, we knew it was our first step toward our privilege escalation, because at the first time, we could operate with other permissions that we started with. So like a good researcher, we started by playing with our new brand permissions and trying to create some custom jobs. And while doing so, we saw a job that GCP created called add tempdb permissions. This job runs every time that SQL Server agent is restarted. And basically what it does is it runs a simple SQL query that gives us, the SQL Server user, a control permission on the temp database. Control is the highest permission that we can get at the database scope. And it gives us an idea. What if we can create a database trigger inside the tempdb, because we have control of the tempdb, and find another user that will pull the trigger for us, and then we will be able to run our code inside the trigger with the elevated permissions.
Yeah, so with database trigger in place, we only need to find this background process that will execute with higher privileges and take some action on the tempdb that eventually will grant us with a sysadmin. So we went to our audit, our dearest friend, and we walked through hundreds of thousands of records until we came across this special record. And what we can see here is actually a create user. When we created a user from the GCP console, this audit record was created, and the user have been created in all 4 system databases, including the tempdb. And what's special about this record is that the principal that actually take this action is Cloud DB SQL root. And we were surprised when we saw it. So if you didn't guess what happened just now, so we will let's take a recap. So we created a trigger on the create user event, which will call a function that will grant us with sysadmin privileges. Then we go to the GCP console and created a user, which we know that behind the scene is done by a privileged user. And the user pull our trigger and grant us with sysadmin. Okay, so not sysadmin, but DB root role, which is pretty good. And let's do a quick status check. We wanted to get to sysadmin, but we got only DB root role, so we have path to go. But let's see what we have. So on the left side, we can see the privileges, the original privileges that our SQL Server user has. We can see around 12 privileges, around them some view permission on the server, some connect and insignificant alters. And after our privilege escalation, we can see that we have a couple of more permissions. But more importantly, we have the control permission, which allows us to, which is the most strong permission that we can get on the SQL Server. But it's not enough, because since we are not part of the sysadmin role, we are still impacted by deny statements. So this is not a real full control. But look at this interesting permission. We also have impersonate any login, which is our door to our second privilege escalation. We impersonated SA and granted ourselves with sysadmin. And now, acting as sysadmin, we started to find our path towards command execution. So there are many known techniques to execute code on SQL Server. We started with CMD exec in the SQL agent. We tried PowerShell. We tried CLR assemblies and XPCMD shell. But unfortunately, none of them worked because, for our surprise, we were running over Linux. More specifically, a Docker version of SQL Server. So we had to try harder. And as sysadmin, we have full control. We could read all the files in the file system. We started to extract secrets and passwords. But at this point, we got a surprising email from the GCP team that asked us to stop our research. So we worked together with Google to disclose the vulnerability. And actually, we found it on February. And by April, the 2 vulnerabilities was fixed. And by that, we close our last chapter about the Cloud SQL vulnerability. So it's time to sum up. First of all, Google are awesome. No, but for real, they gave a very quick response and fixed the vulnerabilities very, very quickly. And we saw that in the cloud, the cloud brings new attack vectors to the table. We saw in this presentation 2 examples for different kind of attack vectors that can be utilized in the cloud. And while not everything is in our control, like cloud provider vulnerabilities, we saw some attack paths that are in our scope. And the main point that I want you to take with you from this presentation is that our data in the cloud has many paths to it. And it is, so it has many paths to it, and not all of them are obvious. And attacker knows it and use it. And last, I want to talk about the security in layers. So security in layers or in depth. We saw such good example for security in layers with GCP, where they implemented the Docker inside the VM. But it also highlights the importance of permission management, the fluidity of permissions in the cloud. So it emphasized the importance of good cloud architecture and permission management. Thank you all for listening to our talk, and I hope you enjoyed. And if you want to learn more about the topics that we just discussed, feel free to go to our site at Dig Security.
Thanks.
All right. So I know y'all have a bunch of questions for these fellows, Ophir and Ophir. Well, here's a fantastic news. You can go out on break and catch them right out there and ask them all the questions that you like, or you can find them on Twitter. So we're going on break now until 2:15. That's an hour from now. You can have food, snacks, talk to our sponsors. There are raffles and prizes, PlayStations, games, career opportunities, villages, stickers, fun time all around. And Elad Abutbul, we still have your ID at the registration. So if you all know a guy called Elad, his blue ID is at registration. And don't try and pick it up if your name is not Elad Abutbul, because we know your face now. All right, I'll see you back here in 1 hour. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the break.
I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no A's. Nah, I couldn't.
Omil. We're going to get started in a minute. Everybody grab a seat. All right, welcome back after the break. Back to your lovely host, Keren Elazari.
Oh, thank you. Oh, gee, golly man, I see some new faces out here in the room as well. Howdy, partners, howdy. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for coming back. We have an amazing lineup of content, and we're going to go until the sun comes down. So in this here town of Tel Aviv, this is the wild, wild web. And I want to remind y'all that we've got 4 villages and activities. So you see the map right up there? This is where you want to go if you want to experience a capture the flag competition. We've got a CTF going on right on this side, so you have to go out there and down there. And we've got people that are going to help you solve capture the flag challenges. We've got a PICO CTF going on down there. We've got the bug bounty village down here on -2 level. And we got the adversarial mindset village right over there. And of course, how many of y'all got a chance to experience our hardware hacking village? Anybody here do some hardware hacking? That's great. Maybe you can help me start a car later on. So, by the way, anybody leave a horse outside? It's kind of big, weighs 5 tons. Don't forget to feed it, give it water. It's kind of hot. All right, so I had a chance to talk to our sponsors. They've got swag, they've got gifts. And you know what? I want to hear from y'all. Are you having a good time so far? Yeah? All right. Let's keep the energies going because we have so many fun activities in store, so many things going on, and all of our communities coming together. This is why we do BSidesTLV. Now, we're going to have a really fun talk, and did you notice when you walked in, we scanned your QR codes. Any of you quick draw? You had your QR codes ready for scanning? This next talk is all about scanning barcodes and QR codes, and how these QR codes that we are scanning and scanning all around, how they are actually a window to your soul. Well, maybe not to your soul, but to the secrets on your computers and to your windows. So I'd like you to help me welcome to the stage a first-time speaker for BSidesTLV, but a very experienced speaker, Paz Hameiri. Paz. Now, I want to tell everybody a little bit about you. How are you doing today, Paz?
I'm great.
We're so happy to have you on our stage today. Let's smile to the camera right down there. Big smile with teeth. Toothy smile. Yeah, that's good. So, Paz has more than 30 years of experience, 30 years of experience, and he started hacking with video games, computer games, and with developing tools when he was just a teenager. That's awesome. So we actually have that in common because I was hacking video games and doing fun stuff in the 90s too. 80s, 90s?
80s.
80s, okay, so you got a little bit more experience than I do.
Yeah.
All right. And Paz also worked as a systems engineer, not on land, not on sea. He's an aerospace engineer. All right, are you going to take us into space today?
Hopefully not.
Cyberspace. All right, let's give it up for Paz Hameiri, all you cowboys and cowgirls. Paz, the stage is yours. The clicker is here.
Yeah.
The timer is there. The audience is there. All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paz Hameiri, and I'll talk about barcode scanners and malicious barcodes. If this would work. Yeah.
Clicker. This is a naughty clicker. Naughty clicker, please behave.
No batteries.
Maestro, Omel. Okay, this happens, but we're professionals. Don't panic. Don't panic while you work on that. We're working on it. So meanwhile, I got stickers, y'all. So don't look over there. Anybody want some BSidesTLV limited edition stickers? Well, you better come down here and get them, because the stickers ain't coming over there. You gotta come down here and sit down next to me right there.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a speaker, you know. Sit down there. You are a speaker, aren't you? Yes? Okay, we're good. You got stickers? I want you all to sit down here. Okay. Okay. Okay, but now that's it. Last one. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Paz, all good now with the clicker?
All good, yeah.
You see the distraction? It's all professionalism here.
It's all planned.
All right, sayonara. It's the stage is yours.
Okay, so again, I'm Paz Meiri, and this is my talk about barcode scanners and malicious barcodes. A few words about myself. I'm a system engineer for a very long time, almost 15 years. I have a master's degree in electro-optical engineering. I'm a DEF CON 29 speaker, former speaker. And as Karen mentioned, I started my career very early as a kid. I was programming, hacking games, creating tools for hacking, and I'm still doing it at home today. So barcodes. Barcodes are everywhere. You know it, you've seen it, you've just been scanned at the entry here. It was patented in 1952, very interesting patent. Read it. You won't expect what you'll read there. It's a bit different than the barcodes you know today. The first scan was in 1974. It took the industry 20 years to understand what to do with barcodes. They got a very good clue when the patent was issued, but it stabilized slowly. And today we are surrounded by barcodes. Each one of these products has a barcode on it. You got the barcodes on you right now on your phones. And it's everywhere, and so as the barcode scanners. For the one-dimensional barcodes, there is a very established industry with a lot of standards, and the UPC for retail, the code 128 for the supply chain, and a lot of standards, very established industry. Two-dimensional barcodes enter at the last years of the millennia. Data matrix came first, QR code came last, and there are a lot of more standards, but these are the main standards that we are using today. They brought two improvements. One was the inherent error correction. If the barcode scanner is scanning a barcode and the barcode isn't really clear, the inherent error correction will help it to encode the barcode. And the other advantage was that you get greater volumes at lower size, and you can see here the numbers for data metrics and QR code, and it's a lot of information in a very small symbol. The common two-dimensional barcode scanners come with a USB cable, which is not surprising. And most of these devices are configured to emulate the keyboard when plugged into the computer. So when the two-dimensional barcode scanner is scanning a barcode, it decodes the ASCII code and sends it into the computer. And if it's in a keyboard emulation mode, it will enter as if it was typed. All of these can, of course, scan alphanumeric characters, and these are all printable characters. As for non-printable characters, it can also scan it, but each barcode scanner will interpret it different. And in the non-printable ASCII characters, you can find the modifier keys like tab and enter and control, and the navigation keys like the insert, the home, and the end. All of these devices, almost all of these devices are programmable. If you want to program a barcode scanner, then you go to the manufacturer, you get special programming barcodes, and you can stand and program your barcode by your own. And for me as a hacker, when I look at this device, I'm asking myself, can it emulate Windows keyboard shortcuts? And the answer is yes. Great. Here you can see the most simplest keyboard shortcuts that you can get. For example, you got the control escape. If you emulate control escape, write CMD, press enter, you'll get the command line. PowerShell is very similar. And on the right, you can see the task manager. Two different ways to get into the task manager. The task manager is very important because if you want to probe the computer that you are about to attack, you want to gather as much information as you can. And in the task manager, you get all the running services and all the running applications and much more data. It is a very useful application to gather information. I spoke earlier about control keys. You need control keys if you want to use the Windows keyboard shortcuts. So different barcode scanners, as I said earlier, have the ability to use control keys, to emulate control keys by reading specific ASCII codes, but you need to know which model you are using in order to create the right barcode and then have the right script injected into the computer. And since different models have different ASCII codes, you need to identify the model that you are going to attack. In most cases, it is written on the barcode, and if it's not, you can go to the internet and look at similar barcodes to the one you saw, create a few malicious barcodes, test it on the barcode. If one of them works, then hey, you got the set correct. When you are attacking when you are attacking a system, you are entering a command, and then you have to wait for the command to be executed. Then you need to create a pause. The pause could be created in two ways. Either you can program it into the barcode scanners, and there's a lot of work on that already published. And the other way is just to click on a non-important key. For example, if you are writing command and pressing enter and waiting for the command line window to pop up, then in the meantime, you can press insert and press insert again, and insert and insert and insert and insert. Windows will collaborate. It will enter into insert mode, and then it will get out, and insert again, and get out. And in the meantime, he's working on the last command that you sent, and it's a very useful tool to create pauses. When you're creating pauses in this way, you have to remember two things. One, you're depending on the model, the barcode scanner model. Some are faster by default, some are slower by default. You can program the entry rate, but you have to take it into account. And the computers themselves, may be a slow computer or a faster computer, and it will take it more time to open, for example, the command line window, or it will take a shorter time. And when you are planning your pause inside the barcode, you need to take this into account. And one strategy is to look for the models of the computer and the barcode scanner, go to your home and try to emulate this system, practice, 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 and go and attack the system. The other option is aiming low. Create very long pauses. It will make the attack spread over a long period of time, but it will work. Here you can see an example of a script that you can put into a barcode. This, for example, will run PowerShell as an administrator. What you do is emulate Control Escape. You wait for the start menu to open, then you type PowerShell and press enter, and then you wait for the PowerShell window to open, and then you press Alt back tab. You emulate Alt back tab. This is because when you are doing it manually, then you will see that the PowerShell window is popping up, and Windows attention is shifting to the PowerShell window. But when you are doing it with an automated script, it will not. So you need to shift Windows attention to the new open window, and then you write the command to request to run as an administrator, press enter, and then you're waiting for the user account control, which is supposed to protect you against these kind of attacks. And when it pops up, you can see it here on the right, you press tab and enter, and it shifts from no to yes, and you just approve your own attack. I've done a lot of tests. The tests that I did were on two types of computers. One is the Asus model, which is a very fast computer. The other one is an old Dell computer to represent old computers and slow computers. And I did my test on Windows 10 and Windows 11. These are the three barcode scanners that I used for my tests. The first two, the Honeywell and the Data Logic, are long-known global suppliers of barcode scanners, and you can see these models around every second or third shop. And the last one, the last barcode scanner, is just the cheapest one I found on the online, and I bought it, and I wanted to see if it will behave the same as the more expensive models. It does. All of the three were factory configured. That means I took it out of the box, I used it, I never programmed it. And I tested the two most common symbologies, which are data matrix and the QR code. Okay, I hope this works. Here, you're going to see how I'm opening a command prompt window as an administrator. UAC, and I'm in. And here it is again with PowerShell, different scanner. UAC, approval, and I'm in. And in the last example, I'm downloading and executing Notepad++ from the internet. Now it is loading it from the internet, downloading it. UAC again, and it's running. Very simple. Okay, this is the state of the art right now with barcode scanners and barcodes. Thank you. And I was thinking, okay, this is the state of art. Where can I take it to the next level? And I thought a lot about the rubber ducky that was mentioned earlier, and this is why I chose this symbol, because technically I'm looking at the barcode, at the rubber ducky, because if I use the barcode scanner to scan a barcode, and it creates a script, a malicious script, and inject it into the computer, then it's a rubber ducky. So let's do what rubber duckies do and load the file into the computer. The goals I set to myself was to load the file, to upload the file into the computer without connecting it to the internet and without plugging anything to the host and without any cooperative software, just Windows. So how it's being done? You take a binary file or a test script and you zip it to reduce the byte count. And then you encode the zip with base64. Some of you are familiar with base64, some of you are not, so I will go over it in the next slide. And then you take the encoded data, you divide it into several barcodes. The first barcode will prepare the host for reception and load the first part of the file. In the rest of the scans, the rest of the file will be uploaded into the computer part by part. And in the last scan, it uploads the last part of the file, decode it, unzip it, and execute it. And I get my goal. Regarding base64, if you're not familiar with it, it's a very simple but powerful method to transfer 8-bit data between systems that may not agree on the same data items. What is a data item, how it is constructed, and might react differently to different ASCII codes. So what you do in base64, you take all your 8-bit data, you transfer it into printable characters, and transfer these printable characters to the next machine, and then there you know it is encoded in base64, you decode it and use the data. You can see here a very simple example. Each time you take 3 bytes, it's 24 bits, and convert it from 3 symbols of 8 bytes into 4 symbols of 6 bits, sorry. And it's 24 bits, and you got the conversion. If at the end of the data you got less than 3 bytes, the encoder will add the equal sign to signal the decoder that the data was not fully 3 bytes. Here you can see the conversion table. 0 to 25 represents uppercase A to uppercase Z. 25 to 51 represents lowercase a to lowercase z, and then the numbers, and then the plus sign, and the front slash, and that's it, all printable characters. Here you can see the entire process which uses certutil. I will mention it in a minute, why I'm mentioning certutil. The process is, in the first scan, you take the first file part, and you create a file named temp.txt. In the following scans, you take the rest of the file and add it to temp.txt. When it finishes, it decodes base64, and you get the binary back, which is the zip file. And then you delete the text because you don't need it anymore, unzip the zip file, and delete the zip file because you don't need it anymore. And you execute the payload. And if you are feeling good enough about yourself, you exit in a proper manner. Certutil is notoriously known for being used or misused by hackers, so it might be blocked on the system that you are trying, and it might trigger alarm. So you want to be a little bit more careful about certutil. So here's the same with PowerShell without using certutil. You just use a variable. You load all the text file into the variable, decode it from text to the binary data, save it as a zip file, unzip the zip file, and execute the payload. Let's see it. This is a slower model, the slower computer, and it will execute a snake game, and it will use certutil. I intentionally chose to show this clip because it uses the slowest barcode scanner I have. So you can see the data running. And because it's slow, I talked earlier about pauses. Because it's slow for a certain amount of time, it needs less control keys, repetitive control keys injections. So it only takes 4 barcodes to upload the file. In a minute, we'll see a different example. And the last one. Don't know if you saw the command. And we have it running. Thank you. I'm a lousy player, so. Okay, and this is the second example, not using certutil. It will be much faster, I promise. That's it. It's a fast barcode reader. And execution. And it works. Thank you. Okay, so we got the attack and we got the means. But life can be easier. You probably know these stations. They're scattered around. Most of you local people even might recognize the certain machine. It's a self-checkout point of sale, and in these systems, they take the point of sale software and show it in a full display mode. And it opens a very convenient option for the attack you just saw, because you can scan the first barcode. It will open, for example, the PowerShell window, and then execute a few commands, and then you can hide it behind the pause software by pressing Alt-Tab and getting the pause software to be in front and hide the window. And then you can leave the store and come back after a few hours, a few days, a few months, and nobody knows that you have a Windows hiding, waiting for the next attack. And in the next attack, you don't need to open the window anymore. You just need to press Alt-Tab, it will come to the front, and then you can execute the second batch of commands. Okay, so blue team. What can the blue team do? And the first thing is look at the bigger picture, because it's not a barcode scanner problem. It's not a Windows problem. It's a system problem. And you need to consider each barcode scanner as if it was a malicious entry point. Because like in the case of the rubber ducky, the person who is going to use the barcode scanner may be guided by a well-trained attacker, or may be fooled by a well-trained attacker. You can go to that person, give him a note with the barcode, tell him, you know, if you scan this, your computer will work twice as fast, and your boss will be very happy, and he might do it. Very similar to the rubber ducky. So you need to take into account that this simple device might hide a very skillful person behind it. And you also need to remember that it's not a local problem. The person that is going after the system might not be satisfied with the host. He might be satisfied going after the network or beyond the network. So you need to take it into account that it might be an interactive process. Someone is coming to work, scanning the barcode, looking at the screen, seeing a few data items being written, photograph it, send it to his brother, nephew, I don't know, and tomorrow he will return with a new barcode. And he has all the time in the world to attack the system. So what can be done immediately? Limit everything you can think of. There's no need for someone at the storage room, for example, to open PowerShell, or to try and use certutil, for example, if you hadn't blocked it anyway. And just anything that you can think of. The most simple solution I can think of, the barcode scanner is very cheap, relatively cheap. Computers today are relatively cheap, especially the low models, and you don't need much to support a barcode scanner. So you can have your own device dedicated for the scanning. Anything that you can stop it from doing except scanning barcodes, then you should imply on this side computer. And the person who is working in the storage room has his own laptop, is working, but he's not mixing this barcode scanner with his regular computer. And one last thing which is very, very important, if your organization doesn't use 2D barcodes, don't buy 2D scanners, because you're only expanding the ability to attack your organization, but you're not adding any value to the organization. So just don't do it. Here, there's a link. I've uploaded all the Python scripts I use. They're generating barcodes, malicious barcodes. Please be careful what you're doing and where. But you can learn and explore these barcodes and see and understand how these things are being built and made. There are a lot of more scripts than I've shown here. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Paz, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amazing. A successful demo. Well done.
Thank you.
That means Paz, let's take a photo for the smiling masses. Yeah, for the darknet. Okay, that's a good one.
Thank you.
You know, Paz, a successful demo, that means you must have made a good sacrifice for the demo gods. Those of you who are not familiar with the demo gods, they are not related to the demo gorgons, no. The demo gods are the gods responsible for all of the demonstrations you're going to see today. I had so many whiskeys, I forgot my accent. Let me bring it back. Hold on. Howdy, folks. Okay, I'm back. All right, so how are we doing so far? Everybody having a good time? Yeah, please join us. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there's no exit down there. You want to be sitting down here. We are so happy to have you all here, and we have a fantastic speaker. Now, the next speaker that we have on this stage, he discovered his first vulnerability and he got root and a CVE at the age of 15. All right? So this is a speaker we all can learn a lot from. Please welcome to the stage, Aviad Carmel. Aviad! Hi. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Aviad. He is a recognized expert, and in addition to his security research, he is very passionate about teaching. That's why Aviad wrote and taught the reverse engineering and vulnerabilities course at the Technion Computer Science faculty. Now, that's quite an honor. Thank you, Aviad, for gracing us with your presence here at the lowly Tel Aviv University, which is not as high and mighty as the Technion up north. So we really appreciate it that you were joining us here with the simpletons here in Tel Aviv in the wild, wild west.
Thank you.
Now, you got your slides there, you got your clicker, you're good to go. Everybody, Aviad is going to tell us all about OAuth. And it's going to be a deep dive, so hold on tight.
Okay,
You feeling
I will
good?
start in 5 minutes in the time, in case people from the outside want to see.
No, you're starting right now.
Right now,
You
okay.
want, I can tell the audience some jokes if you like. I had the AI write
Give
some
me 2
jokes.
minutes, 1 minute.
Really? No, you should
okay,
start,
okay,
honey.
I will start.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be right here telling jokes in case you need me.
Okay,
Picture, okay. Yeah. I can always tell the audience some more things,
No,
but
it's okay.
I think they want to hear
Okay.
from you. They've
So-
been hearing from me all day.
So everybody can hear me at the top? Right? It's working? Okay. So let's check the pointer. Fine. So today I'm going to give a talk about OAuth. OAuth is the social sign-in when you log into website using your Facebook account or Google account. And in this talk, I'm going to show you how to break it. I'm going to teach you how to find OAuth vulnerabilities by yourself. So, first of all, about me. So I'm Aviad Carmel, a security researcher, among other things, but today I'm a security researcher, and I work at Salt Security. It's an API security company. We discover, detect, and prevent API attacks. API are everywhere, websites, services, applications. So if you want to read more, you can visit the website, salt.security. Now, why I started to do a research about OAuth? So, as you know, social sign-in is everywhere, used by 90% of the people. For example, who uses Facebook, Google to sign in? Right, I think all hands should be raised up because we all use Facebook, Google, Twitter, Apple to sign in. And in this research, what we wanted to check is how well secure OAuth, the social sign-in mechanism, is in 2023. And what we did is a count takeover on 1 billion accounts. Yes, you hear me right? 1 billion accounts. And every target has at least 100 million of users. And in this talk, I'm going to reveal most of the cards. Some of the target I'm going to reveal here for the first time. So it's going to be really interesting. Now, in this talk, I'm going to teach you what is OAuth, how it works, and how to break it on real targets, and how to fix it if you want to develop OAuth by yourself. So, what is OAuth? I want to take you back 20 years ago. So suppose there is a site, timeplanner.com, and you want to give your Gmail calendar, you want to give access to Gmail calendar to timeplanner.com. Now, 20 years ago, you had to give them your Gmail password. Yes, it's fucked up. You had to give them your Gmail password, and they could access your Gmail calendar, but theoretically, they could also access your emails, write emails on your behalf. So it's really insane, and that's what OAuth solves. With OAuth, you can give Time Planner access to your calendar only and without sharing password. So even if Time Planner is a malicious website, you have nothing to worry about. Now, while the example with Time Planner is authorization, because we are giving access to calendar, OAuth is even more popular to social sign-in, which is authentication. But both social sign-in and authorization is the same thing, same mechanism based on OAuth. The focus of the presentation is the social sign-in, and in 2014, a new standard OpenID Connect was released, which is a standard only for authentication, the social sign-in. But what you need to know, that OpenID is also based on OAuth. So every vulnerability that I'm going to show you in this presentation is also relevant to OpenID. So before I deep dive into the vulnerabilities, I want to make sure everybody here understands how OAuth works. So let's do a brief overview. So suppose there is Dan. Dan is a regular person like every one of you, and he wants to connect to timeplanner.com using his Facebook account. So Dan goes to TimePlanner and says, hey, I want to log in using Facebook. And TimePlanner says, okay, tell Facebook that I needed access to your identity, email address as a proof. Dan goes to Facebook and says, hey, I need a proof to TimePlanner. He wants my email address. And Facebook generates a secret token for Dan. He remembers that secret123 is dan@gmail.com. And Dan is happy and tells TimePlanner, Facebook told me secret123. Now, TimePlanner, with secret123, with secret token 123, TimePlanner can directly talk with Facebook and ask, hey, what is the email of secret token 123? And Facebook says, it's dan@gmail.com. You can trust him. So it's really interesting because Dan is lazy. He doesn't want to type his password. And using only one click, Dan could authenticate himself to TimePlanner using Facebook. So it's really magic how OAuth works. Now let's do the same slide again, but with more technical details. Now, when Dan clicks on continue with Facebook, what really happens that TimePlanner sends this URL to Dan, and Dan opens this URL in a new tab or a new window, and this URL have a lot of interesting parameters, but the most important one is the redirect URI. The redirect URI will tell Facebook where to send the secret token. And in the next step, I have a problem with the, okay. And the next step, Dan goes to Facebook, you see the confirmation message, and next time you see that confirmation message, pay attention to the URL. This is the same URL as you see right now in step 2. Now, Facebook generates the token for Dan and send it to the redirect URI. And that's how OAuth works. With 2 URL, a lot of redirection, but it's should be a little bit simple. And so that's it. So I want to show our journey to 1 billion accounts, and I'm going to reveal a card, one card at a time. So we will start with the first card, and surprise, it's Booking.com. So Booking.com, who uses Booking.com here? So it's really popular website, especially in Israel. Thousands of employees, $16 billion in annual revenue, really huge website. And let's see how OAuth works in Booking. So Dan clicks on continue with Facebook, and the flow starts very similar to TimePlanner. Booking sends this URL to Dan, the same URL with the redirect URI. Now Dan goes to Facebook, and Facebook generates a secret code. This time is a secret code, not secret token, and Dan takes the secret code 123. The browser of Dan automatically takes the secret code 123 and sends it to the redirect URI, which is a URL in accountbooking.com. Now, pay attention that the response type here is code and not token. But in OAuth, to talk with Facebook, eventually you need a token. So Booking needs to do additional step to exchange this code for a token. So Booking sends the code, receives from Facebook a token, and with a token, Booking can talk with Facebook to receive the identity of Dan. Now you might ask yourself, if Booking needs a code, if Booking needs a token, why asking for a code? Why Booking doesn't ask for a token directly? And the answer is security. Because if an attacker, for example, steals the code, it's really impossible to exploit because the attacker can't exchange the code for a token because only Booking can do it. for exchanging the code for a token, there is a client secret that only Booking has. So it's more secured. Now let's summarize it. In the example with Time Planner, we saw that the response type was code, a response type was token. It's really simple, and it's also the only option if you don't have a backend, right? If you don't have a backend, you can't exchange the code for a token. It's an API from the backend. Now, if you do have a backend, probably we want to use code like Booking. In this flow, the token is never exposed to the browser, so it's more secure, and only Booking at the backend can exchange this code for a token. And if you want to read more about the difference between token and code, you can read the blog post. I will share a link later. There is a lot of information, so I can't deep dive into all the details, so sometimes I will give you a link to read more. Now, let's attack Booking.com, and our goal is to get the victim code to our domain. So let's take a look again on this diagram. And in OAuth, what we want to do is to try to manipulate the redirect URI. Now let's see what we can do. I, as the attacker, take this link from step 2. Okay, this is the link from step 2. And I changed only one thing, the path in the redirect URI. So the path, instead of social result Facebook, will be any path an attacker wants. And let's send this link to Dan. Dan is our victim. I put this link in an email. So the link says, hey Facebook, I'm Dan and I want to connect to Booking. Can you send my secret code to accountbooking.com any path an attacker wants? And Booking configured Facebook to validate only the domain. So this is why I can change the path. I can't change the domain, but I can change the path, and that's what I do right here. So let's see how it works. Dan clicks on this link, he goes to Facebook, and Facebook automatically redirects Dan to this redirect URI with the secret code. Now, it happens automatically because Facebook remembers that Dan already approved. Dan already clicked on Continue as Dan one time. So there is some misalignment because I created the slide with Google Drive and this is PowerPoint, but it's really minor things. So what I did here, I made Facebook to send the secret code to another path in Booking.com. Now you might ask yourself, what's the big deal? It's not a critical issue, right? What I did, I just sent the code to another path in Booking. And you are right. What I did is that I tricked Facebook to send the code to any path I want in accountbooking.com. But what I want to do is to send this code to my malicious domain, right? I want to read that code. I want to take over the account of Dan. I want to order vocations. So let's continue the research. And after an additional research time, I found this simple URL in the website of Booking. And if you click on this URL, Booking will redirect you to accountbooking.com/settings. Now, when you see a URL with EY, this is base 64 encoding, and the first thing that you want to do is to decrypt it, because you might find some interesting things. And in this case, the base 64 encoding is actually /settings. So you might guess what I want to do here. I want to change settings to my malicious domain. And what I did here, I created a link that if the victim clicks on that link, Booking will redirect him to my malicious domain. And it's also called an open redirection vulnerability because I created one link in one domain, and when someone clicks on this link, he will be redirected to another domain. Okay, so this is an open redirection. And what I want to do is to take this open redirection vulnerability. This is the first URL, and I take this URL and I insert it into the vulnerability, the bug one, the problem with the redirect URI, and the result is a longer link that if a victim clicks on this longer link, Booking will send the code or the credentials to my malicious domain. I mean, Facebook will send the credentials to my malicious domain. So it's really cool, and it's also a lot of information, so let's see it step by step. So when Dan clicks on this link, he goes to Facebook, he clicked on the link, and Facebook says the domain is valid, right? Because it's account, booking.com, the domain is valid. Facebook doesn't validate the path, and Facebook redirect Dan to Booking with the code. Now, Booking says, hey, Dan, what do you want from me, right? The link tell me to redirect you to attacker.com, and we at attacker.com now can read the secret code. Now, I didn't mention that the response type in the attack is not token, not code, is a combination of token and code. I don't have the time to deep dive into all the details, but you can read the reason in the post. I will share the link later. So what we have here, I made Facebook to send the code to my malicious domain. Now, the next thing that I want to do is to use this code to connect to booking.com as Dan, right? I want to take over the account of Dan. So the attacker starts a regular login flow with Booking, but in step 3, what the attacker does is sends the victim code. And what the attacker wants to happen is to take over the account of Dan. And what we know is that in the next step, Booking will exchange this code for a token. And problem, we got invalid code. It didn't work. And the question is, why? Why it didn't work? It's a valid code. I just stole it from Dan. Why it didn't work? Now, I can guess. I only can guess because I can't see the backend. I can't see what's going on between Booking and Facebook. I can guess that this API failed. I guess that Facebook says no in the result for this API. Now, let's check what is this API. Let's read the documentation of Facebook. Now, this is from the documentation at Facebook. When you exchange a code for an access token, there are several parameters, and one of the parameters is the redirect URI, and Facebook says that it must be the same as the original request URI that you used when starting the host login process. Now, a lot of words, I want to explain it. So from the perspective of Facebook, victim code was generated to a strange redirect URI, right? It was a long redirect URI with the open redirection, but now someone uses this code with a shorter redirect URI. So from the perspective of Facebook, it's the same flow, same code, two different redirect URI, and Facebook says, no, something looks strange to me, and Facebook saves Booking from the account takeover. So really, congratulations to Facebook for saving Booking. But we want to try. We really want to do the account takeover. So what we want to do, what the attacker wants to do, is to bypass the validation of Facebook. And the problem is that I, as the attacker, got stuck. I didn't find something useful in the web. I didn't find anything interesting in the web. Now, when you don't find what you want on the web, what you do? You go for a mobile research. Mobile research, so I download the application of Booking. Now, I won't deep dive into all the details. I found this interesting API. This is an API that the application of Booking, the mobile application, sends the code to Booking. And you can see here the code. Here I use the code of the victim, but you can pay attention to the result URI. Now I can guess that Facebook will use my parameter, my input result URI in the request to Facebook when it exchanges the code for a token. So this is exactly what I wanted. So what I want to try is to change this result URI. Why this request is from my computer, I can change it. So I change the result URI. Okay, I change the result URI to the longer link, which I used for the initial attack. This is the long link with the open redirection. And it worked, and I connected, as done, to Booking.com. I have account takeover with only simple Facebook link. I can send you a legitimate Facebook link. It's only a link to Facebook. And if you click on that link, I can access to your account in Booking. I can read your Visa cards, Thank you. It's getting worse, not in Booking, in other targets, so be with me. So summary, the attacker can take over Booking accounts using a legitimate Facebook link. Really, you just click on the link and everything happens automatically. And the vulnerability also impacts kayak.com because you can connect to kayak.com using your Booking account. So if I take over your accounts in Booking, I can log into Kayak. So maybe it's really a lot of accounts. And this vulnerability might also impact users that sign in using Google or even doesn't use social sign-in at all. And all the information is in the blog. You can visit Salt Security, click on Company, and then on Salt Labs. And the response, Booking fix it really quickly, and you can read the response later. I will share the presentation. You can find it in the blog. And we had a lot of coverage in the media, so it was really big. It was 3 months ago. So now I want to continue to the next target. I already have 400 million of accounts, and that's if I don't count kayak.com, only Booking. So the next target is really special target because it's not one target, there is a delay when I click and when I see the, okay, so this is a framework, and we got a CVE, so one vulnerability, and we have access to 100 websites. So we are talking about the Expo framework. So meet Expo. What they do, it's a framework for developing mobile application and web. Someone uses Expo here? Someone develop mobile applications here? Okay, I see a few hands. And they're really popular. They're used by 600,000 of developers, so they're really huge. And what I want to do is to develop my own application using Expo and to see how OAuth works in Expo and how we can break it. So let's see how OAuth works in Expo. Now, Dan clicks on Login with Facebook in an application that was developed with Expo. And Expo, CoolApp, redirects Dan to Expo. There is a confirmation message. When Dan clicks on yes, Expo redirects him to Facebook, and Dan authenticates himself with Facebook. And after that, Facebook redirects Dan to Expo with the secret token, and Expo sends the secret token to CoolApp. So it's a lot of redirection, but it's good, because when you have a lot of redirection, you also have a lot of chances to steal the token. So I want to do the same slide again, but with more technical details. Now, when Dan click on login with Facebook or sign in with Google, it's the same thing, just using Facebook because it's more convenient for me, but it's also true for Google. So when Dan clicks on login with Facebook or sign in with Google, CoolApp redirects Dan to this URL in OAuth Expo.io. When Dan clicks on yes, Expo redirects Dan to this Facebook link, and you're already familiar with this link in Facebook with the redirect URI, right? So Facebook will send the secret token to the redirect URI here. And so Facebook sends the token to Expo, and at the last step, Expo sends the token to CoolApp. Now, we want to attack it. We want to find a way to steal the secret 123. Now, do you have an idea? Take a few seconds to look at this slide. First of all, in OAuth, the first thing that you want to try is to manipulate the redirect URI, right? It worked for Facebook, maybe it will also work here. But the problem is that Expo instructs the developers to configure the redirect URI as a full path. So in this case, I can't do the same attack like I did in Booking. I can't change the redirect URI. So pay attention to another interesting thing. There is a return URL, so maybe I can change it. So what I want to do as the attacker is to change this parameter, the return URL, to my malicious domain. And what I want to happen, the theoretic attack, is that if I change the return URL to attacker.com, then maybe, just maybe, at the last step, Expo will send the secret token to me, to my malicious domain. This is my goal. So let's see how it works, if it works. So we created, I take the same link that you saw in the previous slide. I changed the return URL to attacker.com, and the attacker sends this link, the done. Now, what the attacker expects is that done clicks on this malicious link from a web or mobile, and the link starts a login flow with Expo and Facebook, like you saw in the previous slide. Now, at the last step of the flow, Expo will send the secret token to attacker.com. That's what the attacker wants. So let's see the reality. When Dan clicks on that link, there is a confirmation message. The clicker doesn't work. Okay, there is a confirmation message. Now, maybe if Dan clicks on yes, then I can steal his token. Really fine, but I can't trust Dan that he will click on yes, right? Maybe Dan will click on no. So what I want to do is to find a way to bypass this confirmation message. So let's take a closer look at this confirmation message. Now, when Dan clicks on that link, he got a response from Expo. Now, take a look at the response from Expo. There are two interesting parameters, two interesting things. First of all, there is the HTML code. This is the confirmation message. And if Dan clicks on yes, Expo will redirect him to the next step, to Facebook, right, to continue the flow. Now, pay attention to the set cookie. The set cookie, RU, is set to return URL, to my malicious domain. Now, it will tell Expo where to send the secret token. Now, can you see the problem here? The set cookie is in the HTTP header. So no matter what Dan chooses, even if Dan clicks on no, the RU value will be anyway set because it is in the HTTP header. So what can we do with that? We can send two links to Dan. The first link is the regular link to Expo, and the second link is a link to Facebook to continue the flow. So if Dan clicks on no, I will force him to continue the flow. So let's see how it works. Dan clicks on this link, and he got a response from Expo, and the only thing that's important for me, that Expo set the cookie RU in the browser of Dan to my malicious domain. Now, I don't care if Dan clicks on yes or no, I only care about the RU value. Now I send Dan a next link to Facebook. Dan clicks on the link to Facebook. Facebook redirects Dan to Expo. And Expo will read the value RU from the cookie and will send the secret token to my malicious domain. So in this way, I can steal the token of Dan. Now, you might ask yourself, can I really send two links to Dan? This is an attack. So no, it's a problem. We can't really ask the victim to click on two links. So I created an automatic exploit. This exploit does everything automatically. And if you want to read and understand the exploit, you can again visit Sol Security Company, Salt Labs, and you find the blog post there with all the information about the exploit. So let's summarize. We discovered that more than 100 websites have been affected. For example, one website is Codecademy. Who knows Codecademy? Wow, okay, really a lot of people, nice. So Codecademy has 100 million accounts, and it's used by Google, Amazon, LinkedIn. So we demonstrated the exploit on Codecademy and also on other websites. And it works also on Google, Apple, Twitter sign-in, not only Facebook. And Expo responded really quickly. They released a first fix after a few hours, really, it's really impressive. And eventually they decided to deprecate, to remove this service. They decided to remove it completely. So it's really cool. And we also got a CVE with a really critical score. So this is about Expo. So how many accounts we have? Thank you. So how many accounts we have? We have 700 million accounts. Now, the next target is actually a method. It's not one target, it's a several target. So let's see it. It's going to be really insane. Maybe I need to press harder on the clicker. So I call this attack a zero-click account takeover or access token reuse. So just a note, the next slides are not related to Expo or Booking. So if you miss something, because we saw a lot of information, so if you miss something, you can still follow. It's a different kind of a vulnerability. So now it's the time to back and listen to this insane vulnerability, really insane. Okay, so let's start by reading the documentation of Facebook. So at the documentation, Facebook says that when token is received, there are two types of response type, right? Code and token. Now, when token is received, it needs to be verified. You need to verify who the token was generated for. That means that it's the responsibility of the developer to verify the access token. Now, the question is, what can possibly go wrong? And when you give such a responsibility to developers, a lot, really a lot. So let's see. So meet an example vulnerable target, myvideo.net, which doesn't verify the access token. And what I want to do is to exploit the fact that he forgot to verify the access token. So let's see how OAuth works in myvideo.net. And you already saw this slide. This is the same thing like Time Planner, the same thing. Dan authenticates himself to my video. He sends the secret 1, 2, 3. This is the same slide, same thing, you already saw that. Now, I just want to change the name of the secret. Instead calling it secret 1, 2, 3, let's call it token of Dan for myvideo.net. I just changed the name, that's all. Now, it makes sense because Facebook generated this token for myvideo.net, and this token represents Dan, okay? Just a different name. Now, meet Time Planner, the new Time Planner, now it's a malicious website developed by an attacker. So now timeplanner.com is a malicious website. And a lot of people connect to this malicious website, Dan, Kim, John, maybe you, and the attacker collects a lot of tokens because the attacker is the owner of Time Planner. So he can obtain those tokens legitimately. Nothing malicious here. The attacker is the owner of Time Planner, and he can see all the tokens, all the code. He can see everything. Now, the attack scenario works like this. The attacker takes the token of Dan, and he wants to inject the token of Dan to myvideo.net. The attacker wants to connect as Dan to myvideo.net. So the attacker sends the token of Dan for Time Planner, and reminder, myvideo.net needs to validate that the token was generated for him, but he doesn't verify the token. And he goes directly to Facebook and asks, hey, what is the identity of token of Dan for myplanner.com? And Facebook says, hey, I generated this token for Time Planner, so I guess you're a Time Planner, right? So it's Dan at gmail.com, you can trust him, and now the attacker connected as Dan to myvideo.net. Now, myvideo.net, it's not a real target, it's just for the slide, but it works. Theoretically, it works. Now, the question is, can I find this type of vulnerability in real website? Because if I can, it's going to be really insane. I want to make it clear. Dan only connected to timeplanner.com, that's all. And the attacker can connect to his account in another website. So the attack scenario works like this. In step 1, the attacker publishes his app, timeplanner.com, and a lot of people connect. So the attacker has millions of tokens. And in step 2, the attacker uses those tokens to connect to other websites like myvideo.net and do a massive account takeover. So let's see it on real targets. So what we want to do is to take the token of Dan for timeplanner.com and inject it to other real websites. Now let's see if we can do that. Now the first target is video.com, and you can see this is the same flow like you saw with Time Planner, like you saw with my video, and the attacker wants to start to log in with Facebook. My video says, okay, I'll tell Facebook that I need a token as a proof, and the attacker sends a token from another website. Token of Dan for timeplanner.com. You can see here the API request. I changed the access token to the access token that was generated for Time Planner, and it worked, and I connected as done. Really insane, because it's too simple, and I can take over account on a really big website. Video has 100 million of monthly active users. It's really huge. You can visit them after the lecture to see them. And they also have some kind of bug bounty program, so they put my name in their website. So it's really cool. Now let's jump to the next target, and the next target is a big e-commerce website. They are still working on a fix, so I can't mention their name right now. They have 150 million of accounts, and this is an e-commerce website. So if you do account takeover, you can read Visa cards, bank accounts, really a lot of things. And the same thing like video, the same thing like myvideo.net, it worked, and I have account takeover. So this is the second target. Now, I just want to make it clear. Dan only connect to one website, timeplanner.com. And I already took over the account of Dan on 2 other websites. Now let's jump to the next target. Now this is a really big service. I think that all of you here use this service. Unfortunately, I can't share the name. They are also right now working on a fix, but when I will share the name, I think it will shock you. So this target is not simple like the previous. As you can see, the response type is code, not token. So what I need to send them is the code of Dan from Time Planner. Now, it's not a problem because I have the token and I have the code of Dan. So I tried to send them the code of Dan for Time Planner, but it didn't work. I got an invalid code. I got an error. The code was taken from another website. So I read the documentation of Facebook. And Facebook says that when you use code to exchange it for a token, Facebook does the validation, or Facebook does the validation for you. So code is really more secure compared to token. Now, I really want to take over accounts on this website. I really want. So I don't want to give up. Can you see something stranger? Can you see what I see? What? The code. Okay. So the question is, why the word code is in the request? Do they accept other things? Maybe I can force them to receive a token. Maybe there is a hidden flow, hidden API. So I tried to use a token, and nope, it didn't work. So I tried to use access token, and it didn't work. And I tried to use Facebook token. And I tried a lot of values, really. And Facebook token, it worked. So you can see that I use Facebook token. This is a token of Dan for timeplanner.com with another website, and I could connect them as Dan. And they are still working on a fix. It's a really critical vulnerability. So if you connect to timeplanner.com, I can automatically take over your accounts at dozens of websites. Now, a question for you is, when was the last time you connected to a website or app, you don't really know. Because maybe right now, some developer or some attacker has your Facebook token and he uses it to connect to other websites right now, as you see it in here. So it's really insane, really. Now, I really want to share the names of those targets. I really want, but I can't right now. But if you're really interested to see the names, you can follow us in our blog, in our journey to 1.5 billion accounts. Maybe it will be 2 billion accounts. And you can scan the QR code, take a few seconds to scan it, or you can remember Salt Security Company, Salt Labs. Now, we will publish the next post about those targets in August. Okay, so if you want to scan it or to take a picture, now we have the time. So that's all. I know that this slide has a lot of information. It's a several months research that I try to compress into one presentation, but you can read the blog. I think that if you will read the blog post, it will answer all your questions. But if you have questions, you can talk to me. I'm here, and you can also send me a mail later or catch me on Twitter, but I'm here. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. That was fun, wasn't it? What a deep dive. And what a pleasure it is to have such an experienced professor from the Technion come down to this here Tel Aviv. Now, y'all are not going to want to miss the next one. Anybody here a fan of a little guy called Harry Potter? Ever heard about this Harry Potter character? Yeah, a few Potterheads, potheads. What do you call yourselves? All right, this next talk is going to be about Harry Potter. I see a lot of people don't want to hear any Harry Potter spoilers. We're going to have an amazing reveal, something you never knew about Harry Potter and cybersecurity and social engineering, and a fabulous speaker who's going to join me right here on this stage in a few minutes. Or actually, he's ready right now. So for those of you on the move, I want to highlight the fact that we have raffles, we have prizes, but you want to hear this talk right now. It's an incredible speaker and a fantastical reveal, something that you never imagined about Harry Potter. So our next speaker is Andy Ellis. Andy Ellis is an author, a speaker, advisory CISO at Orca Security, operating partner at YL Ventures, previously Akamai's first security officer. Andy is also the author of Harry Potter's Secrets Revealed. Is that the name of your book?
No, different
Oh, is
book.
it 1%
And that's
Leadership?
for you.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome.
And it's all autographed and everything.
Yes.
How fancy it is. Look at this fancy speaker. All right. So Andy can be defined in a few ways. First of all, let's show the camera your beautiful book. It's important. This camera, that camera, the paparazzi. Paparazzi. All right. So for all of you fans out there, Andy has won the Spirit of Disneyland Award, Wine Spectator Award of Excellence, the CSO, Chief Security Officer Hall of Fame, and the Air Force Commendation Medal. Now, whose Air Force is that? Hogwarts Air Force?
The United States
The
Air
United
Force.
States Air Force.
Before 8200 was around, we were doing information
Oh,
warfare
before
in the
8200
last millennium.
In the past millennium, in the past life. All right. So, this next talk is going to feature some spoilers from Harry Potter.
Just a little one.
A little bit. Okay. We may need a drink after that.
You will need a drink
We will
after
need
this.
it. Okay, hold on to your seats, Potterheads and potheads, B-Sides Tel Aviv, cowboy consuls and cowgirls. Here we go. Andy Ellis.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, everyone. So, Harry Potter. Many of you have read it. If you're interested, the QR code has the talk page. If those of you who don't like QR codes, this is just a naked one. There is no redirect. You can go to csoandy.com, click on Appearances, and then Talks in the menu, and it will show up. It's the third talk, I believe, on that page. So Harry Potter. Harry Potter is fantastic because it contains a lesson for all of us about how to be an adversary, because there's an amazing social engineering plot that happens throughout the whole thing. But first, I think we have to think through what's going on in Harry Potter, right? It's young adult fiction. We tell it from the putative story of a hero, right? Everybody thinks it's about Harry. He's so cool. He's so interesting. He gets to grow up. But the story is actually about a villain. And if we want to tell a story about a villain, we have to think about what the villain is doing. And if you are a wizard or a witch and you want to do bad things for some reason, we have to think about why. You have power. You can do almost anything. You have unlimited wealth because Gringotts foolishly pins the price of silver at 17 coins to gold, and therefore you could just like funnel money back and forth between Gringotts and the Bank of England and have infinite wealth. So what do you want? You want to live forever. Immortality is the only thing that a villain really seeks when they think about doing something in Harry Potter, because otherwise you build an empire and then it crumbles. Somebody else takes it over for you. Now we see a couple of different ways to live forever in the Potterverse. The first one is through the use of the Philosopher's Stone, or the Sorcerer's Stone as it gets renamed for Americans for some strange and unusual reason. You can build a potion that will keep you from dying. Really, really cool. Except it doesn't keep you from aging. And at some point, you're spending all of your hours fighting with the National Health Service over getting care for all your broken bones and all of your arthritis. It is so bad that Nicholas Flamel, the inventor of the longevity potion, would rather die than live forever as an increasingly decrepit old man. So if you're a villain, this probably isn't the route you want to go. But we hear about a different route. It shows up in a lot of ways. It is the ability to hop from one body to another. And unfortunately, it's not as cool as when Denzel Washington does the movie Fallen, where he just gets to sort of look over at somebody. It's like, hi, I'm taking over your body. This is kind of cool. And he gets to hop around like every minute. No, no, no. Instead, you have to do some really hard things, the first of which is die. And unfortunately, death is a really good accountant. Those of you who are doing startups, he should be your CFO. Because like the moment somebody dies, death is like, I gotcha. Like I've added one to the books. Whoa, where did you just go? And he's gonna go chase down whoever just died because he wants to bring their soul back. So that's the first problem with dying and coming back if you want to be the villain. There's some other problems. The first one is you come back, you don't get to create a body, you have to borrow someone's body, and they still have it. And it might be that they get the front half and you get the back half, and you really just sort of hope they're not, eating chili every day and you get to smell that more than they do. That could be pretty unpleasant. Also, because death is chasing you, you're sort of being pulled back to death. You have to do some seriously unpleasant things like hunt down unicorns and drink their blood, which makes you kind of unacceptable to everybody out there. But we can look at how death works and figure out, what do you do? So you Horcrux yourself. You split your body or your soul into multiple parts so that when you die, you have an anchor to come back to. This is a really cool method. You can do it a lot of times. Like, talk about redundancy. No more of this like high availability with 2, you can have 7. Gives you lots of chances to come back. Really awesome, right? Except the problem is a Horcrux is not you. It's an anchor for you. It's like a pointer that you're going to get to exploit later if somebody adopts that into their own code base. But you don't know who the somebody is. You might get to go through puberty again. If I'm an all-powerful wizard, that is certainly not on my list of things that I want to do. That was kind of bad the first time around. Don't want to do it again. Don't want to even experience it from the other side. I'm done with that. So probably not the right way to go. But we have the elements at this point. So let's design a plan. Like, we know how to be adversaries, so let's put ourselves into the shoes of the villain and say, we are the villain and we are going to put together the most amazing plan for immortality. What do we do? Well, the first step is, if we know we're going to body hop, we should figure out whose body we're going to take. Right? We should not let this be random. I don't want just anybody. I would like to have a body that has an innate talent for magic, because while I might have a lot of magic, I would like some more. Certainly would have to be somebody known in the magicking world, because like if I just showed up as some muggle and I'm like, ooh, look, I'm a really cool, powerful wizard, everybody's going to wonder like, what just happened? Where did I get trained? How did I become this person? Fortunately, there's a wizarding family that has a lot of kids, the Peverils. Now, the Peverils, for those of you who don't remember, were the original holders of the Deathly Hallows. We'll come back to those in a minute. They're very important here. And they have a lot of children and this amazing line. And so what we're going to do is we're going to find a Peveril who just got married and is going to have a child soon. Because we want to start with a baby. Our plan is going to involve taking that baby and planning about how we're going to take their body later. Because if we took over an adult, everybody would notice all of a sudden this massive personality change as they went from being some mild-mannered person to really cool archvillain. Second thing we need are the 3 Deathly Hallows. For those of you who don't know what the Deathly Hallows are, these are the gifts stolen from death. The first one is the invisibility cloak. The most important feature of the invisibility cloak, sorry, I guess on that side, is the fact that death can't see your soul. That's its best thing. Like, humans can't see you either, but death can't spot you. So in that moment of transition, you can get away with things that other people won't notice. On the other side, you get the resurrection stone, the very misnamed stone. The resurrection stone gets used by most people to bring souls back from death. And so everybody thinks that's its power. Its power is to move souls, most of the time, from death back to the land of the living. But we're going to use that power as part of our plan. The most important tool, though, is the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand gives us 2 powers as a wizard. One power is the ability to cast spells without verbal or somatic components. You do not have to wave the Elder Wand to do magic. You can just do magic. It takes wizards and it gives them basically the same powers as house elves. The other power is you are immune to other people's magic. The killing curse doesn't work on you. The only way to defeat somebody with the Elder Wand is to stab them. And this happens all the time. Every holder of the Elder Wand at some point gets murdered because they're so busy and so confident that they let somebody come stab them in their sleep. We're going to use all 3 of these tools twice. The first time is to prepare the body when it's a child. So we're going to take our baby and we are going to Horcrux it because we don't want a soul in that body. And so the easiest way to keep a soul from being anchored to a body is to make it a multi-tenant establishment. Put a second soul in very early on. And you can Horcrux very easily, like Voldemort's doing it all the time. So let's just add a soul into that body. Let's also make sure that we kill off the parents, because we don't want the parents taking care of this child. In fact, we want this child to learn nothing about magic for as long as possible. And so we're going to place the child where? In a Muggle family. Muggles that hate the magicking world. So that this child can grow with 2 souls in its body, not knowing anything about magic, until unfortunately we have to bring them into the wizarding world. Now, they're going to go to Hogwarts, where unfortunately they will learn things about magic. How do we make sure they don't learn anything about magic? Well, this is the easy part. Let's give them sidekicks. One sidekick is the most brilliant witch of the generation, the person who actually studies and can learn cool magic and will solve any problem that comes up for your target, preventing your target from bothering to learn magic, because your target's going to be kind of lazy. And on the other hand, the most loyal sidekick one could imagine. Like, these are people who ought to be in Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, but let's put them all together into the House of Gryffindor. They'll get into trouble, and our target will never realize that our whole plan is to keep them from learning magic. Now, at some point, they're going to need a teacher who will look after them and teach them important things like occlumency, protecting your brain. How do we make sure our subject doesn't learn occlumency or anything else? Is our teacher is a plant, a person who hates them so much that they will never learn anything. And so every time our subject, thinks about something, nope, our teacher's going to sabotage it. Now here's the important thing you have to do if you're going to take over this body later, is you need to shape its brain. Teenage brains are very malleable. If you would like to take it over, you would like it to have your thoughts are home to it. So you'd like them to learn and experience your memories. And so you have lots of tools for this, connections with other brains, the pensieve that lets you store memories and let somebody else absorb them. And then to tell your target, the easiest way to social engineer a teenager is to tell them not to do something. So you say, hey, protect your brain from other people's memories, don't learn them. They'll happily go learn them. At some point, you're ready. Now it's time to conduct your attack, which is put your soul in their body. You're going to have to fake your own death. As a villain, this can be hard, but when you fake your death, you hold all three deathly hallows. One is on your target, which is the invisibility cloak, so that when your soul wanders over there, death doesn't notice the presence of two souls. One is the Elder Wand, so that when somebody casts a killing curse on you, it is ineffective, but everybody thinks it would work. And the third is the Resurrection Stone, which will allow you to move your soul from where it is over into your target body. Now at this point, this is cool, like you've conducted your attack, but you need some dwell time. Because souls don't just take up residence, it's like moving into a new apartment. It takes a little while to set down roots. So leave a note for your target and tell them to go spend a year wandering around in the woods, on some quest to do something. It's okay, they're gullible teenagers, they'll do anything. Let them wander around in the woods for a year until you're ready, and at the end of that year, you send them off to go die. To go fight the villain that you have set up the whole time. Like, they think there's a villain, they're out to go fight them, they show up and the villain casts the killing curse on them, and they die. Except they don't die. There's three souls in the body at this point. Yours, your original target, and the Horcrux that you put in. And here's where you have to social engineer them. For 7 years, you have told your target that you want to die, that you are ready to die, that death is an old friend. And so they have built a mental model of you as somebody who is old and wise and sacrificing, and you've sacrificed parts of your body, and you've done all of this stuff, and you are ready to die. And so when they encounter you in King's Cross Station, and you say, look, this is really just a vision of me. I'm not really here, despite the fact that there's only 3 entities here, which is the Horcrux soul, you, and me. But now you have a choice to face, Harry. And your choice is very simple. You can take the train that goes back to your body. That's that way. Or you can take the train to the afterlife, which is this way. And as you know, I'm ready to die. So I'm getting on the train that goes to the afterlife. Make sure you don't follow me. Get on the train that goes that way. Book 7, Albus Dumbledore wakes up in Harry Potter's body, having committed the greatest act of social engineering for 17 years. He had prepared Harry Potter's body to take it over, and all he needed to do was convince Harry to commit suicide by telling Harry that that was not the way of death. And so what this shows us is that when we look at a story from only one narrow viewpoint, from Harry's, we see this model that Harry thinks he's the good guy and that Dumbledore is the weird, crotchety old mentor who gives him all of these great opportunities, whereas all that Dumbledore is doing for 17 years is distracting Harry, giving Harry fun things to do, interesting, entertaining things to do, having Voldemort out there, who, by the way, Tom Riddle was Dumbledore's first target, except Tom Riddle figured it out and Horcruxed himself in defense to ensure his body could not be taken over. And this is the social engineering that gets you immortality. Because now nobody is looking for Albus Dumbledore, and everybody is celebrating Harry Potter. So an important thing for us to remember is that when we tell stories, nobody tells the story that they are the villain. They always tell the story that they are the hero. And sometimes you can cast them as villains, but I would also argue for you, if you see somebody that you think is a villain, figure out how you can tell the story from their point of view about how they're probably a hero. Even doing this, Dumbledore probably thinks he's a hero because he will create more value for the wizarding world in Harry's lifetime than Harry ever would have, because Harry was not a very diligent student. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy this.
You, Andy. Wow, I think we need a drink after that. Okay. So I have, this is for Andy. This is for me. Now, y'all, this is a Tel Aviv, BSidesTLV tradition, all right? Cheers, Nazdrovia. How do you say it in Harry Potter language?
L'chaim.
L'chaim is in Harry Potter language, okay. This is very good. That's a bit of moonshine, some monkey shoulder. Thank you so much. Let's thank Andy for that incredible reveal. Nobody is the villain in their own story. That's a lesson for all of us to keep. Now, This next talk is something special. It's a topic that we've only explored once in the past, but the speaker that we're about to have on stage, I have known for more than a decade. And this gentleman, this young hacker, this young buckaroo, I met him for the first time at a crypto party in downtown Tel Aviv. Anybody here ever been to a crypto party? So crypto party, it's not about cryptocurrencies and it's not about bitcoins. It's actually about exchanging your encryption keys in person so that you can trust the other guy. It's about setting up encryption on your computer and teaching other people how to use cryptography. So it's a pretty awesome practice, and it was a fun party downtown Tel Aviv. Now, Yuval Adam is an independent technologist. I think that means he's a hacker. And he likes to play around with things, including radio waves. So Yuval is going to help us decode the black magic of radio waves. What a perfect talk after talking about Harry Potter. Give it up for Yuval. Yuval, it's a pleasure to have you on our stage.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, let's smile for the camera. Where
No
is
cameras.
it? Okay, he's on break. It's okay.
We're
He'll
gonna
be
get-
back when you're done. Don't worry.
We'll get our picture
And I'll be
later.
back with a drink as well.
Perfect.
All right, Yuval.
Thank you very much.
You need a clicker?
Yes, I definitely need my clicker.
Okay, don't forget it's not a gift.
Okay. So you want it back at the end.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, this works. Okay. So hi, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Yuval. In my day job, I do consulting with large companies and small startups. But in my spare time, like Alan said, I like to play with all sorts of technologies. And radios are definitely one of my biggest hobbies, which is why I'm very excited to be here giving this talk. And I'd like to start off with a story. When I was 9 years old, I was visiting my grandparents' house. And as kids usually do, I was looking for things to play with. And I found something that fascinated me. I found an analog shortwave radio receiver. And I remember taking it outside with my best friend, and we were sitting outside in the backyard, playing around with it, tuning around, listening to all different kinds of music stations. And then we stumbled upon this.
Oscar, Bravo, Zulu, Victor, India, Foxtrot, Delta, Alpha, Mike.
So this voice sounded so strange and mysterious to me. It was obvious that this wasn't any regular radio station. It would sound very weird. And it immediately sparked my curiosity. And in retrospect, I think it planted the seed for lots of the work that I do today and lots of things that interest me. So in this talk, I'd like to share some of the curiosity for these magical fields of energy that are all around us. So radio is the technology of signaling and communicating using waves of electromagnetic energy. And it's the main physical phenomenon that humanity uses in order to communicate wirelessly over long or short distances. So it quite literally is all around us. Now, while the physics of radio are pretty complex, we don't really need a physics degree in order to understand kind of the basic core idea or the basic principles. And I find this beautiful animation to actually be very intuitive. So if you consider a wave of energy coming from a transmitter in your direction, as that wave passes through a conductive antenna, it's inducing the electrons in that antenna to create a small electric charge. And we can measure that charge and reproduce the signal as it was transmitted to us. And that's pretty much all the theory that you need to know about radio, at least for this talk. Maybe you want to go do a PhD about that, that's something else. But for now, this is everything we need. So the main topic that I want to introduce today, that some of you may have already heard of, is called software-defined radio, or SDR. In the past decade, the field of SDR has exploded and made radio much more accessible to large crowds, to developers, to researchers, and to hobbyists. Lots of different crowds are playing with this stuff. And to understand SDR and why it's such a powerful and transformative concept, I think it's much easier to first understand how hardware radio actually works. So let's take this radio receiver as a classic example. Hardware radios are single-purpose devices. They receive a radio signal, they implement the processing of that signal with analog electronics, and the only thing that this radio will ever be able to do is tune to a frequency and play back the analog sound of the broadcast. No matter how much you tinker with this device or hack with it, it won't do anything else, at least not significantly different. Now, to understand what's going on inside the device, I think it's very useful to look at a typical block diagram for something like this. So we have an antenna that receives the radio signal and generates a small electric charge, as we've seen. But that signal usually is too weak. So before any further processing happens, that signal needs to be amplified. That's the RF amplifier stage. After amplification, we apply some basic tuning and filtering. This usually depends on the station that you're listening to, for example, to the incoming carrier signal. And then comes the important part, the demodulation. So demodulation is what takes the incoming carrier signal and extracts the baseband signal from that. So let me give you an example. So consider an FM radio station that's broadcasting, let's say, a talk show on 100 megahertz. We know that the average frequency of human speech is somewhere around 100 hertz, or 100, 200 hertz, something like that. So the demodulation is what takes the 100 megahertz carrier signal and decodes the original signal from that, the 100 hertz baseband signal that we talked about. That's demodulation. Modulation, other way around. But for receiving, we're demodulating the signal. So once we have the original voice signal in hand, the only thing left to do is to amplify that signal once again, usually with a volume control, and then output it through the speaker for the listener to hear. That's a hardware radio. SDRs do something slightly different. So the first part of the signal pipeline is identical. SDRs are usually generic enough so that no matter what signal we care about, it's all the same to them. The difference is that instead of demodulating the signal, like we did earlier, the SDR digitizes the signal through an analog to digital converter. So what that means is basically we're taking the incoming analog signal, the wave that we saw earlier, and we're sampling it at a very, very high frequency, producing digital samples. That process is called IQ sampling. Those samples are then passed out directly to software for further processing. Now, once you give this some thought, it becomes obvious why this is such a huge deal. If you make your hardware stupid and generic enough, then you're turning your hardware problems into software problems. And we know for a fact that software problems are cheaper and faster to solve, right? That's the difference between going out and manufacturing a new hardware revision for your device and just pushing a firmware update. That's the power of SDR. So a little bit of context on how we got here. So SDR as a concept was initially developed in various commercial products during the 80s and 90s, but the real explosion of SDR as we know it happened in 2012, when a group of developers were looking into the RTL2832 chipset. This chipset was used in cheap USB dongles that were built for receiving digital TV broadcast. Here in Israel, it's Idan Plus. The developers discovered that the video decoding pipeline can actually be bypassed, allowing you to feed the raw signal directly into the computer. These devices are now known by their project name that was spawned off out of this, which is called RTL-SDR, and they mark the first time in history that an off-the-shelf device at a $20 price point was available to anyone and allowed anyone to connect their computer to radio waves. And needless to say that this sparked massive, massive interest. So fast forward 10 years, we now have a multitude of SDR devices available in the market, anything from the cheap RTL SDRs and up to laboratory-grade devices that cost tens of thousands of dollars. There really is a device for any type of use case that you could think of. Now, I want to say one thing about layer 1 security, which might seem obvious, but I think it's worth noting, and that's the key difference. When you're using a wired connection, that connection is by definition confined to a physical space, right, to the cable itself. If you want to attack that physical connection, you either need physical access to the cable or a side channel to attack that. With wireless connections, we're by definition broadcasting and propagating our signal widely. So the only limiting factors here really are range for getting an effective signal, or directionality if that signal is kind of pointed in one specific direction or one specific sector, or any limitations on the antenna, like if you want to talk with a satellite, you usually need a pretty big satellite dish. Those are really the only limiting factors here. So now that we know how SDRs work and what they do, I want to show you a few applications of how they're being used. And one of the most prominent examples is tracking commercial flights. This is done with a relatively simple protocol called ADSB. which basically means that aircraft broadcast their exact position at all times for safety reasons. And the thing is that these signals are so ridiculously easy to pick up. You can do it with no more than the cheapest SDR you can find, zero computational power, essentially, and a homemade antenna that measures no more than, let's say, 10 centimeters in size. All these components together cost like $50, $60. Once you have all the hardware set up, it's time to run some software. And in this case, I'm using a popular CLI tool that's called Dump 1090. Once you start running it, you immediately start to see all the incoming data packets in real time as they're being transmitted from the aircraft around you. And of course, once you have these coordinates, you can also plot them on a map. With a simple setup like the one that I showed you, operating from a relatively open balcony in the middle of Tel Aviv, you can receive targets in ranges upwards of 350 kilometers. So this just shows you how easy it is to work with well-known signals. And in this case, ADS-B is broadcast from above, it's unencrypted, and there's well-supported software for it. But what happens if you don't have that luxury? Let's say you're doing some novel research on a new wireless device or inspecting like a widely broadcast signal that you have no idea where it's coming from. This field is called blind signal analysis, and I want to show you how that's done using open source software. So first of all, a small tip. If you're, let's say, researching a device and you do have it on hand, it will probably have an FCC ID. Every single device that went through the regulation process will have one of these. You can go on the FCC database, which is open, and see all the specs and lab reports for this device. So that will give you hints on what you're looking for in terms of frequency or how this device works. But we're here to talk about SIGINT, not about OSINT. So the real first step is to identify a signal of interest, and we usually do that with a spectrum analysis. Here I'm running a software called GQRX. Spectrum analysis means that we're looking at a waterfall view of the frequency domain, which is the horizontal axis in this diagram, over time, the vertical axis. And that will show you, so we're basically tuning the SDR to a certain frequency window, and that will show you the strength of each signal within that window. So here, the wider signals are much stronger, the peaks. After we've located our signal of interest in frequency and time, we need to start decoding it. Now, there are dozens of different ways to actually modulate a signal, and each modulation potentially has dozens of different parameters for how data is encoded within that. Specifically for things that we're discussing or that most of this crowd would be interested in, we usually care about digital data that's modulated onto an analog carrier. So digital data being digital data, that's kind of obvious, as opposed to, let's say, analog data, which is voice. And the analog carrier is the radio waves, which are a physical phenomenon, so they're, again, an analog property of nature. So digital data on an analog carrier. For most of the stuff, for most use cases, this is the stuff that we care about. So we can then use another open source software. In this case, I'm using Ultimate Radio Hacker, which is software that helps you capture specific signals and inspect them. And that would help us identify which parameters they use. So things like which modulation, which line coding they use, which baud rate, things like that. All of these things together affect how our digital signal is modulated and encoded onto the analog carrier. Once we've extracted a valid stream of bits, URH is also going to help us in doing analysis in order to understand the higher level data protocol. This might be a phase that more of us are familiar with if we've done low level work with protocols or things like that. This phase is where we might have to start dealing with things like checksums, forward error correction, and most importantly, encryption. So if our protocol is any good, this is the point where you start to see encrypted data and start to kind of probe how well that encryption actually works. And if we did everything like we should have, then we've completely reverse engineered our signal, and we can then take the knowledge that we have from there and implement a complete signal processing flow using a very popular tool called GNU Radio, which is a toolkit for signal processing. And this will give us a complete real-time radio application that we can then integrate into any other software stack. So that's kind of, from A to Z, the entire process of how we take an unknown signal and move to a complete implementation in software. There's one other very interesting aspect of SDR that I want to talk about, which is the ability to use more than one receiver. So we now have off-the-shelf devices that run multiple receivers all on the same hardware clock. And this enables really interesting use cases that aren't usually possible with a single receiver. And I want to show you 2 examples. So the first example is direction finding. If you're using multiple receivers, you can calculate what's called the direction of arrival of a signal. So this tells us not just how strong the signal is, but also where it's coming from. And this is kind of a type of war driving, if you're familiar with the term, that never existed before. It allows us to pinpoint signals directly back to where they are transmitted from. Another application is passive radar. In this method, we're using strong, well-known signals like radio or TV stations, and we're comparing the source signal versus how those signals bounce off of a moving target. Now, this uses some complicated math, but it gives really interesting results. This basically builds kind of a small radar station in your home, if that's where you're operating this from. So this allows you to track various different objects in motion, and in this diagram you can see like some vehicles or airplanes, things like that. Very interesting stuff. So the first question you might be asking yourself, because we've just discussed receiving up until now, so what about transmitting? What's going on there? The thing is that cheap SDRs can't really transmit, at least not reliably, which is not entirely true because there is, like, for example, a really cool hack that allows you to send dirty signals from a GPIO pin of a Raspberry Pi. I don't know if anyone knows about that. That's a really, really cool project. But higher quality devices absolutely allow for active transmission attacks. So this opens up a whole class of attacks, things like spoofing, replay attacks, man-in-the-middle, downgrade attacks, and denial of service. You can do all of these things if you have a transmitting SDR. And just to show one example, which is in the news, GPS jamming is absolutely a thing. Obviously, it's happening on a kind of military-grade scale, but it's happening, and you can actually measure that, like this website, which measures GPS jamming all over the world. It actually does that using data from airplanes that we saw earlier, which is kind of interesting. So that's kind of an example of kind of a military active transmitting attack. The second question that might be on everybody's mind is, if SDRs have been around for 10 years, for over 10 years, then aren't we stagnating? What's going to change in the future? And how is all of this really relevant? And there are many answers to that question. So we know several things. We know that wireless layer 1s are still a viable attack vector that isn't going anywhere anytime soon. We're seeing more and more research coming out all the time that exploits various physical layers. And we know that SDR devices just keep getting better because we're seeing them come out in the market. They have better specs, they perform better, they're cheaper, so that's happening. We're seeing more open source signal processing tools with new capabilities, specifically around machine learning and deep learning of signals, which is a really cool thing. Essentially, there are some demos showing how you can pretty much AI on signals. And we're seeing more and more clients using wireless infrastructure. So things like autonomous vehicles, drones, and satellites, when all of these are deployed, they're using the wireless spectrum and they're communicating over radio. And the last thing is the popularization of open source infrastructure stacks. So things like LTE or 5G, you can deploy those just using open source software. You can basically have your own LTE network within your home if you want to do that. It's a little bit complicated because the frequencies are regulated, but otherwise, in terms of software, it's possible. So there's lots of exciting advances, and the field is definitely expanding and improving. So to answer the question, all this stuff points to the fact that if we care about the security of our technology in general, we should be caring about how the technology that we are building is using radio. And SDR is the de facto way to do that, either to build a product or to research it. So I'd like to kind of end on the same note that I started with, and that is that the world of radio is full of mysteries to explore. And I believe that we're really lucky and privileged to live in a time where taking that journey is now available to everyone. Thank you very much.
We got a drink back there for you. I know you
Yeah.
asked for a special red little drink we call
We're gonna-
Campari. Smile to the paparazzi. That's good. All right, so now I have a special announcement. Thank you so much, Yuval.
Thanks, Ellen.
We have speaker gifts and a drink and Campari for you back there.
Thanks.
Leave the clicker. That's not a gift. Okay, special announcement and stickers. Who wants some stickers? This announcement is for the Hackeriot. So the Hacker Riot Hackathon to get ladies into cybersecurity. Registration is now open, and it's going to take place right here in Tel Aviv University, and in just about a month, in the first week of August. Ladies, you want a sticker? Come and get it. Yeah, you want a sticker? Come and get it, and give it to some ladies, okay? Give it to some of the younger ladies in the room. Yeah, and tell all your friends, tell all your student friends, tell all your lady friends. Well, you got to come up here. I'm not going to go out down there. Now, we're going to have a quick break. After the break, we've got a couple more talks. Arba, okay. But there's a few more. So you get two, you get one. Okay, Gadi. Gadi, I need more stickers up in here. Okay, I got some more stickers. Look, I found some in my pocket. That's not for you, that's a different one. That's one, okay. Be back here in 15 minutes, okay? 4:20, we got more talks. We have a CTF announcement. And זה ההאקריות. זה של B-Sides. את רוצה האקריות? כן. Moon Active is giving away a PlayStation. So you want to go to Moon Active? There's a PlayStation with your name on it. Legit has got prizes. We all got prizes. יש לי של B-Sides, כן. We got stickers. בבקשה, there you go. Be back here at 4:15 or 4:20. What did I say? 4:20. Thank you. תודה לך. תן לעוד אנשים גם. And a special surprise and special guest at 4:20. בבקשה. כן. רגע. חבוב, אתה קיבלת 2, אז תיתן 1 לה. say also? Ta? Okay, it's not food. So it's a lightning talk. We got a fast-paced talk with Rotem Reiss, who is a product security manager at Playtika. And he is a bug hunter and a code addict. You're a code addict. It's better than being not an addict. Anyway, I had a terrible joke. I'm not going to say it because my daughter is here. He's a code addict who has contributed to many open source projects, that's right, such as OWASP, Metasploit, and Grafana. His shift from InfoSec into AppSec, shift from development to AppSec, was greatly influenced by his security research uncovering DrupalGeddon 2. DrupalGeddon 2. You hear that? And he has found and disclosed multiple CVEs in well-known products like Elasticsearch, Grafana, and others. He believes that organizations should be defended with an attacker's mindset. And that right there is exactly what BSidesTLV is all about. So, Rotem also co-organized the first Israeli bug bounty community meetup. Now, please help me welcoming to the stage, Rotem, let's give a warm welcome to Rotem Reiss, who's going to talk to us about the missing piece adding automated role-based access control checks and authorizations in your pipelines. Did I get that correctly? Yeah, okay, she whispered, she told me what's going on. Okay, let's give a warm round of applause to Rotem Reiss.
Thank you, Karen.
Rotem, thank you for sharing the stage with my Rotem.
Sure.
She's quite a diva, like her mom. All right. Bye, everybody. Okay.
Cool. So, hello, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. As Karen said, this is my second time in a row in BSidesTLV, and I hope that it will be a new tradition. So let's talk about the missing piece in the CI. So just before that, I'm Rotem. I'm leading the product security activities at Playtika. I'm also a bug hunter on my spare time, and an open source contributor, as Karen already said. So I'm going to jump to the next slide. So if you still didn't get where you are, so we are here to discuss about authorization in your pipelines. And this is going to be a 10-minute talk, so I'm not going to deep dive into the details. So if anyone wants to know more, you can reach out to me later. So let's start to talk about authorization first to understand what is authorization in the first place. So in authorization, we have two main issues mostly. One is unprotected resources. For example, if we have 4 API endpoints in our application, and one of those is API/admin, we want to make sure that this route is only accessible by a specific role, by admins, of course. The second issue that we might have is IDOR, insecure direct object reference. That means that one user shouldn't be able to access another person's data, like order or profile or whatever it should be. So we are going to focus this talk even more. Again, this is a lightning talk. So the focus here is going to be on SaaS platforms. And why SaaS platforms? Because of multiple reasons. One is that usually SaaS platforms has multiple roles, at least, let's say, admin and a regular user. And also, they are usually multi-tenant applications. That means that we want to make sure that one company can't access another company's data. And also the fact that usually startups are behind those kind of SaaS platforms, on a lot of cases at least. And SaaS platforms have the nature to grow fast and to have some huge number of technologies and to compromise on the security for moving again fast. So let's talk for a sec about the birth of an authorization bug. This is not that different from any other software development lifecycle in general. The first phase is that we have the analysis, usually done by the product team, and the product team should define that we have, for example, a specific functionality, and that functionality should be accessible by a specific role. And after that, we have the design and development phase where the architect or tech lead and developer working together to actually develop the feature, and after that, hopefully to test it before it goes to production. But we are going to see that it's not that easy. So since every presentation nowadays have to have something with AI, so this is my contribution of AI, a quote by ChatGPT, but eventually what I'm trying to say is that seeing is believing, so let's jump into the demo. So for the sake of the demo, I created a mini vulnerable authorization application. This is available in my GitHub account. You can access it and start it if you liked it. This application has multiple API endpoints, as you can see on the screen. For example, API/admin, as I said before, and other endpoints that we are going to see how we are enforcing the role-based access control during the CI. So I'm going to start from the end to the start. So here you can see the end result. The end result is that we have some kind of a documentation as code in our GitHub repository with the role-based access control metrics that defines which API endpoints we have and which are accessible or which should be accessible by the different roles and persona that we have, in this case, user and admin again, and the results of the test that we have in the CI. Moreover, we can even create issues, it could be Jira issues or GitHub issues on a case of a violation from the policy that we defined. So how did we do, or how can we do that in the CI? So I used the almighty Nuclei, and if someone here doesn't know this great tool, so go ahead and read about it. But this tool is mainly for discovering vulnerabilities as a vulnerability scanner for things like cross-site scripting issues, SQL injection, or known CVEs, but it was never intended to be used as a tool to scan things regarding authorization, violations, or things like that. So how does it work? The tool in general, it's using YAML templates for its work. And you might say to yourself, okay, my developers aren't going to actually create YAML templates when they're developing a new API, and that's correct. So the way that I'm showing here is only one approach, which is to use a script that I prepared. The script asks a few simple questions, and then it creates the templates that we need for the authorization checks in the CI, and then it looks something like that. It keeps the structure of the API in the directory in, again, our repository, everything as code, and we can see API and then user address, and we have two YAML files, one for admin and the second for user, with the same HTTP method, get. So what we are going to do about that? So eventually, we have, for example, the route that we want to test, API/admin, and we want to get the results, whether this passed or failed. And as you can see here, we have the two templates, pretty similar to what we've seen on the previous slide. And then we have the severity field in the YAML. Again, this is all the structure of Nuclei. I didn't invent anything new. I just used one tool for achieving the role-based access control. And I used the severity, I kind of abused it even, to declare whether this test should be successful or not. So in case that the user should be able to access that specific route that I defined, the severity will be informative. Otherwise, it can be anything else. It could be a medium, high, critical, whatever you prefer, and you can even create different severities per case if you want to define that a specific route is more risky than the other routes that you have in your application. You can also see that I used some metadata for my scripts to run more easily, nothing too fancy or too complicated. And one more important thing is that we are using the match logic in this case to match against the HTTP code 200, but not on all cases this will be the case. So we might have a case where admin, a request to a specific API will return something for admins and will return a different body, maybe even another property or something like that, to another user in a higher role or a lower role. So you can match the logic and you can do whatever you want as limited by Nuclei, and there are not a lot of limitations in this tool in general, so that's good for us. You can see here the example of unauthorized request. As I said, the severity is high in this case for a user and not for admin. So did you say CI? Yes, I did. So let's see how it runs in the CI. So in the CI, we have two main interesting parts. The first part is uploading the artifacts of the Nuclei scan as an artifact to the workflow that I ran. In this case, you can see it here. And the second interesting part is the role-based access control metrics, as I showed at the beginning. So this is the end result of that. So let's do a high overview on all that to understand the overall flow. So we have the developer needs to create a new endpoint. They are creating the new endpoint, and then they can use the script to automatically add the test to their code, and then it will run in the CI. By the way, I didn't mention, but you can even use Swagger annotations to automatically generate the tests in the CI. So I didn't do that in this example that I created, but this is for sure possible. And in the CI, it makes sure if we have any RBAC violations. In case that we have RBAC violations, it can fail the build and also create a ticket, as we said, and updates, of course, the role-based access control metrics report. That report can then be used by the product team. So an important piece of that is that product teams not always have the information on which API endpoints they have and what is the permissions matrix in their SaaS platform or in their application. So here they can use it in an easy, visible way to actually understand what they have in their application. And in case that the build has passed, then it goes live to production or whatever you want to do. So just to wrap up, authorization bugs could be your biggest nightmare, especially in SaaS platforms, and you might think that it's impossible to cover it in the CI with some automation, but that's wrong, and I'm here to prove it. We didn't talk about IDO. That's correct if someone noticed, but this is because we don't have a lot of time, but it is possible, and I demonstrated it on some local POCs that I did. And of course, check out the demo project if you want to contribute to that or to ask questions. Feel free to ping me there. And of course, embrace cultural improvements. Make sure that your product teams and the developers are working close together to make sure that you are eliminating all the bugs and reducing the risks while designing your products and applications, and don't wait once it's already on production. That's it. Thank you. If anyone have any questions.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Thank you, Rotem.
Thank you.
I have to thank you twice.
Why?
First of all, you're a great speaker, so thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Second of all, thank you for looking at that camera right there. And third of all, thank you for sharing the stage with my Rotem.
Sure.
That's, I'll never forget.
My honor.
Yeah, it's my honor. Thank you, Rotem. We've got a small gift for you. All right, all right, all right. This next talk is one that the entire CFP review team was curious to hear. And that's why we have it at this time of the day, so that we, the organizers, can actually enjoy this talk ourselves. So this next talk, we have a dynamic duo of two speakers that are going to share their wisdom, and they're first-time speakers. So I want you to give them all the love and all the warmth and all the caring that the BSidesTLV crew knows. Please raise up the ceiling for Ariel Sharf and Doron Karmi. Yeah, first-time speakers. We love our first-time speakers. We love our first-time speakers, and they are on brand. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at how sharp they are. So Ariel Sharp, but you should be called Ariel Sharp.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you're being sharp, so that's your new name. So Ariel Sharp and Doron, they're gonna walk us through the wild, wild world of Google Workspaces and Google Cloud and into security investigations. Now, I don't think there's a single soul in this room that does not use Google Cloud or Google Workspaces. Heck, even my baby daughter, who was just on stage, has got a Gmail account. So we all need to learn from these gentlemen. Are you gentlemen? From these guys.
Yes,
we'll see if they're gentlemen soon. We'll see if you investigate and tell. We'll see what they have to share about Google Workspaces and their investigations and forensics. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more photo. Okay. Shlomi, you have to tell me to bring them in before I tell them to take it away. It's, you tried. Okay. All right. Okay, 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 okay. Now let's give them one more applause. Hey, don't be stingy. It's the last couple of talks of the day. You can do a big, nice applause for these guys. Okay.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. Welcome to our lecture, Google Workspace Forensic, Insights from Real-World Hunt and Incident Response. We are Doron Karmi.
My name is Ariel Sharf.
And we are both senior cloud researchers at Mitiga. By the way, if you are home bakers or prefer animals over humans, we are looking for more researchers, so feel free to reach out. And let's deep dive in what we are going to have today. So our agenda. We are going to talk about Google Workspace and specifically about Google Workspace logs. We're going to talk about how to retrieve those logs, what challenges are in those logs, and what improvements we in Mitiga apply to those logs to make them more readable. We're also going to talk about data exfiltration, specifically from Google Drive, including a real case that we found. And at the end, we're going to talk about a particular visibility gap that we find in Google Drive. So let's start. First of all, what is Google Workspace? So I'm sure most of you know, but Google Workspace is a collection of cloud-based tools that help organizations and individuals to collaborate easier. It includes Gmail, Google Drive, Google Keep, Calendar, and more. You have to know that this is a very, very popular platform in the world. There are more than 6 million paying businesses that are using Google Workspace. So this makes it a huge opportunity for bad actors to perform attacks against it, and specifically around data exfiltration. Let's talk a little bit about the logs themselves. So the logs are divided by the service. For example, when you enable the logs, you will have a file for each type, for each service of Google Workspace. For example, admin logs, Google Drive logs, Gmail logs, and more. They are collected in near real time, with some exception, but most of the services collected in near real time, and the typical retention period is 6 months. Today, we are going to focus specifically on Google Drive. Those logs include, among other, actions that are taken by the users, like sharing files, accessing files, downloading files, creating new files, all of them in Google Drive. So let's see an example of how the logs looks like. So this is an example of a log. Okay, I'm missing one picture, but let's do it. This is an example of a log. As we can see, this is the event. The event includes the name of the call and the parameters. On the picture that is missing here, you could see that there are also other forensically important fields, like the IP address and the user that actually made the call. Also, you can see here that the events is a list, and it's comprised of several events that are all tied together. So the logs, the structure of the logs, it's not that easy to read. And there are some challenges that makes us, the investigator, makes the life of us, the investigators, challenging. Let's see why. First of all, user agent field is missing. This is a typical log of Google Drive. We can see some type of information that are included, like the IP address, the user, but there is no user agent. The user agent in forensic investigation is a key field that helps us detecting abnormal activities. And in Google Drive, you won't be able to find it. In addition, IP addresses inconsistencies, you can find IP addresses inconsistencies in the log. Wait. Okay, another picture is missing, but you can find IP addresses inconsistencies in the log. For example, you could see a few download events, all of them coming from the same user in the very same second, but from 3 different IP addresses, or a few different IP addresses. And I will explain later why this could happen. Another example, or another challenge, is that in file-related log entries, such as download in this case, there is no path. So you can see information about the document that was accessed, such as the document ID, the document type, the document title, but you won't be able to know the path of the file. And when you, as an investigator, come in to investigate such case of exfiltration, it's very crucial to know where the files were taken from. So let's see what we did in Mitiga in order to make those files or those logs much easier to read and to investigate. Wait, sorry. Another image is missing. Okay, I'm going to talk without pictures at all because they are missing. I'm not sure why, but just believe me, that's the case. So let's go back to events, and I'll show you back in the beginning. Okay, so this is a typical event of Google Drive. As you can see, it's comprised of several elements. Each one of them is an event, and this is a typical log record. Each event is comprised of the name of the event and the parameters that are tied to it. This is not that easy to ingest and to investigate because this is a list of events. One of those events, in each log record, one of the events will be marked as the primary event, and here it's set to true. And this primary event is actually the event that the user took. And all the rest of the events are events that were generated because of this action. So what we do in Mitiga is splitting those events, and this is another slide, but that's a screenshot from our tool of choice, which is PySpark, and this is after we process the event. So each sub-event, we split it into a new dedicated row. As you can see here, there are 2 rows, and these were used to be part of the same log. Try to think about the case when you are trying to look for all the documents that were ever shared in your, not shared, that were ever got public in your environment. With our technique, it's much easier because you just need to look for the event name, and you will be able to see all the documents that were shared. In the original row log, you need to iterate through all the events and through all the list of those events in order to be able to conclude that. Okay, let's go back again because I need an example. So back here, this is an event, and those are the parameters. So each event is comprised of a list of dictionaries that represent the parameters of the call. For example, in this case, we can see 2 examples, but there are more parameters of this call upload. One of them is primary event, the second one is billable. There are 2 types of keys inside of each dictionary. One of them is name, which is the name of the parameter, and there are 4 other types-related keys that represent the type of the parameter. For example, in this case, we can see primary event is Boolean, billable is also Boolean, but in the picture that is not here, you could see other example. Okay, so in some cases, you will see that the parameter name and only one of the values of the type-related fields will be populated. Depends on the type of the parameter. So in this case, these are Booleans, but it could be value, which is string. It could be multi-value or int. So what we do in Mitiga in order to make it easier, and this picture I do have, is we are flattening all the dictionaries and we omit the type-related fields. So in this, with this technique, we actually lose the type of the parameter, but we still have what actually matters, which is the parameter name and the parameter value. And that makes the investigation much faster, much easier, and we are able to access the parameters or ask questions about those parameters in a faster manner. And lastly, we contextualize the log records with the originating app name. So again, no picture, but this is an originating app name, which could be, in some cases, you could find it in some calls. And this depends whether a user took the action or an application. So if an application took the action, you will see the originating app ID. This ID represents the application, and we enrich the data with the application name. So the investigator is able to ask questions about the application that took the action, whether it be first-party application or third-party application. So we add, in this example, I think this is Google Drive. In the picture that is not here, it was Slack. And one important thing to note is that when an application takes an action on behalf of a user, the IP address in some cases would be the IP address of the hosting provider of the application. And this is why in some cases you will see inconsistencies in the IP address. So you can see one entry coming from one user with one IP, and then a second later, another entry from the same user from a different IP address. And again, this could be misleading and indirect your investigator while performing an investigation. Now we are going to talk about a specific data exfiltration case, and Sharf, over to you.
Thanks, Doron. Now we are going to focus on data exfiltration from Google Drive. Let's start from the basics. Just a minute. Cool. Let's start from the basics. There are 6 event names that may be related to data exfiltration from Google Drive. The most obvious is download, of course. Threat actor also can view files, can send them in email as attachment, can't print them. You'll note that they can print them to PDF, so they don't need to physically print them in order to exfiltrate huge amount of data, for example. They can preview them, and the least intuitive, they can copy them to more convenient location, for example, to a public folder. Just a minute. When you suspect a user, you can check which exfiltration-related events they perform. And also, when you perform threat hunt, you can search for anomalies in these events' appearances in order to generate leads to investigate. In this example, each line is a user. You can see how many exfiltration-related events each user performed over time. The green user, for example, the green line, performed on February 27th approximately 20K of exfiltration-related events, and it can be really interesting to investigate it in threat hunt. Besides that, threat actor also can share files to a public or to an external user. We are going to talk just about share files from shared drive, not about private drive. When you are share file or a folder, under the general access section, you can choose the group, anyone with a link, your organization, or restricted. Restricted means just users that you explicitly mention here get permissions to this object. And also, you can choose here the access scope, viewer, commenter, or editor. In our example, we're going to see, we changed the group under general access from our organization to anyone with a link. This click actually generated 4 events, 2 change document visibility events, and 2 change document access scope events. In this table, you also see 3 parameters we extracted from the parameters column: target domain, old value, and new value. At first look, it may be confusing, but when you are looking back, you can see here actually a pattern. In the first couple of events, the start state, people within domain with link, aka our organization, and can view access scope, changed to the clean state, private and none. And after that, in the next couple of events, the clean state changed to the end state, people with link and can view. You'll note that even though we didn't change the can view access scope, it still goes through the clean state. Now let's talk about share a file or a folder with concrete principle in the upper section. So, when you share a file to concrete principle, it's straightforward. There is one event that's called change user access, and the actor of this event is the user that actually performed that. But when you share a folder with concrete principle, something interesting happened in the log. For the main folder, there is one event that's called change user access, and the actor is the user that actually performed that. But after that, for each file and folder recursively under the main folder, there is a special event that's called change user access hierarchy reconciled, and the actor of these events is system. You'll note that all of these events are primary events and not part of a chain like Doron described. Now, story time. Sometimes the simple checks are the most important. I want to tell you about one of our threat hunts with one of our customers. In this threat hunt, we started from the basics, and we searched for anomalies in the 6 events appearances I just described. And we saw something really weird. We saw an external user from gmail.com domain performed at the same timestamp approximately 15K of download events. It's a lot, and it's really interesting to investigate it. So the first question we ask ourselves is, what are the file paths? But as Doron just said, there are no file paths in the logs. So the straightforward solution is using API, but there are two problems with that. There are two problems with that. First, to perform API calls, you need proper permissions, and when you are an external investigator to the organization, you don't always have the proper permissions. And second, API calls give you the current state of the organization, and when you investigate, you want the historical state of the organization. So we try to think what we can do based on the log records only. We saw that for each file or folder creation, there is a create event, but also there is add to folder event. Under this event parameters, there are the document ID and title, and also there are the destination folder ID and title. Based on these events, we build this table. In this table, you can see the document IDs and the destination folder details, title and ID. This table based on the add to folder events. Now, if you think about that, if for the destination folder IDs, destination folders, we have also the add to folder events, we can search these IDs in the document ID column and recursively build the paths. So that's what we actually did. This table is from our lab, don't worry. Here you can see event names and the timestamp. Here you can see the document title from the parameters column. And here you can see the calculated document path we built recursively with this cool technique. You'll note, of course, that the paths might be partial in this technique, depending on the log time frame. If you don't have the create events and the add to folder events, you can't build the entire path. So back to the story, we understood these files were sensitive. Long story short, a former employee downloaded them after an admin gave him permissions, and the CISO took it from there. Finally, I want to share with you a visibility gap we found in Google Workspace a few weeks ago. When we investigate, we expect to see consistency in the logs. What do I mean? We already know that there is a download event. So every time a user downloads a file, we see a download event in the logs, right? So it's not as simple as that. Let's talk a little bit about licenses. In Google Workspace, each user has the Cloud Identity Free license that enables basic features. And also, the admin can purchase paid licenses to enable more features. In this example, in the organization, there is paid license that's called Google Workspace Enterprise Plus, but this license isn't assigned to this user. So in our research, we found that if a user doesn't have any paid license, there are no log records on their private drive at all. When I say private drive, I mean to their private drive in the organization Google Workspace. So they can copy files, download files, view files, create files, and so on, without any log record. It's crazy to think about that. Based on this finding, we try to think how threat actor can exfiltrate not just the private drive, but the shared drive of the organization with minimum log records. Now I want to show you a use case how threat actor can do something like that, exfiltrate the shared drive with minimum log records with our finding. In this use case, the compromised user is an admin user, because an admin user has the permissions to revoke and assign license. So threat actor can revoke the paid license to avoid of logs about the private drive of the compromised user, copy all the shared drive files to the private drive, download all the files from the private drive, and finally reassign the paid license to be discrete as possible. Now let's see together the logs. About the revoke and reassign the license, there are relevant events, user license revoke and user license assignment under the admin audit log. For the copy the files, actually it's interesting. Usually, for copy file in Google Drive, there are two events. source copy event and copy event. These events are almost the same, so it's not interesting to monitor both. But in our case, there are no copy events because there are no log records about the private drive. Yes, the source copy events is about the original files, and the copy events is about the destination files. So because there are no log records about the private drive, there are no copy events, and there are just source copy events. And finally, for the download of the files, there are no log records. Based on this research, we understood that in our threat hunts, we should also search for license, revoke, and reassign in the short time, and also search for source copy events without related copy events. To you, Doron.
Thank you. So let's see what we had today, a few takeaways. First of all, collecting Google Workspace logs is not enough. Some pre-processing is required to prepare the logs for investigation. We saw the events, we saw the parameters. The structure of the log is not that trivial. Some data is missing, and you need to know this in advance and also to be able to pre-process it before. Second, early introduction to the log source is required by your security team. As I said, some data might be missing, such as the user agent, and the visibility could be limited in some cases. So you need to be aware of the limitation of the log source in order to be able to investigate it better. And lastly, the visibility gap that was shared by Ariel just a second ago might require monitoring events that are not that trivial. For example, the revoke and reassignment of a license to a user to be able to understand that data was exfiltrated. Thank you for coming. This was our lecture. If you would like to know more, the QR codes are for our blog and advisory. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. Thank you, Doron. Now, we do apologize for the technical difficulties, and I believe these kind gentlemen will enjoy a beverage on our expense at the moment as we get ready for the next speech, which is our last deep dive technical talk of the day before the CTF announcement. So the moment we've all been waiting for is almost here. Now, before I invite the next speaker on stage, I want you to know this talk is also inspired by some fantastic Tolkien works. So the next talk is about Lady or Lord of the Ring Zero. This is a deep dive technical talk. After that, we're going to have our CTF announcement. Now, let me know if you had the chance to meet our sponsors. Did you get swag? Did you get food? Did you get stickers? Anybody want some more stickers? Too bad, I'm out. Should have been here earlier. All right, so this next speaker, his name is Ido. Let me tell you something. We had a whole bunch of different speakers backstage today. This guy is ice cold. He's the coolest speaker we had. Everybody else was nervous, excited. Not this guy. He knows his stuff. Please help me welcome to the stage, Ido Veltzman. Ido.
Thank you.
Come right here. Smile for the camera right there. Yeah. So Ido is going to talk to us about being a lady or a lord, take your pick, of the Ring Zero. And he's going to be going deep into all of that stuff. He's got experience with kernel development. He's got experience with reverse engineering, with OS internals. What do you do on your free time, Ido?
Going to the gym, playing drums.
Release code on GitHub.
Release code
on GitHub. Play drums, as one does. Okay, you got everything you need, Ido?
Yes, sir.
Everybody here ready? Last technical deep dive of the day until the CTF announcement. Let's hear it for Ido. Let him know you're still here. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's go.
There we go. So first of all, thank BSides for having me here. Thank you all for staying. And let's start. So my name is Ido. I'm doing open source on GitHub. I'm doing some projects related to evasion, related to kernel development, related to injection methods. I'm posting it here. There's also a QR code here for you to follow along. We will also have code snippets. But besides that, if anyone wants to look at the code of the driver I'm going to use NIDOG, which is my open source rootkit. And I will use it for the demo today. I'm also posting blogs in this URL about my projects, about kernel development, and the blog post, Lord of the Ring Zero, is what inspired today's talk. So what we're going to have today is we're going to learn how to hide our user mode and malware and artifacts. We are going to talk about anti-detection, about unregistering callbacks, about disabling ETWTI, about IRP hooking, what is IRP. We're going to talk a little about PatchGuard and DSE and how can we bypass them, and some tips about safe kernel development, and a little bit puns on the side. So let's start. So first of all, what is a kernel callback? And sorry, we're going to talk in this section about what is a kernel callback, how EDRs and antiviruses are using kernel callbacks, and how it can be used from an offensive point of view and defensive point of view. So first of all, what is a kernel callback? So kernel callback is a mechanism that provides a general way for drivers to get information about events that happen. In the end, if, for example, you want to access some file and you don't have permissions to, some driver needs to handle it and give you the access denied you're all used to get. And if you're trying to create some process, and this is, for example, Mimikatz, a very known bad process, some antivirus will want to inspect it. So how they're doing it is via callbacks. And all the callbacks the operating system knows to call the callbacks from a callback list, which is there, they are stored. So in that callback list, there's just a list of all the addresses of the functions that the operating system needs to run and call and execute them one by one. So we're going to talk about three different types of callbacks today. The first one will be object callback. Object callback is the callback that is registered for every event of pre or post operation. For example, if you want to open and handle to a process, you can call back, if a driver registered one, and callback of pre-open process will be called. We can see here an example of registering that kind of callback. Two callbacks, actually. One for a pre-open process and the other one for pre-open thread. And we're registering with OB register callbacks with our registration handle, and we're going to get a registration handle with our altitude, which is a unique identifier for each driver that wants to register a callback. So this is the example of the pre-open process callback, which I use on my driver NIDOG. This code is written on C++. And what we're having here is I wanted to protect my malicious process, from being dumped or accessed by antivirus. So I'm checking if someone wants to access my process, and if it does, I'm just removing the permissions for closing that process, terminating that process, dumping that process memory, reading that process memory all along, and just returning the strict handle. So it basically, if it wanted to terminate me, it can do it anymore. we have a lot of types of callbacks. We have callback type for key operation. We have a type for files. We have for events, for processes, threads, tokens. Not all of them are enabled by default, but we can enable them. We will see later on why we can't really turn them on. Every callback consists of this structure, which is the object type. It contains the type list, which is just a linked list to all the other object types. We have the name of the callback. We have the lock that we can use to make sure that no one else is using and iterating that object type. We have the callback list, and we have also other members that we won't discuss about today. But one picture is worth 1,000 words, and a demo was worth even more, so I'm having here a presentation of the pre-open process callback. So here we can see that I'm having two shells. I have the right shell that I'm using to activate and use my driver, and the left shell that is system. We can see that I have a process named Notepad, and I want to protect it. Let's assume this is Mimikatz. This is some process I want to protect. I don't want antiviruses to scan it. I don't want anyone to dump it. Here I edit it, and I show that I'm, in fact, system, and trying to kill it, but I can't. I get access denied. And when I remove that process from the list, we can see that once again, I will be able to kill it. So here it is right now, trying to do task kill, and in a second, it is done. We also have another type, notify routines. I think that every red team member in the crowd already heard so much about it, but I don't know how many of you actually dug into it. So let's do it today. So notify routines are three types of routines. We have the create process, that we say that what it does is we can get every operation of creating process or terminating process. We have one also for threads, and we have one for image loading. We don't have any one for image unloading, just image loading. So here we also have a little demo. Here I didn't use NIDOG, I used the driver of my own. What I'm doing here is just the driver denies the opening of a process called Notepad. But if we are antivirus, we can do it not for Notepad, but for known bad processes that many threat actors are using, and it can be helpful. We can also use it not only just to block the creation of a process, but we can do it also for example, if we want to examine process when it is created and search for any type of a malicious shellcode or any other thing that can point that this process is illegitimate. The last type of callback is a registry callback. Registry callback happens every time there's a registry operation. So how we can register it is by giving the function that will handle these registry operations. We can give it altitude, which, like we said, is the driver's unique identifier, and we can give it we can give it context, we will get context, sorry, and we will get also cookie, which we can use later to unregister that callback. So this is the function that handles all the registry operations in my driver, which I chose to handle pre-delete key, pre-delete value, setting value, querying value. Anyone can guess what can we use for, I don't know, for query value? No one. Okay? So we can use it, for example, if someone wants to iterate or check if some value exists. A very common registry key for red teams and threat actors is the run key, which all know and love or hate, depends on your side. And what we can do is still put our malware there, but hide it, and that everyone that wants to query that value and check if there's something under the run key, we can just hide our malware from there. And this is exactly what this function does. So this function is checking if the caller is, if someone wants to do operation on a user mode object, and if it does, it continues. We're getting the registry key name and then the registry value and doing some validations to make sure we're not crashing the computer. And then we're trying to find it on some list that I defined and that you can add your registry keys, your registry values to there, and just protect your item. For example, in this case, the value. And we can see that if we find that item on that list, we're returning status not found. This is another demo. As we can see, we have here under our run key, we have Gandalf saying, "Fly, you fools." And let's assume this isn't Gandalf, this is a malicious one, and we want to hide it from the user. So as we can see, I hid it, and then it's no longer there. We can no longer see it, but once I restore it, we can see it once again. We saw that callbacks gives a lot of information. We're getting information about, for example, processes, registry, threads, loading DLLs. We're getting tons of information that we, as malware developers this time, won't want this information to exist. So what can we do? How can we find this callback and unregister it and just blind that spot of anti-malware vendors? We're going to talk about this today, right now, and we will also have some nice demo of unregistering the WD filter driver, which is the Windows Defender's filter driver. Like we said earlier, all the callbacks are stored within the callback list. So it means that what we can do is just iterate that list and find if the callback that we want to unregister matches the image base of the kernel driver that we want to remove. So let's say we want to remove the callback of Windows Defender. What can we do? What we can do is listing all the callbacks, finding the callback that we want, and connecting it to Windows Defender by finding the image base of Windows Defender and see that it matches. So this is the demo. For the demo, I chose OB callbacks. We can see here that I'm querying all the pre-opening handle for processes. We can see the value of WD filter here, and here we are removing it with little lags. And after we will remove it, we see that it was replaced with another callback pointing to my driver. That callback does essentially nothing, and because the callback of WD filter driver will never be called, when all the detections that relies on that callback will also never be fired. But this isn't all. In the kernel, we can do lots of stuff. Not only callbacks. What else we can do? Well, we can use also another thing called ETWTI, which, let's go a little bit back and explain what is ETW. So ETW is a mechanism that Windows provides us to log and to trace all kinds of events that happens on the operating system, whether this is user logon, whether this is some application that ran, or something that crashed. But what is ETWTI? Well, ETW consists of providers. Each provider is responsible for handling and logging the information for that provider. For example, there's a provider that's called ETWTI, or ETW Threat Intelligence, that its whole purpose is to log events related to security. So if there are some interesting stuff like remote writing to virtual memory, this can imply on something bad. Or remote queuing APC, which is a very common method to inject shellcode. ETWTI can give you that information and help the defenders to get more insights, create more detections, and deny the execution of the malware. So how can we disable it? Each provider is made out of this struct, the ETW reg entry. It contains within it the ETW GUID entry that contains within it the trace enable info. And in this trace enable info, there is a little value here called isEnabled. So what we can do is just zero it, and everything that uses that provider won't be able to use it because it's seemingly disabled. How we can do it for real and not just flashing lights, and I want to show some code. So this is the code that can be used. How we can do it is by choosing some function that is close to that provider object that we want to get. And then, oh great. And then we can use a signature that we found of that object and search it within the kernel near that function to find it, find the struct of the enable information, and just copy the value 0 to isEnabled if we want to zero it. Or if we want to restore it, we can copy the original value. Let's talk about the other thing here. IRP hooking. So there's a lot of information, and I hope that, and if you want, this presentation will be published, so don't worry. So IRP hooking is, let's talk about something previously, which is the driver object. Driver object is the object that represents each driver on the kernel. It contains the initialization function, the unloading function, the device object, and also something called major function. Major function, as you can see, this is an array of some IRP functions. But what is IRP? IRP is the standard of communicating from the user mode to the kernel, to a specific driver, and from driver to speak with another driver. So that packet is made out of two parts: the header, which is that stores some information of the original request, and the stack location that contains the juicy stuff, the user mode system buffer. That there we can provide information, the IOCTL, if you heard about it, which is some code that is used for the device I/O control, which is a way to communicate with the driver. So like we said, there is some functions here in the major function array, that each function here should handle a different IRP. How we can use it? We can use it for our advantage to hook it. We can replace it with our malicious IRP handler to handle that function and run some code that we want with the data that the user or other drivers provided to us. A very common IRP hooks are hooking of the device control, which is used to communicate with the driver, IRP-MG write, IRP-MG read. MG stands for major, like the major function that we saw earlier, and IRP-MG directory for NTFS to hide some directories and some data. And what I will show you today is how we can hide a file. Not hide, but block access to. As we can see, there is a file here called Sauron, and we want to, let's assume this is our malicious file, and we want to block access to. Sorry. So what we can do is use our driver to add it to the list and try to delete it with a system shell. And after we are failing, we can remove it from the list, and you know the drill, it will be deleted. That's nice and all. We can do a lot of stuff from the kernel, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. So who's stopping us? What is stopping us from doing a complete havoc, cause a complete havoc in the kernel? Well, there is PatchGuard and DSC. Each of them is supposed to give protection on other aspects of the kernel. So PatchGuard, or kernel patch protection, is a mechanism that was introduced on Windows XP for a 64-bit only. It is meant to protect critical structures on the kernel. How it does it is by just crashing the whole system. Is doing kamikaze with error code 0 hex 109. It is initialized on boot and is ran in random time intervals. Just to see what it does, for example, we can see the object type, which if we remember, we saw it earlier here. So like I said, we can't really enable a file object type callback because the kernel eventually, PatchGuard, will detect it and crash the system, and we don't want it. We also see here IRP allocator modification, which is just the file protection I showed earlier. And like we saw, we can't really use it because, again, PatchGuard will detect it and will crash the system. We don't really like PatchGuard. So what can we do with it? What we can do with it is this is one way to disable PatchGuard. And this is what I will show today. Of course, there are many more ways, some better, some less. So in this way, we are loading a bootkit that hooks a specific function that is called right after the operating system is loaded, but not yet run, so we can modify it. Nothing protects it. So we can modify it and find the Windows kernel base find the functions that initialize patch guard and just patch the patch guard. Another thing, so, okay, we can somehow still do very damaging stuff, regardless of patch guard. We can register callbacks, we can basically dominate the user mode, and sometimes also things in the kernel mode, like the unregistering callbacks I showed earlier. So what is stopping us from actually doing that? Well, there's another mitigation called DC. DC is also introduced in Windows XP for 64 bits. It's meant to prevent drivers from being loaded in the first place. Unsigned drivers, of course. The signature is not your normal executable signature. You need a special signature from Microsoft for that. It is initialized by the Windows Boot Manager and triggered by driver loading. However, we can patch it. We can patch it by getting the CI DLL base address, which is the code integrity base address, getting the CI initialize address, which is a function that contains a very special object called CI options, and then just patch it and marking DC as disabled. So we can load our driver. And this is a very common method that is used widely, especially nowadays, on bring your own vulnerable driver attacks, to load another driver. Okay, we talked a little bit about the DC patching, the patch guard, the kernel from offensive side of view, from defensive side of view. Let's talk it about from the programmatic side of view. So in here, I want to note several things. The first thing when you write a driver is to never trust the user mode data. Always assume it's tainted. Maybe this is some user that don't want to do any harm. Maybe this is a malicious user. So take that in mind. Check the length of what you're getting. Check that the struct that you're getting, if you're getting a struct, is exactly what you want. And if it is a struct, not only check that this is the struct that you want, check also its members. Because if people will only even do that thing, that little thing, so many vulnerabilities could have been prevented. Remember to always use logs. Logs are important. They are there for a reason. So make sure to use them to prevent all kind of time of access, time of use vulnerabilities, race conditions, and so on. And where you're accessing user mode data, make sure to use these functions, probe for read and probe for write. What it does is make sure that you can actually access that area and not crashing the system by accessing that location. But you will need to do some address check before that to make sure this is within that range, because probe for read and probe for write is examining the area. And if you know that you have a potentially dangerous code, you are doing some mem copy, you're from user mode buffer, use, try, and accept. You have it. All you have to do is use it. If it isn't some critical problem, you can catch that exception and handle it by yourself. So we got a little faster to the end of the talk. I wanted to give some time for questions, but a little bit before that, let's summarize what we had today. So we learned some different ways to hide our user mode malware and artifacts. We learned how to unregister and how unregistering callbacks work. We learned how to disable its WTI. We learned what is IRP and IRP hooking. We learned the very basic of the basic kernel mitigations. We got some safe kernel development tips, and we enjoyed some pictures. So, before I saying the summary for that talk, any questions? Yes.
Well, I don't have a microphone, but I saw this concept a bit with game protectors, that they're trying to hide a client. Like, for example, if you're trying to hack a game, then it would hide it from debuggers, from stuff like that, cheat engines, stuff like that. So, did you, like, is it always possible to deprotect some stuff using these techniques?
Well, so the question is that game cheaters often use drivers to manipulate the anti-cheat mechanisms, and is this always an option? Well, it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing game cheating, I'm not doing game cheating, but if you are, the race there and the armed race is very different, because the anti-cheat mechanisms can focus on very specific things, and so it has some capabilities that usually the antivirus and EDR industries are getting a bit later. So will it work on another driver of anti-cheat? I don't know, but I'm assuming that it won't work. In the end, this is an armed race, and the information security is doing, because of its nature, is doing things a little bit later. This isn't a new thing, but it is an old new, because it got some attention right now in the past few months, years, and yeah. Is there any other questions? Okay, so we have...
Right. Thank you. Aha! One simply does not say thank you without a meme. Well
That's
done.
right.
And I like it that you mixed Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah, of
with,
course.
Sorry, thank you so much. For a moment, I wanted to say Game of Thrones, but that's a different episode.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I was just confused. It's okay, it happens. It's a long day. All right, thank you so much, Ido, for being with us. I hope you all learned a lot of lessons from Ido. Let's smile to the camera right here. Shlomi? All right. Now, Ido, we have a small gift for you, token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Go on over there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is a moment many of us have been waiting for. We are going to invite one of our own team members. We're going to invite Guy from our CTF to announce the CTF winners.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do you have any slides up there? These were Tomer Zeit's slides. Okay, well, this is the entire team, but that's great.
It is the entire team, but that's not the CTF slides.
Yeah. Okay, so let's entertain people while they find the CTF slides up in the control room. So, Guy, tell us something nobody knows about you.
I can climb walls backwards.
That's not, there's no way you can do that.
I'm completely lying.
Yes, you are completely lying. Okay, so those of you who don't know Guy is one of the BSidesTLV team. He's also one of the originators of our CTF, our Capture the Flag competition, since 2017. 17, but who's counting? Guy is also a startup founder, an engineer, a father, and he's going to tell you all about what was going on in our Capture the Flag competition. You got the slides up there, guys?
Yeah. Oh, almost.
Almost. Take 2, take 3. A slide, any slide. Okay, so talk without slides because it's not happening. So.
Okay, I'll try to do my best. I'm filling in for Tomer Zait and Nimrod Levy, who are leading the CTF. So, some CTF announcements. Okay, we have something.
Yeah, we've got something.
This year, we had a crazy CTF with over 27 challenges. We actually had more than 27 challenges, but we picked and chose the best to participate in the competition. We had 8 different categories, such as reverse engineering, mobile for the first time, crypto, and other such categories. We have had over 1,400 users registered in the different teams with 21,000 different IP addresses, which for me mainly says that there were lots of bot activities or lots of VPNs, not really other good explanations for that. We had 933 registered teams, but all of these statistics are really insignificant because what we really care about are solved challenges. So we have had over 544 solved challenges. For us, a solved challenge meaning someone was able to find the correct solution for one of the challenges. So a lot of different teams were able to solve a lot of different challenges. 162 teams solved at least one challenge. So this means that we had at least 162 active participants, not someone who just picked in and created a user. So just to put these previous statistics in perspective. Okay, the team CDK led by, the challenge CDK led by being solved by 92 teams being this year's CTF's easiest challenge, with Pasino solved by 74 teams and Breaking the Vault by 71. Acid, UAF Shield, and Leaking Brother were only solved by a single person. So they were pretty hard. If you're following our leaderboard and our scoreboard, you could see that these were very, very difficult. We had a great, amazing CTF team this year. A lot of people who helped out and participated. You can see all of that in our website as well. So I'd like to thank each and every one of them, and hopefully you with a round of applause for our amazing CTF riders. And I'd like to thank our sponsor, Corellium. So if you're not familiar with Corellium, Corellium provided an infrastructure for mobile tests. So they partnered with us this year to offer the first real mobile CTF, where we actually had emulations of mobile devices running vulnerable applications for people to play with during the CTF. So this was done for the very first time, having a completely mobile challenge on actual mobile devices. So, honorable mention, and I'd like to cover the rules of the competition for a moment. While the competition can be led by people from all over the world, this is not a local on-site competition. Only people who are from the community physically here in the room can actually win the competition. However, we do want to give an honorable mention to the leaderboard lead, which is the EPT team, with the most solves reaching over 8,000 points. So, great work, EPT team. Also, SNHT, which I will not try to pronounce because I think it's supposed to be pronounced obscenely. Over 5,000 points. Great work. And to wrap it up, our winners. Third place goes to Yoni. Yoni won. Anyone in the room? Okay. Second place goes to the awesome name of Camel Riders. Camel Riders with 2,487 points. And the first place goes to AX10 with 4,419 points. Great work, everyone. Thank you very much for participating in our CTF. If you are one of the winning team, you already were in contact with our CTF organizers, and we will discuss prizes next. Again, thank you very much, and come play in our CTFs next year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. You can stay on stage. Stay with me on stage. I like that. Okay, so congratulations to the winning team, and now the moment I have all been waiting for. I've been waiting for an opportunity to invite the BSidesTLV team to this stage. Maestros at the control, please put the slides with all the beautiful pictures, all the smiling faces. I want you all with me right here on this stage. Come on up to this stage. Yeah, come on up to the stage. Thank you. You can run the slides. Yes, thank you. So I want to, you guys are running them or am I running them? Who's in control here? I am. Okay, good. All right, and where are you guys? Okay, more people come to the stage. All right, where's all my BSides Tel Aviv team members? Where are you? Any members in the volunteers? Any brown shirts? Guy, Nofar, brown shirts, get up here on the stage. Brown shirts, yeah. No, they're not red shirts, they're brown shirts. So brown shirts is actually from a sci-fi show called Firefly, which I like.
Firefly got canceled for a reason.
That's not the reason. All right, everybody. So I want to thank this amazing team. We've all been working for the past year to bring this event together for you. All our volunteers are welcome to join me on stage. Yes, you can protect your identity. Very good. Smart hackers protect their identity. This is the core team. This is the amazing core team. So let's give it up. Please, those of you who are with us, please give it up for the amazing team, for Omer Cohen, for Reut, where are you? For Guy, Irena, wave, yes. For Roy Sherman, where is our tough mother? Yeah, yes, okay, tough father. That's what I was gonna say. Guy Khalfon, yeah. Tomer from the CTF. He's not here. Okay, Nimrod from the CTF. He's coming up with new challenges. Elad Schuster. Yeah. The man who makes sure we all pay our bills on time. Inbal. Yes. Inbal. Not to be confused. Yes? So Inbal. Yes, not to be confused. Amazing volunteers and friends. All right. So I want to also thank our CFP members, our review team, for helping us choose the fantastic content you saw on stage this year. I want to thank our amazing volunteers, 50 of our amazing volunteers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, now I have one more minute. I want to say thank you to our sponsors one more time. Thank you, Legit Security. Thank you, Sompo. Arigato. Thank you, Rescana, Moon Active, who gave away a PlayStation. Thank you to the security agency. Thank you to Secreta. Thank you to Dscope. Thank you to Sans. Thank you to our partners. Now there's one more thing I wanted to say. So remember, the Hackeriot Hackathon registration starts soon. You heard about that. Now, what's the most important thing we have to tell everybody here?
Next year.
So long, partners. See you next year. All right. Save the date. June 27, 2024, right here on this stage. Thank you, everybody. Come on closer for a photo. That's a wrap.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse through the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse through the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
I got the horses in the bag, horse stock is attached. Head is matted black.